FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Brunswick Automart. Save thousands below new car prices and over 350 premium certified and pre-owned vehicles at BrunswickAutomart.com. James Harden certainly made an impact on the Cavaliers, and maybe the biggest impact of all has been on the play of Evan Mobley. Donovan Mitchell and Harden has made Mobley a better player.
James's arrival has helped even more so because, now it's, you have to choose between him and me. Now you have Ev, right? A lot of it was, there was so much like myself and Ev. I think now that you're adding another dynamic guard, who can pass his butt off, and make Evan's life a little bit easier, starting to see him really thrive.
Cavs back to work tonight, going to be in Atlanta, taking on the Hawks. It's going to be the second straight game between the two teams. Cavs won at Rocket Arena on Wednesday, 122-116. Well, it appears the Cavs might be just happy to finish it as the fourth seed in the East. Some key players not going to play tonight in the rematch in Atlanta. Donovan Mitchell, for one, going to be resting a sprained ankle. Jared Allen's out, been bothered by a sore right knee for a while. Sam Merrill, sore left hamstring, and Thomas Bryant is listed as out with a strained left calf. Guardians back in action tonight. Started a 3-game series in Atlanta against the Braves. Guardians coming off a series where they took 2 of 3 from Kansas City at Progressive Field. Slade Ciccone, who's 0-1, 5.23 ERA. He'll start for the Guardians. The Braves going to send up Bryce Elder. He's 1-1 despite the fact he's yet to allow an earned run in 13 innings of work this season. Masters second round is underway in Augusta. Rory McIlroy, the defending champion, shares the lead with Sam Burns. They each shot 5 under pars on Thursday. They will both start their second rounds this afternoon. 4 players right now at 3 under par, including Wyndham Clark. He is 3 under through 7 holes this morning. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
I used to get really poetic about the Masters. I'll watch it because it's the Masters and it's the sign of spring, but I used to love the Masters.
I still will love the Masters. I'm not as dialed in as I used to be. And the live thing has made this very sloppy. You look at any of these leaderboards most weeks, you don't know any of the people on them.
Yep. I'm going to sound very elitist here. It's also the shorts. I don't like turning on Live Golf and seeing guys in shorts playing golf. And the funny socks and all that stuff.
What about the DJs playing music?
I don't like that either. It feels to me like I'm sitting there in a clubhouse at a public course just watching my buddies getting ready to tee off.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, you ready for the weekend? Are you?
You know how often you start a show by like that laugh you just did?
Oh, means I'm ready.
Is that what that
it's
means?
It's my game face. Like some people sit at their lockers, they try to play out the play before it actually ever happens. They stand over the ball before they make that putt, and they visualize it. I visualize the next 4 hours of the show, Jeff, and I got to tell you, it's not good. No, I'm just kidding. Wow. It's just the whole visualization thing. That's
great.
We are sports psychology for you for the next 4 hours because we are here for you to vent, for you to get it off your chest, for you to feel good about some of your teams. By the way, speaking of feeling good, an actual national writer said something very positive about the Guardians today. I can't wait till we talk about that. Speaking of a positive writer that we absolutely positively love to have on the show, he is Paul Hines. He will join us at 11:20. He covers your Guardians. You know him, and he's like your Uncle Paul. He just comes on into the living room, and he's going to talk some baseball with you, and you're going to love it, and you're going to walk away, and you're going to
love it.
You're going to feel like you're going to laugh just with him. Speaking of uncles, we have Uncle Tim's with us today as well. Tim May is going to talk a little bit about the Masters with us. It's the Tim May Show with Clay Hall, as you know, is one of the finest not only writers, commentators, informateur. I'll make that word up just to you. He is Tim May, talks about the Buckeyes as well, but we'll do that. And he also does auto racing, too. We don't normally pick on him for that, but if we needed it, we would go to him on that. Tim Healey, the other Tim, is going to join us today. He's a play-by-play guy for the Arizona Sun Devils, and, of course, Jordan Tyson. We have one Tyson in town. Could we have two?
The Arizona State Sun Devils.
What?
Folks in Tucson,
right.
not real pleased.
How did I not say State? Oh, my goodness. That's like the difference between Michigan. That's like calling them the Michigan Spartans, isn't it?
Wouldn't go over well.
Or the Michigan State Wolverines. That would be bad. Bad, very bad. Cavaliers, Jeff Phelps, my friend. He is Jeff. I'm Andy. We do this every day from 10 to 2, in case you were wondering. Cavaliers.
Still beats work.
They would have to win their next 2 games, and the Knicks would have to lose their next 2 games for them to become the 3 seed.
Not happening.
And they still have one more game against Atlanta. And we're sitting here kind of juggling. I don't know. Are they messing with the basketball gods?
Yep.
They can pick their own destiny here.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Yep. They're messing with the gods.
Are they, though? Just by sitting a few players tonight?
Kind of. I think so, don't you?
They're pretty much destined for that force. Now they're looking at Toronto again. Remember how that's teetered back and forth.
That's what I think they're messing with more than anything, to be honest. Okay?
Okay, I'm listening.
Cavs are in Atlanta tonight.
Mm-hmm.
If the Hawks win, Hawks are tied with the Toronto Raptors. Okay? And the Cavs are basically, doesn't mean they won't win the game. They still could. But they're sitting Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, Sam Merrill, Thomas Bryant's out with a calf injury, apparently. But the other guys are all being they're all sitting because of maintenance. Okay, that's the new thing now. Instead of rest, it's now maintenance because it sounds better.
Yes. Do you get to wear a uniform with your name on it?
Well, the Cavs just beat the Hawks, as we know, last game.
Donovan say Spider?
Cavs
are cool,
2-1 against the Hawks. And right now, the Hawks are sitting, they're tied with Toronto, but they're sitting behind Toronto in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
The Cavaliers were winless in 3 games against Toronto this year. Cavs went 2-1 against the Hawks. They're not playing key guys against the Hawks. Are they just making sure that they're healthy and good to go, or are they saying, hey, Atlanta, go ahead, because we'd rather play you in the first round?
All 3 of those losses, the Toronto double-digit losses, too, all by 10 or more.
And Toronto's scrappy. Toronto's good. They play at New York, and then they're home against the Nets to finish up. So, they're going to be playing. I would think that they would love to see the Cavs in the first round, as opposed to seeing
Toronto,
the Knicks in the first round.
Yeah, and so here's the other question, too. If you're Atlanta, you can kind of pick and choose, too, right? We've never really looked at this from Atlanta's perspective.
Atlanta would have to, if Atlanta wants to play the Cavs,
win.
I would think so.
Just win tonight. If you want to play the Cavs. If you were Atlanta, would you rather play the Knicks or the Cavs?
Oh, I don't know. From an Atlanta perspective, I don't know the answer.
You think it matters?
I don't know the answer to that.
Just happy to be there? That kind of position?
No, I don't know the answer to that. I haven't dug into what Atlanta's done against the Knicks, and I'm not familiar with it.
So the Knicks lead
I do know
Knicks lead that series 2-1 against Atlanta.
Against Atlanta?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. I don't think – if I'm Atlanta, I'm just trying to be ready to go when I get to the playoffs. And I don't know that the Cavs are trying to manipulate anything, but interesting, if nothing else, that they're sitting key guys against Atlanta.
Aren't we in a really bad spot where my visions of this game are, no, you take the ball. No, you take the ball. I don't need to shoot. Turnover. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. I mean, this is a classic matchup where you could have 2 teams that want to lose more than they want to win.
Oh. If the Cavs really wanted to lose, they wouldn't be playing Evan Mobley and James Harden tonight.
Maybe they get limited minutes. Maybe they just put them on the floor.
Maybe we should wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just want to have the appearance that they are actually putting an effort out there.
If you have Mobley and Harden on the floor, you have a chance to win. So I think they have a chance to win. And Schroeder was terrific the other day when he started. So
especially when you're playing against Atlanta, for him,
I'm sure there's a
little
hurt things. Yeah,
little motivation there.
I think you can actually look at it and put some thought into it and think, okay, are they trying to manipulate anything? Is there something there? On the other hand, it's 2 games left. We'll know soon enough.
We'll know tonight because the Knicks have the tiebreaker.
Well,
I mean, we'll know if
we could know tonight.
Yeah. If the Cavs lose, then we'll for sure know. If the Cavs win, and the Knicks play, is that game tonight?
I would think the Cavs are going to end up fourth, Andy.
I do too.
The thing I wonder about is, is it Toronto or is it Atlanta or is it somebody else? And how does it play out? And the Cavs sitting a bunch of guys tonight, does that factor into anything? Is that something intentional to not give your best effort to beat Atlanta because you might want to play them instead of Toronto? I don't know the answer to that. I just think it's fascinating. It's kind of fun.
I just don't know how there's any way, but it's not natural. Is that the word I'm looking for here?
What do you mean? What's not natural?
Is it better for you to lose a game? I can't. It's hard for me to imagine.
It's hard to say that they're trying to lose the game.
Is it trying to lose or trying not to win?
What they're trying to do, according to what Kenny Atkinson said, is just be as healthy as they possibly can. That's the on the record comment. And let's be honest. It doesn't matter who they play. If you don't have Donovan Mitchell, you're unlikely to. If Donovan were to roll an ankle tonight and be out, 4 weeks
for the playoffs, yeah.
Well, you're in trouble. So I get that. I understand it. I can't even argue against it. But I do think it's interesting that what happens tonight could have a direct impact on who you play in the first round. And it could be the team that you play tonight.
I feel like, other than we get these games every once in a while in the NFL where you're week 16, week 17, more week 17 than week 16, where you feel like you need to be healthy going into the playoffs. And maybe, I'll be honest, I don't follow. I mean, I follow the teams that are trying to make the playoffs in the NHL, but I don't normally try to look to see what the matchups are the way we do in the NBA. And is there anywhere else that we see? Like, I don't know of any others. Like baseball, I'd never feel this way at the end of the season. At the end of the season, like I don't ever feel like anyone's trying to tank in baseball at the end of the season or purposefully lose a game in baseball because they want a matchup during the playoffs. I feel like this is just. Is it me or does it feel unique to the NBA? That I feel like we talk about this every year. And is that because so many teams make the playoffs? Has the play-in tournament affected this? We had a conversation last week about whether the playoff tournaments kind of run its course. Like, do we really need the play-in tournament anymore? Because all of those teams were tied.
I think it's ridiculous myself.
To have it or not have it?
I've never been a fan of the play-in tournament.
I don't know that this is the first year where I've kind of like scrutinized it and kind of said, okay, do we really need the play-in tournament? Because you go back and look at the teams that are going into this last weekend. Of the 4 teams that are there, and actually Miami's out. They're just Miami can't do anything as far as 7, 8, 9 is concerned. But at one point, I think earlier in the week, they still had a chance to try to get up into the 6th spot so that they didn't have to play in the play-in tournament. But why can't 7 and 8 just make the playoffs and let's go back to that old format? Because you're getting what you want and you're having meaningful games the final week of the season. Philly and Charlotte are tied. They're both 15, and they're both a game behind Orlando. Like, why do we even do this? Why do we have this? I understand that you get 2 more teams involved in the playoffs.
Do we have a cash register sound effect we can play right now? That's why you do it. That's why you do it. They're making more money.
Yeah. I don't. You
played 82 games.
If money didn't matter in here, would you do it?
No, I think
if money didn't matter concept. In here, would you even have? You'd probably only have 6 teams in the playoff anyway.
Andy, I think you should have 4 teams from each conference
to get the best basketball.
But you know my thought on playoffs. There are in the NBA way too many teams to get in. In the NFL, not as much because you're only playing 17 games. It's a different beast. But you played 82 in basketball. You played 162 in baseball. Stupidest thing ever is baseball expansion for the playoffs. You played 162 games. And we all know any team, worst team in Major League Baseball, can go win a series. It's possible. So I
always feel like there's one team a year that can't, like the White Sox last year. Like you didn't think they could. You never thought that. But it's only one team.
But I disagree with that. 5-game series. Anybody could win a 5-game series.
I want to throw two things at you as we go to break, and we'll come back and we'll talk more about the Cavaliers series. You know, Dan and I were talking about this before. It's, you know, when LeBron was here, the team was a buzzsaw. Like, you knew, like, first round was never in question. Second round was never in question. And, you know, those days have kind of spoiled us a little bit going into this. I mean, you keep saying, too, look, every team here, especially the top 4 teams, like, if you're going to get to the NBA Finals, you're going to have to beat good teams. So does it really kind of matter in what round, and should that matter for the future? If you're looking at a head coach who might be online. But the Cavaliers are kind of sitting here as the Yankees of the NBA. Look at their payroll, right? And for you to look at their payroll and not expect them to at least make it to the Eastern Conference Finals seems kind of silly. It's weird. We're talking about Cleveland as the Yankees, the team that everyone looks at and says, oh, they spend all that money. Think about it. 216-474-0092. Paul Hines joins us in the next hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
polls this morning. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, 216-474-0092. Cavaliers. Yep. Atlanta Hawks. Again, they'll play them tonight as we watch the seedings kind of flip-flop here a little bit. But I just don't see the Cavs going anywhere other than that fourth seed. The Knicks look, totally locked into the 3. Celtics 2. Pistons at 1. The question is who will the Cavaliers play? And right now, they would play Toronto. If Atlanta wins, then they find themselves perhaps moving back up into that 5 spot, depending on what Toronto. So
there's stuff.
Yeah, there's things going on there, which also got us into a good conversation about why do we have the play-in tournament anymore? Because you have enough stuff going on the last week. I understand it's about cash. Why don't we think that the highest-paid team in the NBA should be a buzzsaw going into the playoffs? Like, in any other sport, you probably think the highest paid team should automatically be considered to make it at least to their conference finals. I don't know that many people think the Cavaliers are in that spot. Maybe because they're sitting in the 4 seed. Maybe that's why. Maybe if the Cavaliers are sitting at 1 or 2, there might be a little bit of a different perspective on what the Cavaliers are. But they haven't really felt like a whole team all season. You make a trade there at the trade deadline and you bring James Harden in. So now you've got to kind of rethink. We no longer talk about the core 4. Now you're rethinking what you have out there. But then again, they are, the highest paid team salary-wise in the NBA, which is why I was calling them the Yankees. We always like, the Yankees can just fix things with money. Well, guess what? Cavaliers are kind of there too. I got to believe that they felt like they could do that. I know there's cap restrictions and little things that change the way you think about Major League Baseball compared to the NBA, but that second apron is still the second apron, and they're there, and no one else is. So why don't we have higher hopes right now, or why shouldn't we be so confident to think that this team should, make it to the Eastern Conference Finals?
I don't relate money to success in the NBA.
Is that true in every sport too, though?
No,
the Dodgers have kind of
in
blown
baseball.
That out of the
I
water.
do. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean you can't do it, but in baseball, the more money you spend, you would think the better chance you have. I don't do that in the NBA. Every team, most every team, has a superstar player. If you put the right guys around your superstar, and your superstar is going to make a lot of money. But if you put the right combination of people around him, you can win. You don't have to spend money on all those guys. And if you have a young team that you don't have to spend huge money on, Oklahoma City, even though obviously it's expensive to have that roster too, but I just don't associate money with success when it comes to an NBA payroll.
Dan brought up a point as we were driving in, right?
You guys drive in together, huh?
Yeah, we did. He was on one. He was
very
on
nice.
One. It's the LeBron spoil factor. Does it still exist? To you, it probably doesn't, but I do think to the average fan, we got so spoiled with LeBron 2.0 that we expect our team that once they hit the playoffs to be a buzzsaw. I'm not saying you should expect a free pass, but
I'll disagree with that.
Those days when LeBron was here, like I don't think the second time, I didn't consider him. It was him, Kyrie, and Kevin. I never. The first round was just kind of an afterthought.
I'll disagree with that.
Go ahead.
That was 8 years ago.
Uh-huh.
A lot of Cav fans weren't even Cav fans back then. 8 years can turn, 10-year-olds who weren't paying attention into high school seniors who were all over it.
Right.
So they might not know. And I think our fans are sharp enough to understand that LeBron is a once-in-a-lifetime type of player for a franchise. And he's not here, you got to move on. So I don't think that's a carryover.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
I wonder if there are just a ton of people who are still looking at this and thinking, well, we've got 4 really good players. We've got probably 2 who you could argue are in the top 20 of the league. Why isn't this team a buzzsaw? I think there's a lot of people who are asking that question. You got the reigning defensive player of the year. So what's going on here?
That they should be more dominant?
Mm-hmm. And especially you should feel better about it going into playoffs with a quote-unquote down East.
I don't feel like I don't feel like the East is down. I feel like the top 4 teams in the East, and yeah, I'll feel solid about that. The top 4 teams in the East are
pretty serious.
Yeah, like I think this is going to be a war between those top 4 teams. And I'm not expecting any blowouts.
And I think they could give somebody a heck of an NBA Finals.
Am I a bad person that I'm looking at Detroit and thinking, well, yeah, you're right, I am. But
why do you see Detroit as us from last year?
Yeah, I kind of wonder if Detroit has a ceiling that will be exposed in a 7-game series by only having 1 true scorer in Cade Cunningham.
Possible. And that's one of those things that I think that's a realistic thought.
And I like nothing against Detroit. I mean, gosh, the arrow's pointing straight up with that ball club. I mean, they're going to be a menace for a while.
And can I throw out something else that make you think that might not be the nicest thing to say?
Okay.
We saw JB Bickerstaff's offense here. Okay, JB can coach the heck out of defense. He's probably not the coach of the Cavs anymore because they wanted more offensively. Wonder what happens to the Pistons offensively in the postseason. I think that's just something to keep an eye on. I think JB's a really good NBA coach, but I do think that's worth keeping an eye on.
I kind of look at those top 4 teams, and since Jason Tatum's come back, I look at Boston as being on the top shelf. And then I see Detroit, Knicks, Cavs. If Boston plays to their potential, I don't think anybody beats them. If there was a buzzsaw in the East, I feel like it. Don't you feel like it's Boston?
That would probably be my pick.
I would think that's true.
I mean, gosh, Tatum has come back looking unbelievable. I'm not gonna lie. I'm totally shocked he looks as good as he does.
I am too. I'm actually. I didn't expect to feel that way so fast.
Right, and maybe it's just, not realizing how hard he worked, which he worked his tail off, but B, how far modern medicine has come as well.
They're 13-4 since he came back.
I mean, that Achilles tear used to be done. Goodbye, see ya. You're a shell of yourself, and boy, he does not look like that.
So as we circle into this, I mean, do we all agree Boston's team to beat?
No.
To win the East, you don't.
No.
Who's the team to beat?
I think it's any one of those 4.
But someone's got to be the favorite. I mean,
not
if you
really.
have 2 teams, someone's always a favorite.
I honestly think this year, Andy, you play it out and you see. If I had to pick which team wins the East, I would pick Boston. I would.
That would make them the favorite.
Well, maybe in my mind, but I don't even think that. You asked me to have to pick one.
Yeah.
I would pick Boston. But I think Detroit's better than Dan thinks they are. I think they might be susceptible, but Duran's a really good young player, and I think they have some really nice complementary players. It's a matter of who steps up in the playoffs for them, and if nobody does, they'll be out. But I think somebody else has to step up to go along with Cunningham and Duran. Duran's tough, and they have other guys some pretty talented players. So we'll see about them. I do think a Cavs-Pistons series would be fun to watch.
Be a little bit old school for us.
That could be a lot of fun to watch.
There's a lot of great storylines going on.
Yeah, the storyline is phenomenal. JB against the Cavs.
You can't tell me he wouldn't be. But I mean, say he can't play. That's the problem.
No,
you can coach him up all you want. If
coach.
the players aren't in the same spot that you were thinking they should be, then it doesn't matter. But then again, you get players that want to win it for their coach. They're motivated to want to make. I know maybe it's different at the pro level than it is somewhere else. But if you have the opportunity to, if you believe in your head coach, then you want it to pay off. Excuse me, when you're going into this thing, I just think that Boston. I think it's Boston's to lose. I really do.
That's a lot to put on them, Andy.
I think it is, though. I just especially knowing what they've looked like here in the end.
You don't
think
the Knicks could knock off the Celtics in a second-round series? I do.
If the Knicks can beat Boston in a second-round series, then surely they could beat us. I don't know why I feel that way. I shouldn't. Like when I've seen the Cavaliers team move the ball, have good spacing, find the two when it's open, and take the three when it's there for. It's those little things when they look good, they look great. And I agree that maybe the Cavs could be the team to beat going into this. And Dan Gilbert's checkbook says it should be the team to beat, but it's not. I'm not, and it's not that it's not that I'm going to be shocked if they go to the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm not going to be shocked if they make it to the finals. I just don't feel like they're the team to beat. I feel like they're the team to get there. And if they get there, it's like, well, they paid all that money to get all those guys, and they brought Harden in, and yeah, they should be there. Maybe that's what happens when you get there. This is all like pre-playoff anxiety, I think, is what I have for them.
Another factor in this to me, I wonder what Mike Brown does as head coach of the Knicks in the playoffs. Mike was a really good coach when he had LeBron James on the team.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to take anything away from Mike. And then he went back and worked at Golden State and learned a lot and won titles and blah, 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 blah. But I'm curious to see how he handles a team as the head coach, not sitting next to Steve Kerr and not having LeBron. Now, he's got terrific talent in New York. Think of it. Two of the big competitors for the Cavaliers are former Cavalier head coaches.
Yeah, if Ty Lue was in Boston, it'd be perfect. You'd have the hat trick.
It'd be nasty.
Thing. All right, why don't we think this team is a buzzsaw? Why don't we? We'll talk about that. Also, kids, I can't believe I read something this morning that made me smile. After an off season of for the Guardians and reading all of the predictions for Major League Baseball, finally, somebody has given the Guardians props. Oh, my. Talk about that when we come back. 216-474-0092.
Do you owe the
They will start their second rounds this afternoon. 4 players right now, 2 strokes back at 3 under par, including Wyndham Clark. He is 3 under through 9 holes so far this morning. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It includes all the gang. Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10. Baskin and Phelps, that's us, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free, and you can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
A couple of big games in the NBA tonight. Obviously, the Cavaliers and the Hawks will play. If the playoffs started tonight, the Cavaliers would be playing the Raptors. Atlanta is tied with both. Atlanta and Toronto are tied. Both have 45 and 35 records. The tiebreaker going to Toronto there. But if Atlanta gets the win tonight, Toronto plays the Knicks. So we'll see if the Knicks, the Knicks win, then that moves Toronto back. I would think that would put Atlanta in this. If Atlanta wins and the Knicks, I don't want to juggle the way it goes. But, as we head into this last weekend, you're talking about either Cavs Raptors or Cavs Hawks. And if the Cavs, especially with some bigger names not playing tonight, if Atlanta can get the win tonight, then they can kind of wiggle their way back up into the 6th spot, and maybe that's exactly what the Cavaliers want. Cavs will end the season on Sunday with Washington. So that's how that will fold out. Detroit, again, the top seed. Boston, the 2nd seed. Knicks, 3rd seed. Cavs, 4th seed. Toronto is in. Atlanta is in. Those guys are both teams in, although Orlando could still pop back in and grab that 6th seed. So Atlanta could still, conceivably, I think if they drop 2, they could end up being in the play-in tournament as the 7th seed. So there's still some stuff
It's
going
a little
into
crowded there, that's for sure.
How much pressure do you think there is on Kenny Atkinson going into this? It was a weird year for him, I think, because prior to the trade with James Harden, I felt like there were a lot of people going, oh, man, I don't know. Kenny is underachieving with these guys, and maybe he's on the hot seat. And I'm like, are we really going through this again? I hope Kenny stays for a while. I like him. I like the way he coaches. I like the way.
Agreed.
It's just something about him. Although I'll say this.
I'll drop a however on you.
Give me a however.
You mentioned the payroll, and with the payroll, shouldn't you steamroll and, blah, 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 blah.
And by the way, the guy you fired, his team has the best record in the East.
The reason that Kenny's under heat is because he has the highest payroll in the league, and he has an owner who's not afraid to make changes.
It's true.
That's where this is.
I mean,
they get knocked out in the first round, they're going to make changes.
Would you?
Yes, I would.
On the coaching staff?
No.
I'm asking you.
I would make changes. Don't ask me what they are right now. It might depend on how it goes in the first round. But Dan Gilbert's not going to sit back and let this team get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs and roll it back next year. That's not Dan. They would make changes, whether they be with the coaching staff or the front office or the roster.
Be interesting to see. Can
you imagine having the highest payroll in the NBA and getting knocked out in the first round? And you're paying for it?
There's only one reason why you could roll it back, and you could say to yourself, well, we didn't give this team enough time. I mean, but again, we're talking about 7 games?
But the guy you just traded for can opt out of his contract.
If he stays, though, do you think he wants to stay?
There's a big if there.
Okay. I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't know if there's a reason why and other than maybe losing in the first round. I don't see a reason for him so far to want to leave. It seems like he's been pretty happy here.
True, but it's a different conversation. I just think there will be changes if they get knocked out in the first round. Second round, going to be some changes. If they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, you can roll it back with some minor roster tinkering because that happens every year. But there's no way that Dan's going to let this team get knocked out in the first round and not make changes.
No, you're right. I just don't know. Maybe you trade away another part of that core four.
Well, maybe you bust it up, yeah.
Yeah. And you probably want to get out of that second apron.
Your core four may not exist Well, your core four doesn't exist. Now it's the whatever fourth. Whatever it is, it's the four guys you see on a billboard in town.
Yeah, I also
and so if they get knocked out, Andy, I don't think that group will return. Somebody will be missing.
There's something you always bring up too when I always say like, well, the NFL should have a league in Europe, and your retort to that is always like, well, yeah, do you really want to pick up your family and move to Europe, and is that really what you want to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, you talk about factors outside of the game, and when I think about the beginning of the season for Kenny, I wonder about that too, because I'm not big on talking about people's families and stuff, but I mean, his part of his crew rolled back to their original home on the East Coast in the beginning of the year, and and I think it's difficult. Like, there's a human part of this, I think, for a coach that if your family's here, maybe that's something different. If you decide to have your family be somewhere else, maybe that's a different role or a different feeling for a head coach, and then you kind of what I'm saying, that there's just more to it than X's and O's and being great at what you're doing when you think about the ultimate. Like, has Kenny seen his kid play basketball this year? I don't know. And you wonder, when you take some of those things out of someone's life, it kind of changes things, no matter how much money you make, no matter what your title is.
Yeah, but the team didn't do that.
He did. They did.
Family,
as a family, they decided to. I like, if I put myself in his shoes, I think that would be hard, like really hard.
So Scotty Scheffler has a 9-week-old 9-day-old at the Masters.
That's why. Yeah, were you here when we brought that up? Whether that was a good idea or a bad idea?
I think so.
Did you say it was a bad idea or good?
Glad you enjoyed my conversation.
I'm trying to remember. Sometimes you're in, sometimes you're out. I can't remember.
Vice versa.
Yes. I knew that was one of ours.
No,
I mean, how much should family play into this? Beyond, I'm not.
If he wanted to do it, that's fine. Let's not talk about Scheffler. We're talking about Kenny.
Well, I was talking about Scheffler for a second. It's a family thing. Like, this is Kenny and this is Scheffler too. It's the same thing. Like, what I'm saying is when you're in that spot,
there's pressure on Kenny to win this year. I don't think there's any question about that.
But is it fair when you talk about when you're talking about putting a team together that your starting five really has 7 games together?
Of course it is. You made the trade.
But should there have ever been any conversation about, like, whether we're worried about this guy coming back or not next year? And
I'm sure there was.
Were there other teams that would go down that road?
They made the trade because they think they're a better playoff team with James Harden than with Darius Garland. Simple as that. And it saves them some money and gives them maneuverability. And I say save money not as in because you want to save actual dollars. You save money so that you have more maneuverability.
I see it. Dan, should there be more pressure? I mean, not the pressure on Kenny, but what happens if they lose in the first round?
I mean, we know how this organization works. If they lose in the first round, it's kaboom. I mean, it's.
But what kind of kaboom? Should we even be talking about this, by the way?
No.
I mean, I know it's kind of negative, but
I think it's it feels very cross that bridge when we get there, but if they lose in the first round, I think your Evan Mobley for Giannis rumors start up immediately. I mean, I think it turns into, okay, Donovan Mitchell, scuttlebutt, okay, maybe this, maybe that. He's rumored here. Like, I think all that stuff starts too. I think they start with firing Kenny Atkinson because you can't fire the players.
Anything is possible if they lose in the first round.
If they lose in the first round, everybody should probably start seeing if they can go month to month on the rent. Because it's all on the table.
Is that right, though? Do you think that's right?
No.
When we talk about the number of games that the starting five really has had together on the floor to play.
No, but we know
what if they go into the first round and there's zero chemistry, but it's like the first round, so they've got more talent than either Atlanta.
Well, then that would be on the general manager for pulling off that trade, wouldn't it? That said, I think it was a really good trade.
I do too.
I mean, it was real clear. I think it was real clear. I thought it was real clear before they ever played a game. What they had wasn't going to win them an NBA championship. And that's not about Darius Garland. It's about the combination of Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. That wasn't going to do it, I don't think. I never did. Will James Harden and Donovan Mitchell be a better combination in the postseason? We're going to find out. But I give Kobe Altman a lot of credit because he made a big move and bailed on something that clearly wasn't working to the extent they needed it to work. And now, will this work? I remember, this is not a long-term move. James Harden can opt out, and he's in his late 30s. He can opt out. So this was not a long-term move. This was made for this year, and then to see what happens after this year.
So has it worked so far?
I don't know.
There's no, without saying that you've got to the playoffs, but just in this short window, has it worked?
I think they're 19-6 with James Harden. I'd say that's worked well.
I do too. Yeah. Dan, has it worked?
Incomplete.
That's exactly right.
But based on the regular season, has it worked?
I'm not basing it on the regular season.
No, I am, though. I'm asking you, since we got him to where we are right now.
He wants you to answer his question, Dan. He doesn't want you to have any further thought.
But the problem is
I want further thought.
The problem is it's the wrong question because I don't think they're guiding it on your question.
I don't care. I'm asking you, do you think this trade was a good move?
The entire trade was based on playoffs. The entire trade was based on playoffs.
It sounds bad. I don't care about the regular season.
They haven't started that yet.
I don't care.
Does his team look better with him here than the alternative and not making the trade?
I don't care. Ask me in the playoffs.
But you don't think you can't do a judgment on the trade right now saying, I can easily tell you that I think the Cavaliers look better with Harden.
No, because I don't think it matters.
They're a better team.
When more than half the league makes the playoffs, I don't think it matters. Their whole goal
Dan, you are missing Andy's point at this point. You're missing his question.
See, I got a ruling on that.
Because I think the answer to the question is irrelevant.
Through 25 games, do you like what you've seen more than you saw with Darius Garland? That's what I'm question.
Asking. Sure, but
there you go.
I think the answer is irrelevant.
You got an answer. Good job.
Thank you very much.
The answer is irrelevant, though, because it's not going to be graded off of what you've seen in 26 games in the regular season.
And you are correct.
Right.
You're correct. If they go into the playoffs and they flop, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
James isn't going to stick. They're not going to pay him to stick. Keep that in mind. Okay? If he comes back and says, I'm opting out, but I'd love to have a multi-year contract to stay here, you going to pay James Harden $150 million for 3 years?
I'm the wrong person to ask that question.
Yes, I know you are.
I also would have accepted the point is moot, as made famous by Reverend Jesse Jackson on Saturday Night Live. If you would have said the point is moot, then I would have been okay, because I would have been like, oh, good reference. I appreciate that. All right, when we return here in just a moment, I told you about the Guardians, didn't I? Someone saying nice things about our team nationally? Are you kidding? Really? Somebody has confidence in the Guardians? What? Paul Hoynes also joins us at 11:20. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This
right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
I went to the Masters and somebody had a medical emergency and they couldn't get a hold of me. What would I do? And my foolproof plan to fix NCAA sports? Probably not, but still.
It's all on the emerging podcast scene.
Presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
That was my contribution. You guys can do what you want.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. You'll want to do that. Just telling you.
Thanks, Jeff. You made my weekend, though.
There you go.
Now I know I can go anywhere, anytime, any place, and listen to Odyssey. It's great. Does it work overseas? Does anyone?
Sure it does.
I can't remember if it does.
Let's go with that.
All right, we're going to go with it. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Your Guardians, look at them. Look how they're playing. Life has been good. Have not lost a series yet. They are 8-5. They are in first place in the American League Central. It's early in the season, but I'm a little giddy. I'm a little giddy not only because are they in first place, but Jeff, when I look at the diff column, it's green. That is so exciting. It took a 10-run game to get there, +3. Bravo.
Meaning they've scored more runs than they've allowed.
It's an amazing feeling, especially for a team that's normally in the red and made the playoffs last year in the red. I don't know much more you can ask for, or they were close to it. They were like 0 or extremely, extremely close. So you know how I am and how goofy I am about things that I read.
Oh, there's a point.
Things that I read. Don't be.
Okay, I just thought you were saying.
Don't be that guy.
I thought you stopped right there.
So, as the offseason was going on, they didn't help themselves. So let's be honest. Like, was there any real positive news about the Guardians other than you getting excited about Reese Hoskins?
Yeah, baby. Come on, Reese.
You're giddy.
He's got 3 more doubles.
Giddy guy. But do you remember anything in the offseason about people going, oh, Guardians this? Oh, look at that fantastic finish they had last year. I believe in that team.
This is not a good sales pitch. Yeah, we're not going to sign guys because we're going to clear the runway for our young guys. It might be the way to go. It might be what you should do. It might be trust in your system and in your developmental aspects of the organization, but it's not a sales pitch.
It's not. So ESPN has a story out right now. 2026 MLB predictions are hottest takes 2 weeks into the season.
Okay.
2 weeks into the season. So they had a bunch of their beat writers get together and start having some hot takes. So
yeah, those are fun.
I'm reading through. I'm like, one is there's going to be a shift in public reaction to the ball strike challenge rule. There are a lot. The walks are way up, like 10% up through the first, 10, 15 games here, 10 games.
Okay, that's not good.
And so they're like, I think people are going to get bored with it maybe at some point, or they're not going to like the fact that we're seeing all of these walks. For the first time since 1950, 10% of plate appearances will result in a walk, which it's been a long time, right? 1950. So they had some other little things here.
You know why?
Because balls and strikes are being called correctly?
Either that or they're being the strike zone has shrunk to what it should be, at least technically.
So what do you want to do?
Could
do you
that
want to
possibly be?
I mean, to fix that, it's already hard enough to call a ball and strike it, 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I know.
Let's
go ahead and get these guys all embarrassed because they called a pitch the wrong way, even though it was right on the line. I'm not sure I like the automatic ball and strike system yet.
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Would you think you're in the majority?
Walks are way up. I don't know.
So
nothing more exciting. Nothing more exciting than a walk.
But does it not create offense?
Nothing more exciting than a walk.
Wow. I never knew you were anti-walk. Maybe it's just a really good at bat. You get into a 10, 15 pitch at bat, and all of a sudden you...
Or maybe, maybe maybe the ball strike system has the umps calling what it should be, which might be too tight. I don't know.
I mean, would you ever
you
feel
mentioned
like
there are too many? There are more walks than ever. Well, maybe that's why.
Yeah, but I didn't realize you had this strong I don't know, strong feeling of distaste is not the appropriate word, so I'm not putting words in your mouth. But so
you
far,
always do.
But so far,
no, I feel bad for the umps. If you want to know the truth, I see a pitch that missed the strike zone by a half an inch. They show you that, and the umpire's like, okay. How are you supposed to judge a half an inch when the ball's coming in at 95?
It's all right.
Or worse, maybe more difficult, when the ball's coming in at 84 and breaking like crazy.
I understand. I do think it's difficult, but where else can you be wrong and still make $400,000 a year as an umpire?
Weatherman.
You could be wrong. Well played.
That's why I keep an eye on Mark Johnson.
Hey.
Making the big money, and he's right.
Don't be talking about my boy.
Keep an eye on our boy Jason.
All right, don't be talking about my other guy.
Does a great job.
They both do.
And he's right.
They were both very good teammates, too.
Keep an eye on our gal Betsy.
All three of them, former teammates. Anybody else? Is there a weather person in Cleveland I've not worked with? If you have, 216-474-0092. Thank you. Where was I going with this?
God only knows,
news.
Andy.
Good news. Sorry, you threw me off with the. I just didn't expect your reaction to the ABS. I think everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. My question is that if it touches the line, should it still be a strike? Now we get into the how much of the puck has to be across the red line to be a goal? Should it be 50% of the ball should be in the zone? Should it be, instead of picking the corners, should the entire ball have to be in the zone? That would squeeze the strike zone even more.
To be perfectly honest, from what I've seen of the ABS so far, and I'm not going to tell you I dislike it. From what I've seen so far, it just seems like it's only a matter of time before they just get rid of the home plate ump calling balls and strikes.
I know you don't want to hear this. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'd rather have an ump.
The ump still has to be there.
Yeah, I know. I'd rather have an ump calling it. It's part of the nuance of the game. I don't like guys who have terrible strike zones, but it's a nuance of the game.
That's why I think they have to keep the challenge system in place. Otherwise, you're right. You'll lose that nuance. But as long as you have the challenge system in place,
yeah, I know. I'm still
fast.
They do a great job with it. I'm still getting used to it. I find it awful that I think that was a batter appeals, and it's a half inch out of the strike zone. Good Lord, man! What if we're gonna do that? Just get rid of the human element altogether.
Dan, are we headed that way?
Yesterday in the Tigers game, Dylan Dingler challenged a pitch that an eighth of the ball was still in the zone and got it right. Who's the catcher for the Detroit Tigers, by the way? From the area.
From Jackson High School.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I love it.
I do too.
I absolutely love it. The hitters need every advantage we can get their hands on. The pitchers have had the advantage for the last 10 years, if not, since the beginning of baseball, but have had far more of advantage in the last 10 years thanks to pitch labs. Any advantage we can hand a hitter, I'm in. If walks are up, fantastic. At least the hitters have some kind of an advantage on something.
I just the part of it that's going to be difficult, but let's face it, major leaguers use a wood bat and they can use aluminum bats anywhere else. That you're not really going to be able to do it at any other level. Like minor league teams might be able to do it. Major college teams are going to be able to do it. Maybe at some point, depending on the equipment, at what point. It's not like we're going to instill this in high school. Let's face it, we don't even have a shot clock in Ohio high school basketball right now. So it's not like technology's got to trickle down. So you still have to learn how to play. Remember how in the beginning, we were like, oh, this won't be a big deal for rookies because they've been using this. Especially the guys that went through Arizona Fall League, years ago when they first started to implement this system. I find it interesting. Okay, the good news.
Gavin Williams threw a two-seamer with 22 inches of run. I think we can allow them to challenge these things and give the hitters a little bit of help.
All right, I'll buy it. Here's some of the good news, right? So I'm reading through this ESPN article, and I'm like, Pat Murphy and Stephen Vogt will each win Manager of the Year for the third consecutive year. I was like, what?
Not happening.
Manager of the Year award bestowed on the best.
I don't know. I can't even imagine that.
It's just saying.
Doesn't mean he couldn't deserve it, but those things usually don't go three times, when people are voting, it's like, yeah, Stevens won it a couple of times. Who else was good?
No one expects the Guardians to do anything. And when there's zero expectations, whether you've won it before or not, I can see where he's coming from on that. But overall, I agree, Jeff. He's not going to win a third year in a row. Somebody else is going to do something that'll be a little bit different.
You would think.
But this was the take that just made my day. Tristan Cockcroft, who wrote this take, I could not believe it. The first time since last year when the Guardians, came back to win the Central, positive take on the Guardians. The Guardians will pitch their way into the World Series. It's not perhaps so much to predict a division winner 1 year later to advance to October, but in the Guardians' case, many continue to write them off. They're not even in the top 2 in division odds currently. However, it's their pitching that's going to carry them into the Fall Classic, fueled by the league's most underrated rotation, Messick, Ciccone, Cantillo, because they're going to comprise 3/5 of the second rotation in history, 98 Braves, with 150-plus strikeouts apiece. And when the 2026 books are closed, these Guardians will also become the first team in baseball history to capture 3 different pieces of postseason hardware. Ramirez, MVP, DeLauder, Rookie of the Year, and vote Manager of the Year. Gavin Williams, rein in those walks the next couple of weeks, and I'll make this hot take a clean 4 for 4 on the awards front. Tristan Cockcroft, salute. Jeff, a national writer said something positive about the Guardians. Oh, there goes my heart. Okay, I'm good.
You really care what other people say about our teams.
I just want to hear somebody say something semi-positive. Jeff, I spent an entire offseason.
How could you not say positive things about the Guardians? They just keep coming back. So it doesn't matter if
Jeff,
they didn't
the
do
highest
anything.
prediction I saw.
They continue to play solid baseball. That's really good.
The highest prediction I saw on the Guardians anywhere was third.
Andy, they're nobody's sexy pick. Nobody's. Yet they just keep going out and playing good baseball and developing talent.
Jeff, they are bringing sexy back. They are bringing it back.
That's wonderful.
Dan, is this I don't know, birdcage feeder stuff or what? Should I print it and put it on the bottom of the birdcage that I don't own? Or can I get excited about something like that?
You're trying to make a reference to the movie The Birdcage, and I'm like, I don't know where you're going with this.
No, they used to say,
I don't know if we should.
That newspaper is not worth putting on the bottom of a birdcage. Did you ever hear that?
It's been a while since I've heard that, but yeah, I have.
Because no one reads newspapers anymore.
It's been a while. Everybody reads newspapers, which is why Paul Hines is going to join us in about 5 minutes.
Well, we read them online. It's not the paper itself.
Okay.
We read their stories online.
I miss the newspaper showing up every morning, but that's another argument for another day.
I miss getting newsprint on my face. Did you ever? No.
No. Fingers, yes.
Fingers, and then you wipe your face.
Oh.
It was a very, very bad problem at Kent State in the 80s. Maybe they were just using a cheap ink or something. But that would be a daily thing, Jeff.
I thought this was like one of those washcloths got too expensive at one point, so we just used newspaper.
No, people they'd walk around campus. Hey, dude, you got Stater on your face.
And then you can use newspaper to clean your windows. It does a great job.
Really?
Yes, it does.
Never once thought about that.
Yeah.
Better
what
than
was
paper
the question?
towel?
Sorry, I got distracted.
Can I be excited about this? Am I allowed to?
I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Get excited.
Is it fair that someone's actually writing something positive about the Guardians?
Yeah,
sure.
they're playing.
Okay,
they're doing a great job so far.
Just making sure.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're awesome. They're doing great. They seem to be. Hopefully, could score some more runs.
Every other game when they score some runs, they're awesome.
Plus. They're a plus.
Yeah.
See that plus?
I love it. I
They're
hope
green.
it stays there.
No
Please stay
longer
there.
red.
Please stay there.
They're in Atlanta. We'll talk more about them in a moment. Paul Hines, Cleveland.com, super friend of the show. Hey, Hinesy, next on Baskin and Phelps.
Why listen to the game when you can feel like you're sitting courtside?
start their second rounds this afternoon. 3 players at 3 under par, 4 players at 2 under, including Scotty Scheffler. He has played 3 holes this morning. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The Guardians are on the road. Big night against Atlanta. We got not only baseball there, but basketball there. And, when we talk about the Guardians, we talk about the man in the know. He is, I don't know, what's the highest elevation we could call him?
King.
Good enough. He is the king of baseball in this town. We just dubbed him that. He is the legend, Paul Hines, and he joins us, obviously, from Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. And right now, he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, Hinesy.
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
Hello, Paul.
Oh, the Hall of Famer, too. Yeah, we should say that, too, right?
He's everything.
You are. Hey, let me ask you a question before we get into this. How did the Hey Hinesy thing start?
That's a great question. That's I do not know how it started. I think Roy Hewitt, our old sports editor, the late great Roy Hewitt, started. It kind of spun off of Ask Cal, from years and years ago. So it was just like Hey Hinesy. I guess I don't know. He threw the nickname in there and it stuck.
Very nice. Very nice.
I like it.
Tom and I had a long conversation about the hawk call that you do. And that, the legend of the hawk call. All right, so while I'm asking you all these historic things, and I know I should be getting to baseball, how did the hawk call start? And by the way, can you do one for us so everyone knows what you're talking about?
I don't know if
You could do one.
It's too early in the morning.
No,
you'll pop a blood vessel.
He could always do a hawk call.
No, we used to. Well, it kind of goes back to about 1 million years ago when I was in college. I played rugby there,
at Marquette.
We used to do that. Yeah, at Marquette, and we used to do that at the parties, the post-game parties. We never won. We never won a game in a regular game, I don't think, but we always won the party, and that was one. That was one of the reasons.
That's awesome.
All right, you giving us one or no, or do we have to wait till the end? Or should we wait till Cooperstown?
Wait till the Cleveland Baseball Talk podcast. Just do it in the podcast.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You got to tease these things.
He can do it. Just give us.
Can we talk baseball with Hoynesy? We got an expert on the line. Can we
I
talk
don't need
baseball?
Paul Hoynesy yanking a vocal cord and sounding like Doc Rivers the rest of the interview.
Hoynes, you see how lame these guys are? They don't get it. Because I had money on you doing the hawk call at 11:24, and now it's 25. Okay, let's talk baseball. Go on. I lost. Go ahead.
All right, Hoynesy, I threw this out yesterday, and I'm going to gloss over a nice start and things have gone well. It would seem to me that some guys are making a case to Stephen Vogt that you shouldn't platoon me. Angel Martinez is starting to look like he's a guy that should be out there all the time, and I keep wondering, why can't you get more at bats for Rhys Hoskins? Are these guys gonna play their way into more regular at bats, and Steven's gonna have to change some things?
I would think so. Jeff, I'm not sure. He is regimented. Vogt, I'm talking about,
sure is,
in the platoon, and he has said that one of the reasons Hoskins hasn't been playing that much. And a bunch of the other, right-handed hitters is because they haven't faced many lefties. And now he said they're going to be, looking in the down the schedule here, they're going to be facing lefties. Those guys will get some more playing time. But, it's kind of what came first, are they hitting well because they're platooning against certain pitchers, or are they just, can you let these guys go and play against lefties and righties? Yeah. I'm not sure, but I don't see him breaking away from this. He's been successful doing this for 2 years, and I think this is the way this team has to operate, or they believe they have to operate.
Are you? You've covered this team for so long. Are you impressed with this start, or are you just kind of like, okay, let's see how this thing plays out? Or I'll be honest, except for Ramirez extension, it's like I'm really excited about the way they've started because I got sucked into all maybe they are a third or fourth place team this year, but this has been a great start against good teams, and I think that's what's catapulting my feelings on this. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you, Andy. I mean, this would be a daunting start to the season with any team. It would have been, if you're the Dodgers, it's a tough start to the season. And these guys, went 8-5 against Seattle, against the Dodgers, against the Cubs, against Kansas City, and 3 of those teams went to the postseason last year. I think they really, really played well. They could have won that series in Seattle, and I just think this is, I think, I just remember walking out of the clubhouse at the end of the Dodgers series, and Austin Hedges is sitting there, and he said, "Everybody overlooks us every year. It's the same thing." And I don't know if he was directing that toward me. It may have been, but I think it's, at least early in the season, it's kind of just something to remember.
Lindsay, what if Juan Brito really hits? What do you do with him?
I mean, that's a great question, Jeff. I mean, I guess you can never have too much talent, but, I really believe Bazana's a good player, and I think he's going to be up here. But, yeah, what if Brito just keeps hitting? I mean, they've tried him in the outfield before. He's a bat-first guy, and, he is not the best defensive player. Maybe second base is his best position, but he's a switch hitter. He started 4 for 8.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's nothing wrong with having too many good players. I guess I sound like Chris Antonetti when I say that. But,
it's a valid point, though, Paul.
And I really, like Andy was saying, the one thing that jumped out at me in spring training is just how many good young players these guys have, and you can get fooled, and I've gotten fooled before, but they have a lot of good young players, and they played like it in spring training, and you can get fooled in spring training. I know that, but it just seemed like the accumulation of talent on the position players is as good as I've seen it for a long, long time.
Lindsay, is Bazana's position in the majors second base? I know there's been some rumbling about putting him in the outfield. Where do you see him playing?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he ended up in the outfield somewhere. But I think right now they want to see him at second base. They want to get him, comfortable at that one position. He started to play better defensively at the end of the year, at the end of spring training when he came back from the WBC. I thought, he looked smoother there. He's not going to be, Andres Gimenez. He's not going to be Brian Rocchio over there at second base. It's more along the lines of Jason Kipnis to me defensively.
Let me go back to Bazana here. When do you think we'll see him?
I would think, they'll probably play the service game, service time game.
Is that,
I would think,
Chris? So I was going to ask you that next because Chris Rose brought that up, and I'm like, please tell me they're not playing the service time game with him. But
I mean, you can't argue with what Brito's done, and Brito's on. They got a fourth option on Brito, so I would think they've got to really take a look at him this year to get an idea, to find out if he can play. Because if they don't, he's gone at the end of this season. He might, unless they sign him or extend him or do something with him. So they got that extra option on him. So I think that's one of the reasons he got the first call ahead of Bazana, and he was hitting better than Bazana. But I would think Bazana will be up, sometime in May or June. I think he's got a chance to come up. But, like I said, there's got to be an opportunity. There's got to be an opening. The unfortunate injury to Arias opened the door for Brito.
Right.
Wednesday, I think every starter on this team has given somebody so far already this season a moment where you say, wow, that looked pretty good. And they're all 27 or younger. Are we on the cusp of something here that just could dominate for this team for years to come?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the rotation, Jeff. The last time through, counting, Siccone's start against Kansas City on Wednesday, they allowed 4 runs in 27 innings. And, I think 4 of the 5 guys reached the 6th inning. Bobby, went 4 2/3, and nobody gave up more than 1 earned run. I mean, if they can stay healthy, knock on wood, this looks like a really, really good rotation, and they've managed to put together another solid bullpen. At least, in my eyes, this would be the 3rd straight year that they've kind of mixed and matched in that bullpen and came out really, really strong again. The end of the pen, there's some questions I think there, and the Class A thing, that's still going to haunt them, for a while, I think.
Although
Kate Smith,
yeah, I was just going to say they've done a nice job of making us not think about it.
Yeah.
The question then is, are we concerned about Kate Smith at all? And then Eric Zabrowski's been lights out. He's got 5 holds already.
Yeah, he's been great in that setup role, kind of taking over for Hunter Gaddis, and Gaddis is, on the way back, so that's even going to make the bullpen stronger. But, they've got to be really careful with Zabrowski, and I think they have been. He's had 2 Tommy Johns. They've got, and I know Voda's kind of, been gone out of his way to be really cautious with his workload.
He has been fun to watch, though. I mean, he is locked in when he goes out there. Let's face it. I mean, how often do we talk about setup guys? We don't. And just he jumps off the page when he's out there.
Yeah, I love him too. He's good. He's a good guy to talk to. He kind of just says, "I'm just throwing it down the middle and see what happens." He's not trying to fool anybody out there.
Hoinsey, if Brito continues to hit and Rocchio continues to do what he does and Bazzana continues to develop, what happens when Gabe Arias in 4 to 8 weeks has a healthy hamstring?
Yeah, I mean, great point and a great question, and I don't have an answer for that. I think if when you look at it, 2 years, last year when Rocchio opened the season as the opening day shortstop, and then he was hitting 169 or something like that in May, and they sent him down. Arias got the job. They moved Arias into the shortstop position, and he kept it. And when Rocchio came back, he moved to second base. So, I think Arias can play a bunch of different positions, but obviously shortstop is his best spot. So I mean, another hurdle to clear. But Jeff, and this, the baseball season is a long time, lasts a long time, and in 8 weeks, this situation could take care of itself.
True. All right, I have 30 seconds. ABS, good or bad so far? I think the fans love it. Walks are up 10%.
Yeah, I like it. The Guardians aren't very good at it.
That's true. Good answer, Hoinsey. Thank you. As always, we're reading you every day. We always appreciate your time, and thank you for perspective.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Paul.
Paul Hines, maybe next time we'll get a Hawk call. Thanks, guys. I'm glad you guys ruined that for me. That was been my day. I would have just taken one Hawk call.
Hawk
Paul
calls
Hines,
are great. Insight into the team is even better.
Thanks, Jeff. Paul Hines, thank you very much for Cleveland.com. And he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's talk a little bit more about the Guardians when we come back. Also, Tim May is going to join us a little bit later in the show. We are going to get into the Masters with him. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Oops, that means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments right here on 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of the lovable Andy and Jeff. They're so adorable here on 92.3 The Fan. La, 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 la.
He's so good.
Jeff gets paid for that. Beautiful.
We need more Jeff Thomas. I need more Jeff Thomas. I'm just telling you that. The world needs more Jeff Thomas. That's how I feel about him.
It's beautiful.
I just want you to know that. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We just had Paul Hines on with us from Cleveland.com. If you missed the interview, or if you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our buddies at Integrated Restoration. When it comes to Hines, I thought it was interesting. You know, again, I don't know that anyone had these expectations for this team, and I think the reasons the expectations can make you happy or excited is because of the quality of opponent that they've been playing. It's not like they've
played some good teams.
Yeah, and it's
and they've done a nice job. Let's not get carried away though. What are they? 8-13. Or 8-5.
8-5, but it's a good start against good teams. That's not, they haven't played Chicago every game, right?
Watch out for Chicago.
Well, the other Chicago, the White Sox. Are we watching out for the White Sox?
Have some good young talent.
Did you get your answers? The answers to the questions, especially about having a solid outfield that you can depend on.
Well, I was gonna bring that up. Hoinsey made a great point. Yeah. And Stephen Vogt seems married to it, and he's had success with it. See, that's the thing here. He's had success with the way that he has platooned in his first 2 years as manager. I just wonder, though, I think he platooned because he didn't have guys who should be starters. And I wonder if guys show they should be starters if they become starters.
I wonder how do you cross into that threshold? I would think that you'd.
Well, how about hitting 310 for a consistent period of time?
And that would be good.
Like Angel Martinez.
Is he able to get out of that box? You know what I'm saying? Out of the platoon box.
I don't know.
I don't know either. And I didn't feel that way until you said what you said and what Hoinsey said what he said. If your manager thinks this is the way of the world, then the world is going to be his way.
It's only 13 games. But if Martinez continues to hit let's just say somewhere above 280, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's drop it. Let's just go 280. And then you have, for whatever, I'm just throwing guys out, not the same positions. Kyle Manzardo continues to struggle. Gabe Arias, when he comes back, continues to not hit real well, although he warmed up late. Daniel Schneemann, utility guy. Daniel takes at-bats away from some of these guys. Daniel's hitting 179 right now. C.J. Kafis, who everybody pulls for obvious reasons, good young player, but he's hitting 182. And David Fry is hitting 214. You have some guys who, okay, if you're going to get at-bats in a platoon, then please hit. And if they're not going to hit, then why are they getting at-bats? And Martinez is a switch hitter. So take the platoon idea and throw it right out the window, and his splits are pretty good against lefties and righties. So if Martinez continues to do the job, Andy, and right now he's hitting 310, how in the heck do you keep him on the bench and give his at-bats to, say, Daniel Schneemann? How do you give his at-bats to C.J. Kafis? How do you do that?
I think
I don't get it.
I think the bigger question, too, and you brought it up within the confines of that, is Manzardo. I mean, he's got 35 at-bats. Are we freaking out about 35 at-bats because he's hitting 86?
Stats have shown he's like one of the 3 most unlucky hitters in the American League so far, or in Major League Baseball.
How do you define that?
Hard hit balls that have been caught and stuff like that.
Huh.
Kyle deserves.
I think he's going to break out of it. Talk to me when he's at 100 at-bats, I think.
Well, he deserves the benefit of the doubts based on what he did last year.
Hey, Dan, when are we concerned
you agree
about
with that?
Yes, I do. I'm giving him it's frustrating I'm frustrated for him to start this season.
Yeah, it's rough.
But I'm also, if there are guys that are pressing him and there are guys that are hot and you want to take a look at him, I feel like he's going to be one of the first guys they're going to look at. It's hard not to.
Yeah, but tell me how many guys on this team you think can hit 27 balls out like he did last year?
I don't know. Not many.
Not many.
Hoskins,
Jose, DeLauder.
Yeah, 3 with confidence. Yeah, I don't know. What kind of a watch are we on with? First of all, is Manzardo on a watch even? And then the next point is, if he is, what are we waiting for?
I do think that Manzardo and Kafis are kind of a duplication of skill set, even though Kafis can play a little bit of outfield.
Dan?
Call me in May. Give me 100 plate appearances, and then let's look at this and determine where Kyle Manzardo is.
So that's fair, right? 100 plate appearance?
I think 100. Yeah, 100, 150, somewhere in between there. Then we can sit there and look at it. It's cold out. Power hitters in cold weather don't typically do the best.
Are you confident that he's going to? I'm confident that he's going to improve.
I'm confident that he deserves a shot to let this thing go through.
I'm on Andy's side.
He deserves the chance to do that. Yeah.
Dude's not going to hit 086 all year.
I like the way Andy worded that.
Okay.
Well, I guarantee he's not going to hit 086 because if he does, he won't be here. It's still big league baseball.
But that said, if you're giving Kyle at bats to try and find himself while Rhys Hoskins is sitting on the bench and able to really help the lineup, I mean, when that guy's bats in the middle of the lineup, changes the look of the lineup. To me, it's like, wow, there's a professional hitter right there. Look at that guy.
I'm with you.
How many of those do you have? It's a small group.
I agree. I'm still excited about everything that's going on, so I'm good. I give Manzardo at least 100 at bats. I'm right there. It's just
you need him to swing the bat.
I don't have.
You need him to swing the bat.
I don't have, and maybe because it's colder, maybe something's going on too. That maybe if he just goes and let's see how many. I wonder what his options are. I don't know off the top of my head, but
For Manzardo?
Manzardo has options.
I was going to say he's probably got 2 or 3.
Okay,
would be
so
my guess.
I mean, if he goes back down and gets his swing back together and they bring him back, it's
They
not like
did it with Rocchio.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be down for long. All right, I did want to spend a couple minutes here because we have a jam-packed show for you today. You got time for some headlines here
Today?
Yeah.
He's got 2 options left.
Oh, 2 left.
Yeah. Just real quick, thanks to our friends at Fangraphs for that one. So
Thank
2
you,
options
Fangraphs.
left for Kyle Manzardo.
Okay. Want to headline it?
I mean, we could do a quick abbreviated. We don't have a ton of time.
We can wait. It's up to you. You're the boss.
I am?
Yeah, you're the boss on this one.
Damn,
If you feel like you need more time for headlines, then I'm not going to. I don't want to take this away from you. It's
Hey,
your
Dan,
moment.
pass that shoehorn, would you?
It's your. I know we. I mean, the talk is still pretty good. I just like
of all the horses' rear ends, Jeff, you're my favorite.
Thank you very much, Dan. I wear that badge with pride.
Should be your license plate. It should be on the back of your car.
All right, well, we could do just a quick version. I'll throw you one thing that we could quick talk about real quick involving the Masters.
Okay, all right.
Did you guys see Bobby McIntyre yesterday, or I should say Robert McIntyre, on the 15th hole at Augusta where he proceeded to put 2 in the water and then flip off the hole?
I think that's fair.
What'd the hole do in response?
Yeah.
Gave him a 9. That's what it did.
It was just one of those moments yesterday where I was like, golfers, they're just like us. Even pro golfers have those moments. I flipped off a hole. Have you guys, at any point, come on now. I mean, I'm sure that finger has come up and pointed when you've lipped out a putt.
That's nothing.
Yeah, there have been moments that I've not been proud of.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Evil Jeff Phelps has popped out on the golf course?
There's no such thing as evil.
Oh, Jeff, I'm sure that if you were playing in a competitive match and you saw somebody cheating, you would be livid.
I'm pretty sure Mother Teresa's thrown a putter or 2. I mean, this game will do it to the best of us. So here's the better question. So Augusta National is having a conversation right now is if there should be some kind of discipline for Robert McIntyre's antics on the course yesterday. Do we believe you should have that?
Yeah, I think he should have to play around in flip-flops with a cigarette hanging out from his mouth.
The
That
John
would be
Daly
great.
punishment. Yes.
If you have to have green wrappers on your sandwiches, then you should probably find somebody or have something for flipping off the golf course in front of all the fans. Because they're snooty and pretentious.
I don't know. Who cares?
Well,
who
apparently
cares?
a lot of people, because we're talking about it right now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, does it really matter? Is it going to make no one's getting fined? Is he getting fined over this? I don't know. Should he be fined? Should a guy get fined?
You're going to make him eat the old egg salad.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Here's a bowl.
Now that's what the Augusta Social Channel needs, is everybody's getting grumpy over that stuff.
Now we're talking.
Does anyone have that pimento from day one? Anyone have day one pimento? That's what he's got to eat today.
Your punishment is on Sunday. You have to sit in front of this webcam and eat this sandwich. That's been sitting there for 4 days.
In the sun.
Good luck.
They're going to take away his quarters so he can't use the payphone. I don't even know what would a payphone. What do those payphones cost? Oh, they're free?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, the phone bags are free.
Really?
Yep.
You know why?
They took your phone away. That's why.
No, because you don't have to pay for the Champions Dinner. They don't have to pay for the Champions Dinner, I'm saying.
That's why Rory's off to a good start.
Because he paid for it?
He knows he's got to make some money to pay for the dinner.
It's a good point. You never know. It's expensive stuff. Tim May is going to join us in the next hour. I got a quarterback question for you. You may not like it. You may not want to hear what we're going to have to say. That's why you should stick around. Yes. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody. It's Andy.
the sound on, he got tossed immediately, and he has no way to get home. Oh, God. There's Frankie, who said Baba Booey. See ya.
And then they come back. Hello, friends. Jim Nance here. A tradition unlike any other.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Here we go, folks. 92.3 The Fan looking for a winner.
Oh.
Be caller number 3 right now. Right now at 216-474-0092 to be named GM of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks coming up at our 2026 mock draft. And it's going to be on April 16th. It's at Game On. It's located on Lorraine Road in North Homestead. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. So caller number 3 right now, 216-474-0092. We still have teams to give away. We're pumped. We're excited. We can't wait to give you your team.
If the bowl is half full, does that make me an optimist? Because it's not. It's half empty. It's more than half empty.
I think it's more than half empty.
Oh, there's very few here.
Yeah.
I the majority of them all in my hand. I'm letting the folks on YouTube. This is a YouTube exclusive. I just dropped them all in. I just dropped them all in. Jeff, the anticipation kills me every time we do this segment. I think I need to be medicated.
If I was in this, wouldn't you just be trying to pull off some kind of a trade just for fun?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Just for some kind of fun.
I saw the commissioner of the league was here. His hair is perfectly coiffed. He is unbelievably
chill.
No, chill is not the word I would use. The precision in his hairline now is just something special.
Let's bring in our
That's
winner here.
Ryder,
You ready?
Yep, let's do it.
Tom is in Stowe, home of the Bulldogs. Tom, welcome.
Tom?
Hey, thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. We're going to pick a team for you right here.
Here we go. The team
There's
is
Andy
now
on YouTube.
going to
Bull
be...
is above his head.
I only have one in my finger.
I saw a little bit of a logo there.
Oh, ho, ho.
There's the basket laugh that he does on every pick, Tom, despite who it is.
That is not a laugh. That is an anticipation to let you know you have pick number 19, the Carolina Panthers.
Congratulations, Tom. I'd try to trade just for fun.
Yeah, well, I'm still going to pick a quarterback anyways.
That's a good
Doesn't
idea.
matter who it is. Pick
It's Ty Simpson beating out Bryce Young.
There we go.
Actually, I would pick one of my own relatives. I think that'd be more fun.
Tom, I'm going to put you on hold, and we'll get all your info, okay? Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting.
Good luck, Tom.
Jeff, it's interesting that he would bring up a quarterback there because that's what I want to talk about next.
Well, how about that?
So as we go through this progression of trying to figure out, what they will do at quarterback, who's going to get the rep, who's going to get the reps, I'm just wondering if there's anybody out there, especially when we first started this conversation, I always felt like the Browns would draft a quarterback late because they're going to need a fourth arm, I guess, in camp. But why do that? Why it's a wasted pick if you don't think that somebody who's going to have a legit shot? I would just pick up a free agent when the draft is over if that's what I was looking for. If you felt confident in your 3 quarterbacks that you have here right now.
If you feel confident in 2 of them, Andy, as even being able to fill that spot, you don't need to go pick up another quarterback. Now, the question is, should you feel confident in your quarterbacks?
I don't. Sorry, Shedeur fans. I of the 3 that are there, the one I want to watch the most is Shedeur, but the confidence is not there. I don't have confidence in any. And then I had a little epiphany after talking to Dan a little bit earlier too about what if Deshaun Watson is this year's Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett, the veteran guy they're going to have around for the beginning, and then it's not like they're not going to trade, but they would cut. And then, in talking to Dan gave us like this tiny epiphany on what the future could be for Deshaun Watson if he's not the quarterback of this team.
This has never been hidden. It's kind of been right in front of our faces. So Deshaun Watson, if the Browns were to cut him post June 1, would owe him the same exact amount with no penalty that they would owe him anyway. So it's not like they would add any more money. It's not like they would save any money or anything like that. Everything would be exactly where it is.
No penalties down the road, nothing.
Nope. Actually, if anything, it'd kind of be the other direction a little bit. Well, you'd have a little bit of penalty down the road, but I think that's going to come anyway.
So it doesn't change your cap. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
It is what it is.
Yep.
And this is as of June 1st, right?
And this would be post June 1st.
Hmm.
You could flat out tell him, you've been cut, go find a job somewhere else.
And we'll just pay you what we owe you.
And we'll just pay you what we owe you.
And it wouldn't hurt anything.
Nope.
And that would leave you with Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and fill in the blank.
Which means you might draft a quarterback here. I
can't imagine
a first-round
putting a
quarterback.
rookie with 2 second-year guys and thinking, hey, we're good to go.
Unless you don't care.
Unless you're completely gearing up for 2027.
I don't see it either. And the way the talk now, again, it's all talk because they're not playing. The talk is that they're going to attempt to win. Does anyone feel that?
Well, we keep hearing win. Todd Monken needs to win. Todd's waited his whole life to be a head coach. Other than getting a haircut, it's going real well.
I just think I don't have I don't have a ton of confidence in the quarterback situation.
Well, you should.
As
you want to know why you shouldn't?
It is because we have 2 guys that had their rookie season and 1 guy that really hasn't played in 6 years.
Doesn't mean somebody can't develop, but right now it doesn't look good. I took a look at every team in the NFL and just put together a little chart, just a little thought.
Jeff-alytics? Phelps-alytics?
And I didn't rank them like 1 through 32, but I just took a look at things, and you guys play along here.
Okay.
I looked at the AFC, okay?
Okay.
And this is what I came up with. The Browns quarterback situation is clearly worse than these teams, okay? Buffalo, Josh Allen. New England, Drake May. Baltimore, Lamar. Cincinnati, Joe Burrow. Houston, C.J. Stroud. Now, you could make the argument that C.J. maybe wasn't as good last year. I'd still take Houston's quarterback situation over ours.
Okay.
Indy with Daniel Jones, who played pretty well, and he's coming back from injury. You could make an argument there, but I'd much rather have Daniel Jones coming back from an injury. Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence and friends.
Okay.
Obviously, Kansas City with Mahomes. I would rather have Vegas' situation, bringing in Fernando Mendoza and having Kirk Cousins and Justin Herbert with the Chargers.
Okay.
I had question marks about, is the Browns quarterback situation worse than these teams? Is it worse than the New York Jets, who have Geno Smith? I think I'd rather have Geno starting this year for the Browns.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it worse than?
Is it Geno or Shedeur? I kind of might rather see Shedeur.
Is it worse than Tennessee's situation? I think it is. I'd rather have Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Is it worse than Denver's situation? I'd rather have Bo Nix myself. Anybody's coming back from injury.
Not a Giant fan, but okay.
So in the AFC, I thought our quarterback situation in Cleveland was comparable to only 2 teams. Miami, where the Dolphins are banking on Malik Willis being able to replicate 1 or 2 good games in Green Bay on a regular basis, along with Quinn Ewers, and Pittsburgh with Mason Rudolph and Will Howard for now. If Aaron Rodgers comes back, that changes.
Have we heard anything about that?
So I haven't heard anything. You have 3 teams, I think, that have the worst quarterback situations in the AFC. The Browns are one of them, along with Miami and Pittsburgh for now. And yet Jimmy Haslam came out the other day and said, well, we expect to win. Well, how are you going to do that with this quarterback group?
You're not.
Unless Todd Monken coaches the heck out of it, and unless Shedeur and or Deshaun Watson and or Dylan Gabriel really take a great step. NFC. I have the Browns quarterback situation worse than Dallas with Dak Prescott, Philly with Jalen Hurts, Washington with Jaden Daniels, Chicago with Caleb Williams, Detroit with Jared Goff, Green Bay with Jordan Love, Tampa Bay with Baker. I think Baker is better than what we have here now. The Rams with Matthew Stafford. He was great last year. Niners with Brock Purdy. And Seattle with Sam Darnold and Jalen Milroe as a backup. So there's that. I had the Browns. Are they better than these teams? You guys tell me.
Okay.
Would you rather have Jackson Dart or would you rather have what we have here? New York Giants.
I think I'd rather have here. I'd rather see Shedeur than.
I'd rather have Jackson Dart.
I still, there's potential there that I don't know.
Well, there's potential there with Jackson Dart, too.
I know.
I think his ceiling is higher.
I think Jackson Dart, but
I know.
Boy, I'd like to see Malik Neighbors on this team before making that decision.
It's a little questionable. Minnesota with Kyler Murray.
I would say Kyler.
I would too.
If my goal is to win this year.
Reluctantly, yeah, if you want to win. Yeah.
Yeah, if my goal is to win this year, I would take Kyler. Long term, I would take Shedeur.
Is the Browns quarterback situation better than what Carolina has with Bryce Young?
Bryce Young looked good again in the second half.
He came back at the end of the year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'd rather Carolina. Bryce Young. And is it better than what Kevin Stefanski has in Atlanta? I think I'd personally rather have the combination of Tua and Michael Penix. So let's just say the Browns deal is not as good as those four teams. I think the Browns situation is comparable in the NFC to New Orleans, where Tyler Shuck came on last year as a second-round draft pick, I believe he was, and then Spencer Rattler as his backup, and comparable to Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew in Arizona. So if you do the math on everything we did, it's definitely worse than 20 other teams. There are 7 others that we discussed, and I think we all lean toward the other 7. That means the Browns have one of the 5 worst quarterback situations in the NFL. And yet your owner, at the owners' meetings, expectations, what do you expect to do? Well, we expect to win more games. Good luck. Is it possible? Sure it is. Could Shedeur take a really nice step? Man, yes, and I sure hope so. Could Deshaun come back and be what they thought they were getting years ago? Or something close in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Maybe. But if you're looking at this quarterback situation and saying the expectation is to win more games, man, you got to have your fingers crossed, and you got to hope guys do things they've not done recently. That's scary, Andy. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how you put that heat on a new head coach and say, "Hey, we expect to win more games." Really? Okay, let's see it. Good luck, because all the free agent quarterbacks who you might have thought could come in and improve this, they're gone. They're on other teams, except maybe Aaron Rodgers, and he's not coming here.
Is the Browns quarterback picture that bleak? That what Jeff was just saying? Because I mean the stats,
one of the 5 worst in the league.
I'm wondering if you're kind of redefining what you think the quarterback position should be. But look, if you think they should lose this year and start gearing up for the next season, then maybe this is exactly where you want to be.
There's the thought, huh?
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
sitting at 5 under. Burns tees off his second round in about 10 minutes, while Rory will tee off at 1:45. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know who I just saw sitting down the hallway?
Who did you see sitting down the hallway?
Well, as we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, you can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick. Wasn't Jake.
No.
Lance Reisland. Wasn't Lance.
No. I guess I know who it was.
And Daryl Ryder. Talking to Fearless Leader.
Probably making plans for the Browns, telling them what to do.
I'm sure. They recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves from the offseason and free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. You can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
All right, we painted this kind of bleak picture for the Browns quarterback situation.
Oh, we didn't paint it.
Who did?
They did.
Is it bleak? I just want to make sure.
Well, yeah, right now it is.
Yeah, it feels bleak.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more fascinated with just kind of bringing out the thought that after June 1, they could just say goodbye to Deshaun Watson. I just don't know that that's going to happen. But I also think that what happens at the draft is going to be interesting, depending on if they draft a quarterback. By the way, do we think they're drafting a quarterback? Do you think they will?
No.
Dan, do you think they'll draft a quarterback?
At any point in the draft?
Yeah.
Sure. Should take one every year.
Do you think they'll draft a quarterback before the 5th round? Oh.
You know what? Can I take my thought back?
Yes.
I think they will draft a guy. And I think it'll be 5th, 6th, 7th round.
Right.
And I think I'll give you a name. If they don't make a move for Drew Aller, I'll bet they take Cade Klubnik, the kid from Clemson.
That's my thought, too. I mean, you take one every year.
And where will they be sitting? And then the question is could either one of those guys make the roster and now keep going farther? When you brought up the whole thought of releasing Watson, it just made me think of what they did with Kenny Pickett last year. That forget about the 6 years prior, that he becomes the veteran guy that they're like, yeah, we got him here. Let's see what he can do. If he doesn't do anything, boom, we're going to let him. Now, in the other scenario, you trade. But in this scenario, you release. If you've got two quarterbacks that are, don't have a full season experience as a starter, and a young quarterback that you may draft, you are telling everybody we're on a pass till next year, and we're hoping one of these three guys.
Or you're hoping you find somebody.
Yeah, or one of these three guys is going to jump off the page, and then we're looking ahead next year. It's a very young quarterback.
But can we go back to the big stat that we've talked about for months? How many quarterbacks in the NFL who start were not first-round picks? They're hoping to thread the needle. If that's the route they're going to go, you're hoping that Shedeur or Dillon or fill in the blank, who you don't take in the first round, unless you make a move for Ty Simpson, becomes that rare guy who becomes an NFL starter who wasn't a first-round pick. There were, like 6 of them?
But then there's the conspiracy theory that Shedeur should have been a first-round pick, yet he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He shouldn't have been a first-round pick,
but
because if he should have been, he would have been.
A lot of people think he should have been a first-round pick.
Well, a lot of people are wrong, Andy.
But a lot of people could be right.
NFL teams aren't going to pass over a franchise quarterback in the first round because they don't like what might come out of his dad's mouth. Not happening. Sorry. Not happening.
I think there are a lot of people out there. By the way, if I'm a Shedeur Sanders fan right now, I'm
a Shedeur fan right now.
I am too.
If he was a first-round pick, he would have gone in the first round. Or the second. He didn't.
He could have. He could have been politicked out of it. I'm just saying.
I could have been an all-star in the NBA if I was 7'2".
Yeah, but There is. I'm not
You
saying.
don't get politicked to the 5th round if you're a first-round talent.
In utopia, you're correct, Jeff. That doesn't happen, but we don't live in that, and it's an imperfect world, and shady, crazy things happen all the time.
Then let's just hang on to that notion. Then we already have our quarterback of the future. Done.
Well, it's possible. It is possible.
It is possible.
And by the way, I wouldn't have any problem with them saying that.
You're saying they have him now.
No, I didn't. That to be Jeff Phelps. I did not say they have him now.
You said he's a first-round talent. Well, then
that's not what I said either. Don't put words in my mouth.
I just did.
Okay. There are people that believe he's a first-round talent. For months, I sat around here.
Those people don't draft players in the NFL.
I'm not going to lie. I believed it when he was in college. And people were saying, well, this kid's a first-round. And then there were plenty of stories from the experts saying, oh, this kid could be first, second pick in the draft. Could be. Then he goes all the way down to the 5th round. Like, that disparity is what makes me think conspiracy in some ways. Look, I want to see him play. Do I think he is leading a team to a Super Bowl anytime in the future? No. Do I think he can get better? Absolutely. Has he shown me signs?
Absolutely.
Has he shown me signs that make me say, I am unbelievably intrigued and I want to see more? Yes, yes, yes. It doesn't guarantee wins.
I'm unbelievably intrigued.
I'm unbelievably intrigued.
But
I still am.
I think he can get better, and maybe he can become a good starter.
I want to see what he looks like with a different coach.
I sure hope so.
Because I like Kevin Stefanski too, but I'm going to get my answer this year. Was it Shedeur or was it Kevin? I think Kevin. Especially after what we heard after the fact about how much Kevin was working with him, that I don't think that's fair to judge Shedeur's success based on Kevin. Because I think Kevin was trying, and I think he was on board. It's just he wasn't oozing with confidence about Kevin's role in his life. So that's why I'm just kind of like, I don't know. You with me on this?
I don't know. I really don't. I'm trying to think my way through everything. I was also doing 2 other things. I'm not going to lie to you either.
Okay, I thought you were looking at me like you were.
No.
I felt like you had.
No, I was doing 2 other things. So I was really putting a lot of thought to it.
I
apologize.
Our show.
Yeah.
Dan is listening to us.
Dan's doing nothing right now except waiting for us to say, Dan in Cleveland. Hi, Dan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, based on all your analyses, and I've been listening, what stood out in my mind, and I'm thinking of this not as a fan and who I like, who I think should be running the Browns, being a quarterback, but Todd Monken, it still remains to be seen here until the draft is over and we get players on the field. But when he analyzed all 3 quarterbacks the other day in his conference,
yep,
and I know Jeff rose his eyebrows. I could see through the radio, and it rose mine. He didn't say Shedeur Sanders played at a high level, and of course Watson didn't play at all, so you can't say that, okay? He's an injured guy with 2 Achilles, knees, shoulder, whatever, okay? Big problem there. But he did say at the beginning of the year, before he went out, that Gabriel played at a high level, and that's a quote, a high level. Now, Gabriel, with my eyes, is an accurate passer. He threw for 7 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. Remember, it's Stefanski, not Todd's offense, with bad receivers, and it's a bad situation, bad offensive concept. But the bad deal that Gabriel's getting is he was winning in London with Minnesota when Stefanski screwed up and used up all our timeouts. We were winning until the last 2 minutes of the game. There's one victory. Then the other one is with the Ravens, where he had, in my mind, and other people I talked to, okay, he had a concussion, but he never went back in. He was the starting quarterback. They were winning 13-3, and I've told you this before. Sanders went in, and he's the backup quarterback, so he should be ready to go. But he wasn't.
Who should have made sure he was ready to go in that? This is where that great rep dilemma got even bigger. When they made a rookie the backup quarterback, he should have had reps ready to roll.
Well,
You're
okay,
right.
Could I just
he should
finish?
have been ready, yes.
So Gabriel played a big-time program in Oklahoma, and I know you guys, including, I believe, Jeff, they really don't like guys that are under 6 feet tall, so let's say he's 5'10". But Oklahoma is not afraid to play a 5'10" guy, and Gabriel then went from Oklahoma big-time program to Oregon. Now, Oregon's got money, so they ain't taking anybody unless the guy can play with the players that they had there.
Dan.
And he ended up being third in the Heisman Trophy and was the number 1 ranked team.
Dan, let me put it in a nutshell. You think Gabriel's not getting the respect he deserves and he should get more? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it. All callers of the Baskin and Phelps Show are subject to being played off by Dan Medigan.
Being run by Dan Medigan.
And if you are run by Dan Medigan, you will receive absolutely nothing. Compliments of air.
Dan, not Medigan. The other Dan is right.
Yeah.
Oklahoma has no problem playing smaller quarterbacks, but I prefer quarterbacks to be bigger and stronger. There's a lot to, and it's not a seeing over the line. It's the getting hit and beat up. You know, the bigger, stronger guys to me have a better chance of playing 15, 16, 17 games.
All right, so we're 2 weeks away from knowing if they're going to draft a quarterback. Well, they're not drafting a quarterback in the first round.
But you don't know that, Andy.
I don't think they are. I just don't think so.
Hey,
if the season started today,
Uncle Todd likes tie. Okay.
If the season started today,
Uncle Todd's big on tie.
If the season started today, who would be your starting quarterback, Jeff?
Shedeur.
If the season started today, Dan Medigan, who would be your starting quarterback?
Shedeur Sanders.
I would say it's Deshaun Watson, unless they have another idea.
I haven't seen Deshaun yet. Let's see what he looks like.
Jason McCourty from ESPN said who he thought should be the starting quarterback.
He's going to be a part of the competition, and I think he should. I think something that Kevin just said, where he said maybe Shedeur's not your future quarterback for the next 10 years, but for this year, well, if we don't know what the answer is to the next 10 years, then why not give everybody a shot that you have in that quarterback room to go out there and compete? Now, the last time we saw Deshaun Watson, it wasn't pretty by any stretch, so I'm not saying you should be handing the job over to him. I would start with Shedeur Sanders in pole position, and he would be my QB1 starting the offseason program. But he's going to have to earn that and keep it. If Deshaun Watson comes out there and proves he's the best quarterback in the room, why wouldn't you allow him to go out there and play?
Exactly right.
Jason McCourty on ESPN. I'm okay with that.
I agree with that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, all that's called Indy is competition.
Do you think it's weird then that Deshaun doesn't walk in to be the rep guy?
Well, we haven't seen him, Andy.
They have.
Todd hasn't.
There's film of him from when he has
great.
played.
Let me see what he looks like when somebody's trying to get in his face. Let me see if he has to try and get away from somebody. Let me see if he can make the throw that he needs to make. I mean, I'm sorry.
I can't wait to see
dancing around
what
cones
comes out of this.
on an artificial surface in shorts does not mean you're ready to play football.
Does experience have any edge in this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But there are physical things that have to be overcome here.
Tim May is going to join us next. We're going to talk some golf with the master, Tim May, the Tim May Show with Clay Hall. Plus, we are also going to do a little bit more in-depth look on a wide receiver who could perhaps be on the board for the Browns. I don't know where, but perhaps in the first round. I don't know which pick in the first round. I'm not going to assume anything. Tim Healey, who's the play-by-play guy for Arizona State, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. All straight ahead on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody. Andy Baskin for Weather.
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The Masters going on in Augusta. We're getting ready for the leaders to tee off 145 for Rory McIlroy, who is 5 under par. Sam Burns right up there as well. We're going to talk a little bit about golf. I also want to throw in a couple of Ohio State questions with a super friend of the show. You know him. You love him. We love hearing him on Fridays, especially during the college football season, during the regular season there for the Buckeyes. He is Tim May, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Of course, Tim May from the Tim May Show with Clay Hall. Hi, Tim. How are you?
El correcto, mi amigo. Yo soy grande, grande amigo de this station.
Yeah, you mean the fan in Espanol?
The fan, el fanático.
Oh, very nice. I failed Spanish with you. Then you must have been sitting next to me.
I was.
10th grade.
I was taking answers off your paper.
That's why we both failed.
Explains a lot, guys.
It was pretty bad when I had to take Spanish too. It was called Spanish too. I just assumed you had to take it twice.
Yeah, no, I can't believe how much Spanish I took in high school and then in college. And I still have trouble with anything more than taco, tamale, or enchilada.
No, that's okay. You are spicy, though, and that's all that matters. And when we talk about – I want to talk to you a little bit about the Buckeyes because we're 8 days away from the spring game. But I really want to get into the Masters with you. Your thoughts on this year's Masters and here we go again, Rory, after a good first day.
I'm for it. I'm all for this year's Masters, number one. Number two, it's really funny. I was thinking about this the other night, and I can't pull just raw examples out of my head, but it just seems like – it took Phil Mickelson forever to win the Masters. Then he won, and then he won, a couple more or one more at least.
Mm-hmm.
Right on down the line, you can name guys. Jack Nicklaus, then he won several more. Tiger Woods, of course, won it almost not the first time he played, but the first time he was a real dude. I'm not saying it gets easier, but I think once the pressure is off and the pressure is off your back and the jacket is on your back, I think it makes you a different golfer there. I really, truly believe that. And, it explains how Tiger Woods could win his last major was the Masters because, you know what, he knows the course and he's got a game for that course, et cetera. Ben Crenshaw won it, I covered his first win in 84, and that was the only time I've ever been to the Masters, but totally enjoyed it. Got my money's worth. Plus, of course, I didn't have to pay. I was getting paid to be there, but that's a story for another day. But the bottom line was, then he won it again, 11 years later, when his longtime coach, Harvey Pinnock, passed away.
95.
I mean, you just when you think you've got this figured out. I mean, the guy, if I was rooting for a guy this year, and it's probably hurting him right now, but if I was rooting for one guy this year, it'd be Justin Rose, because he's been really close 3 times, including – last year, the whole coronation of Rory McIlroy, but Justin Rose almost beat him, Mm-hmm. It went OT, as the old saying goes. So, it's just an interesting tournament. It seems really hard to win, but if you win it once, it seems like you can do it again. I mean, it's pretty funny that way.
Tim, what did you think of the comments that, and especially Gary Player, made during the press conference when they hit the ceremonial tee shot about the golf ball taking life out of it, to kind of save the game and on the Pro Tour to take life out of the ball, save the game, save the land.
I talked to you guys about that a couple of years ago. I remember talking about. Here's the thing: if you make the golf ball shorter, meaning you can't hit it as far, well, then that means the average hitters on the tour, medium to average, can't hit it as far either. So what are you really doing? You're penalizing everybody, and it puts more of a premium maybe on the iron game. But I've never had any problem with how far guys hit it, and I think that's one of the great things. I've been to I'm going to my 5th straight U.S. Open this year. One of the great things is to sit on the practice range and watch these guys just some of them knock the cover off of it, some of them don't. But the premium is what you do on the really, really short grass, which is putting. Same way at the Masters. I know you got to get there and all that kind of baloney. There are all kinds of ways you can get there, and no two golf swings are alike. But I'm not. I am for maybe, I don't know, what would you call it, curbing the further progression of the ball so it won't go farther. Notice how I use those two words in the same sentence, which most people mix up all the time and get wrong. But then again, so why would you make golf balls if that was going to be the case, that you couldn't brag that your ball goes straighter, farther, faster, kind of like Gordo Cooper at the end of Right Stuff, Mm-hmm. You're always seeking to make whatever product you make better. And so that's just life. But you still, as a golfer, I just watched a guy hit a ball jerked off into the woods here right in front of me. I'm sitting here getting ready to play at the airport golf course here in Columbus. And there's a creek behind the woods, so he's really in double jep. But you still got to hit the ball straight. You still got to hit it where you want to hit it. Gary Woodland, just coming off a win a couple of weeks ago, what dramatic, emotional victory. I think I was listening to the radio driving up here from Ohio State, and he hit a ball, tee shot, I think 3 towns over a minute ago. This is a guy that has won a major, so you never know what's going to come off the end of your stick. That's what makes golf golf.
Who do you like here? Is it Rory again, or is there somebody you're looking at here?
Like I said, if I was rooting for anybody, it'd be Justin Rose.
That's right. Okay.
I wouldn't mind seeing Rory win. I wouldn't mind seeing Rory win 2 in a row, because when a guy of that ilk went that long without winning a major, and I always thought he was at least a threat to get into the double-digit major victories realm. I would like to see him go on another tear, because you can play golf. What Fred Couples ended up shooting yesterday, but at one point he was.
Yeah, he took a 9 on 15, and that did him in.
Yeah, yeah. So did the kid from Scotland, McIntyre.
Well, he just let the course know it was number 1. That's all.
Yeah, but exactly. But that's the thing about golf, man. This golf course they're playing on, once you get to I said they're really, really short grass. It demands a ridiculous approach shot, and then nerves of a heart surgeon when you putt.
I was just looking at Couples there. If he doesn't have a 9, he was 2 under.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Well, I don't know if that's.
I had a 9 only because I quit counting. I finished this one par 5. I had my 3 wood. I almost named every club in the bag, didn't I?
It's okay.
I had my 3 wood in my hand. I hit the great drive, and then I topped my 3 wood, and I played it out because I could feel this was going to be that hole. I just finished the hole with my 3 wood and shot a 9.
Are you currently playing as we speak to you?
No, I'm about to tee off here in about 15 minutes.
Okay, good.
That's outstanding.
Are you playing with Moose?
The wind's blowing. No, but we got something finally. Moose is back off the DL. We're going to play next week sometime.
Okay, good.
The wind's blowing about 20 miles an hour here, and we're supposed to get storms late in the day. So we'll see what happens.
Are you playing with anybody famous? John Cooper with you today?
No, I'm playing with Dylan Davis. Matter of fact, he just walked up behind me. A guy who's been on my podcast a bunch of times and was on it. As a matter of fact, he's on it today. We recorded that before we went to football practice today because, we got to talk to the running backs coach, Carlos Lachlan. We got to talk to Bo Jackson. You guys know who he is.
Yeah, how was Bo? How's Bo doing?
He's doing fine. He's not getting to be in contact. Neither he nor Isaiah West are allowed to be in contact this spring because they had touch-up surgeries on stuff. They were freshmen last year.
Right.
And freshmen get banged up. But they were in great spirits. They're both you can see physically they're different than what they looked at the end of the year. They've both gotten, for want of another term, more muscular and less neither one of them was fat, but you know what I mean? That little flabby little stuff you can get rid of.
Yeah.
I think Isaiah West said he's down to like 12% body fat, which is crazy.
Wow.
But they really, and the running backs coach, Carlos Lachlan, what a joy it is to talk to somebody like that on occasion. But he was talking about this freshman Legend Bay, who we only got to see at the first of spring. We don't get to watch practice, although we did get to watch an entire scrimmage last week on Student Appreciation Day last Saturday. But
you're not a student, so they don't appreciate you.
Yeah, he's been banged up, so he wasn't in it. But he talked about Legend Bay, man. Carlos is not afraid to talk about his guys. He gives them hell coaching them, but he's not afraid to talk them up. But he really likes Legend Bay. He's just a different dude. And everybody's talking about, and I'm glad he finally said this. Somebody said this. Well, he played quarterback, in high school. You know why he played quarterback? Because that high school coach wanted the ball in his best player, maybe the best player in the state in Texas. He wanted the ball in his hands every play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And more like a single wing quarterback than but he just raved about him. But it was really cool because finally I asked him, he's got a guy in his room. Turbo Rogers was a freshman last year, got banged up in the early in the season. Didn't really get to play like he might have thought he would. May have seen some sniffs of him. But I said, man, of all those nicknames, you got Legend Bay, you got Turbo Rogers, and you got a guy named Bo Jackson in your room. What name, if you could take one of those names, which one would it be? And he kind of laughed and he goes, says all of them, to keep it. And he goes, no, and he's thought about it. He says, Legend. Because what a name.
That's pretty good.
I already said his nickname, if he comes out and plays like we think he will, his nickname is easy for me. You know what it is? Airy. Legend Airy Bay.
Oh.
Legendary Bay.
I like it.
That's why you get
Or
paid.
Living Legend Bay.
Tim, in most mock drafts that I see, if there's one guy who seems to be the consensus of most coming to the Browns at number 6, it's Carnell Tate. How good of a wide receiver is Carnell Tate? And you've seen some great ones over the last decade plus at Ohio State.
He's damn good. I mean, the speculation on him is excellent. the 40-yard dash time and what really was it at the combine? I don't know who messed up there, the coaches or the electronic timing. But the bottom line is the guy. As Jeremiah Smith says, football isn't about running a straight line 40 yards. It's about for a wide receiver, it's about getting open and doing something after the catch, and he gets open. So, number one, click. Number two, he showed the ability to do some things after the catch. He'd like to get better at that. So would Jeremiah Smith, for that matter. But Jeremiah Smith definitely believes in him, believes what he brings. And, he was the Jeremiah Smith of the year before in the Ohio State recruiting realm. So I think anybody takes him, who knows if guys are going to get injured and stuff, but the guy can definitely play at a high level at the next level is the best way of putting it. And Jerry Rice didn't run a great 40-yard dash either, but man alive, you throw the ball to him, he was the fastest guy on the field. Whether I'd put him in any kind of like comparison with Jerry Rice, no, not at this point. But you know what? Who was Jerry Rice coming out of college? Right?
That's true. That's a great point.
Mississippi Valley State.
We got to roll, my man.
You do?
Yeah, we got to roll. Yeah, we paid some bills around here. Yeah.
I do like Justin Rose, but I tell you what, just because I like Justin Rose, I watched him play Grant Horvat on that channel with Grant Horvat, which I really like.
Yep.
But I think Rory's going to be there, man, at the end. I think somebody's going to have to beat Rory. Let me put it that way. I'll leave it at that.
Fair assessment. Tim, we'll talk to you next week or sometime soon. Hit him straight.
I will. And if I don't, I'll go find it and hit it again. See you, fellas.
That's the way. Use your shoe. Goodbye. Thanks, Tim.
Bye-bye.
Tim May podcast, Tim May show with Clay Hall. He is a friend of the show, and man, he knows the Buckeyes, he knows golf, he knows everything. That's why we love Tim May. And, of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's get a little more in-depth on what the Browns might do. Jordan Tyson, does that do anything for you? We're about to find out a little bit more from the Arizona State Sun Devils play-by-play man, Tim Healey. Next, Baskin & Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Deshaun Watson outplays him or Sanders struggles, I can still make that switch, right? So I do think he will leave flexibility. I don't think he's going to announce anybody as the week one starter day one of training camp, but I think whoever it is, and I would guess it's Shadur, is getting maybe all the first team reps, at least the majority of the first team reps.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
We are looking for a winner here at 92.3 The Fan. Enter the code word COLLECT, COLLECT, collect at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. And way you'll have your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Great Lakes Collectors Convention and Strongsville Sports Collectors Convention, April 10th through the 12th at the Independence Fieldhouse. Plus, you'll be qualified for the grand prize as an autographed meet and greet with former Browns Pro Bowler Joe Hayden. Again, collect 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. Get tickets at greeniesportscards.com. It's all from Greenie Sports Cards and 92.3 The Fan.
All right, we continue our tour of trying to find the next member of the Cleveland Browns, and we're getting a little bit more information on him. Jordan Tyson, one of those guys we're going to talk about. We know his brother, Jalen. He's here to play for the Cavaliers. Could his brother be a good fit at wide receiver for the Browns? Let's get a little bit more information. We talked to Tim Healey. He is the play-by-play voice of the Arizona State Sun Devils. And, of course, he's on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Tim. How are you?
Hey, Tim.
I'm good, fellas. How you doing?
We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us here this afternoon. We're getting ready for the draft here, and we're just we've had a chance. We've had our eye on Jordan Tyson just because of his Cleveland ties with his brother playing for the Cavs too. We would be excited if he was here. Give me your thoughts on him and what kind of impact you think he's going to have in the NFL.
Terrific player. It's funny, the first glimpse I ever had of Jordan Tyson was in an opposing uniform. He started his college career playing at Colorado in 2022. He played for that really horrible Buffs team that I think only won one game all year. It was the year before Deion Sanders took over as head coach, and we played them. We weren't very good that year either. We were only 3-9, but we went up there late in October, I think it was, and we beat Colorado. I think it was something like 42-34. But in that game for Colorado, Jordan had like 5 catches for over 100 yards and a touchdown. And then late in the fourth quarter, he returned a punt 88 yards for a touchdown that nearly enabled the Buffs to upset Arizona State. We ended up holding on and winning, but he really made quite a first impression on me. And then when Kenny Dillingham takes over as our head coach shortly after that season ended, Jordan was one of the first players to transfer here in the transfer portal, but then sat out the 2023 season with an injury. But boy, once he hit the field in 2024, he just lit it up. He was, in my opinion, the best receiver in the Big 12 in 2024 for a team at Arizona State that stunned the world by winning the Big 12 championship when they were picked to finish 16th, dead last in the Big 12 in preseason. And Jordan was a huge reason why. Caught 75 passes, over 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns, and just was a fantastic player until he got hurt. He broke his collarbone in our rivalry game against Arizona late in that 2024 season, and did not play in the Big 12 championship game, nor did he play in our Peach Bowl when we nearly knocked off Texas to go to the quarterfinals or to the semifinals of the college football playoff, and had another solid season last year that was interrupted and then prematurely concluded because of a hamstring injury. So injuries have been an issue for him, but, when he plays, he's a terrific player. And if you ask me what do I like most about him, I would say the couple of things that come to mind. Number one, he is one of those players that has a knack for making the biggest plays, the biggest catches, and the biggest moments. In his career at Colorado and Arizona State, he scored 10 fourth-quarter touchdowns, 9 of them by reception and 1 on that punt return that I told you about when he was at Colorado. But the others have been can you guys hold on a second?
Absolutely.
Alexa, stop. Modern technology enters the interview, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Alexa, man. She's crazy.
Good Lord. But anyway, He had nine touchdown receptions in the fourth quarter. He had a game against Kansas where he had 2 go-ahead touchdown receptions in the final 5 minutes, including the game winner with about 15 seconds left to play. And last year, he showed, I think, his toughness in our biggest win last year. We knocked off Texas Tech, handed Texas Tech their only regular season loss of the season in mid-October out here in Tempe. And Jordan caught a touchdown pass, and you could literally see his hamstring tighten up on him as he crossed the goal line to go into the end zone, reached behind his leg to grab the hamstring, and that was the injury that eventually would require him to sit for the next 3 games. But late in the ball game, he continued to play through the hamstring in that game, and with the Sun Devils trailing by 3 in the final minute and a half, 2 minutes of play, and facing a 4th down near midfield, their quarterback, Sam Levitt, was flushed out of the pocket, rolled to his right, and then on the run found Jordan breaking free, hit him for a huge gain that set up their winning touchdown in the final seconds. But just seemed to make the biggest plays in the biggest times. And the second thing that that caught my attention about Jordan was what a willing blocker he is. And I think a lot of credit for his development here over the last 2 years would go to former Pittsburgh Steeler Hines Ward, who is now our Arizona State's wide receivers coach. And I think he has also been promoted to assistant head coach. He has done a phenomenal job with the Sun Devil pass catchers the last 2 years. And one of his mantras is, if you don't block, you don't get the rock. And it seems like all of ASU's wide receivers are terrific blockers, and Jordan is among the best of those blockers. Willing to go out there and help a teammate and help our running game. Of course, 2 years ago, our main runner was Cam Scadaboo, who became an icon at Arizona State in just 2 years' time, and had a phenomenal season in 2024. And this past year, we had a running back, Rayleigh Brown, who rushed for over 1,000 yards and is now at Texas. So we had a couple of excuse me, I beg your pardon for this, but just a real solid blocker on the perimeter. So I think he's a terrific player. It's interesting because I have not, I'm an NFL nerd like anyone else, and I grew up in D.C., so I'm a Washington Commanders fan. I've actually seen Jordan on some draft boards going to the Commanders, who do need help at wide receiver to supplement Scary Terry McLaurin, the former Buckeye, who's been a phenomenal receiver for the Commanders in his career. I haven't seen too many having him go to Cleveland, which is interesting. I've seen him go to Kansas City. Some mocks, I've seen him go to the Rams. I kind of think he's going to be in that mid-first round range, and I think whatever team gets him is going to get a terrific player who's willing to go to work.
Tim, NFL.com actually has the NFL comparison as Terry McLaurin for Jordan Tyson. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Do you like it? Would you call him more of a speed guy? Would you call him a hands guy, a guy who's going to be a great possession receiver? Or how do you see his game evolving when he gets to the NFL?
I would probably lean more towards the hands guy. I don't think he has burner speed, but he's just one of those guys that has a knack for getting open. I think he can make contested catches, runs good routes, and just a solid player and a really good work ethic. And I just think that whoever gets him is going to get a really good football player who's going to be a productive receiver, for a lot of years. He's not a burner type to me, but he's a guy that, like I said, and his on-field productivity indicates this, that if you need a big play in a critical moment, he's the guy you're going to look to. Our former quarterback, Sam Levitt, who is now at LSU, was Jordan's battery mate, if you will, for the last 2 years, until both of them actually got injured midway through the 2025 season. But Those two just had a really, really unique connection and worked very well together. And yeah, I just have a lot of respect for Jordan as a young man and as a player. And I just think whatever team gets him is going to get a heck of a football player. And he's been well schooled, not only by Kenny Dillingham, who is an offensive genius, but to Hines Ward. I just can't say enough good things about the job Hines has done with our wide receiver room, and he is a terrific coach and has turned Jordan into a guy that, if he's not catching the ball, he's willing to get down and dirty and block for the guys who do have the football at that time. So yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, Tim, Brown's also looking for offensive line help, and when I first saw his name, and then I knew we were talking to you, I wonder how you put this in your depth chart when you called it for the first time. But Maxi Anachor is a name that we see with the Browns as their second pick in the first round. First of all, did I say his name right?
You nailed it. I'm proud of you. You nailed it. Right. But he's zoomed up the draft boards. I think he's just had a really, really good off season. And I think he was at the combine and just has really, really skyrocketed up draft boards. And he's another good one, a kid who I don't think played football until just really a few years ago. He came here out of junior college, and he has just been, one of those guys you just plug in that spot. He was our right tackle, and you just kind of plug his name in the lineup, and he's going to be there game in and game out. I don't know that he missed any game due to injury over the last 2 years. And if the Browns got him, they would be getting a good one. I think he's a guy that you could plug and play at right tackle and be pretty set.
So NFL ready. That's because it's funny. I see him first round stuff, but then you read his grade prospect on NFL.com says will eventually be a plus starter. So
yeah, I think he can. I think he can be a contributor. Right away. I really do, and just has gotten better and better as he's gone along. But yeah, he's kind of an unsung guy in their offensive line, but he's a guy that you just pencil into that starting lineup every game the last 2 years. And, he has been a huge part in the resurrection of the Arizona State football program. Both those guys have, actually. This is a program that was coming off NCAA probation and just went through back-to-back 3-9 seasons. And yet, in lightning speed, Kenny Dillingham has just turned this program around. To go from 3-9 to 11-3 in one season, win a Big 12 championship, and come within one fourth down play. They had a 4th and 13 in the overtime against Texas in the Peach Bowl New Year's Day a year ago, and if they stop that, they're playing Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl for the right to play for the national championship, and they gave up a touchdown pass, and then the Longhorns ended up winning in double overtime. But that's how close this program was last year, and then they backed it up with a solid 8-win season this year. 8 wins, really impressive when you consider that Jordan Tyson missed 3 or 4 games right in the middle of the season. Their quarterback, Sam Levitt, went down for the year in late October, had several other injuries, and yet they were somehow able to, find 8 wins, despite all the injuries. So it's a program that has really become revitalized, and the two guys you're talking about are huge reasons why this team has had success the last 2 years. And I think that's probably something that the Browns and other NFL teams look at. I think a lot of NFL teams want to draft guys who are winners, guys who have played in good programs, or guys in this particular case who literally turned a program on its flip side and built something out of what was almost nothing. And these two have been extremely instrumental in all that.
Tim, hey, thank you very much. Always appreciate the hospitality when we're covering Ohio State in your stadium too. So for Fiesta Bowls, and we do appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Great insight, Tim.
Bet.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We'll talk to you soon. Tim Healey, Arizona State Sun Devils play-by-play guy, giving us a lowdown on Jordan Tyson and Maxi Anachor. So interesting stuff. Let's talk about what he had to say, because I mean, I'd love to see Jordan Tyson come play for the Browns. 216-474-0092. Again, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
No missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Darryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
What a show. What a show. It's still more good stuff to come. But we had Paul Hines on at 11:20. Tim May show with Clay Hall. Had him on at 12:40, and then we just talked to Tim Healey with back-to-back Tims there. The Arizona State Sun Devils play-by-play guy. He talked about the rebirth of their program a little bit. I'd love to see Jordan Tyson end up with the Browns. I think it'd be fun. I'm just caught up because he came to watch his brother play basketball, and then I was like, all right, I got to watch more out of this guy. The other thing I kind of like, and don't you think it'd be interesting that if he ended up coming here after a year in Colorado when, what it was Deion's famous line, or he said something about, you're all free to go when he took over the team. Do you remember he said something like that? It was like,
yeah, he clearly made it known that you're not my guys.
Yeah, and so Jordan Tyson was one of those guys that wasn't his guy, and then all of a sudden, if Shedeur was his quarterback in Cleveland, I think that's a fascinating story. I know it's a little bit
There is
drama-filled,
Dan looking for drama again.
A little bit of drama there.
Just looking for drama.
Don't you think that's kind of fun though? I wasn't good enough to play for your dad, but I guess I'm good enough to play with you.
No, I've had enough drama.
Oh, come on. That's all we have is
I'm
drama.
so tired of drama.
Can I throw out a scenario?
Jeff Phelps, scenario time.
The more this, the closer we get to the draft, and the closer we get to seeing this team, as a whole, once they get things going, I keep getting this scenario in my head. I know they need a left tackle. Okay, we all know that. We know they need a lineman. What if they took Carnell Tate at 6? And then Jordan Tyson or Lemon if he dropped, or Boston at 24, and took 2 wide receivers in the first round. Chris Bell from Louisville. Took him maybe in the second round instead. If they came out with 2 wide receivers out of their first 3 picks, well, that would answer the question as to who are your top 3 wide receivers, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I've said for the last...
And I don't mind that. I don't mind that idea.
I've said for the last couple months here that if they walk away with either 2 offensive linemen and 1 wide receiver, or 2 wide receivers and 1 offensive lineman in those first 3 picks, as long as they can play, it's successful.
Yeah.
Scenario
there
of...
is that.
The scenario of... But I'm talking about need. Mm-hmm. I'm not taking the best player on the board. I'm talking about need. And so I won't have any problem.
Which is, I think, a tough way to draft.
Hopefully, the highest player on your board, though, you've teed up your board so that you have wide receivers and offensive linemen there.
Well, but you're not going to... If you're going to do your board properly, it's not based on position. It's based on skill. Wouldn't you think?
Yes. Yeah. It should be who you think is the best, and it shouldn't really matter what position at all, right? If you're sitting there and would Green Bay do this? This is why I always think about when Green Bay drafts quarterbacks. Like, do they ever care who the quarterback is at the time, for the most part? If they thought they could get a quarterback that's going to help them down the road, it doesn't matter. They'll put them on the bench for a little bit, and then they'll put them out there when the time is right.
Well, they drafted their guys in the 20s, though. Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love were drafted in the 20s.
But that's because they're good.
They take a ton of late-round flyers.
Yeah, it was great value. Yeah.
They do a lot
Brunel,
of 4th, 5th,
Hasselbeck,
6th-round flyers.
Matt Flynn.
They're notorious for that. And then let those guys. But again, I will always say this about people. It's why I'm going to be fascinated what happens down in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that the Packers have is the fact that they are run by a board. There's no owner who is the biggest fan of the Green Bay Packers who is banging the table and saying, you must play the first-round quarterback. You must play the first-round quarterback. That, and you've had 2 Hall of Famers, which makes it a little bit easier to let those guys sit to begin with. But there's nobody banging the table saying, I have to see the first-round pick. It's just a different animal. the guy who hired the general manager is the guy who has the similar thought process as the general manager.
Yeah, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I don't know that. Could you see that? But the NFL hates it.
Oh, they despise it.
They can't stand it.
They hate it. Yeah. They hate the fact that it used to be Mark Murphy. Now it's Carmen Policy's son, whose name I can never remember.
Junior.
Yeah. Well, here's the other one I wanted to toss to you guys, too.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are saying Jordan Tyson is the best wide receiver in this draft. Talent-wise, top to bottom, he is the best wide receiver. He's had a lot of injuries, though. He's never played an entire college football season because, as Tim Healey laid out, broken collarbone, hamstring issues, all of that in between. He's going to have a private workout. When you see those injuries, gentlemen, does that guy get removed from your board high, or do you look at that and say, okay, maybe I can get him in here and figure out what is causing these problems?
I wouldn't take him at 6. I know that for sure. His injury situation scares me a little bit. Now he's had 2 injuries that you can't say that make him injury prone. He had a torn ACL when he was at Colorado, and then he had the collarbone. I mean, sometimes the ligaments just tear, and sometimes the bones just break. Now the hamstring is a different thing. Hamstrings can be chronic, but broken bones aren't chronic. ACLs aren't chronic. So I would think about that. Dano, and I've mentioned this website before, NFLDraftBuzz.com. We did that, used it extensively when we were doing all of our quarterback stuff, looking ahead. They have Tyson listed as the 3rd best wide receiver, behind Lemon and Tate. And I think, okay, well, they have Mekhi Lemon number 1 ahead of Tate. But if you could end up, and I'm not even going to, if you could end up with one of the top 3 guys, and whichever one the Browns, who haven't been able to draft a wide receiver to save their lives, deem to be the best one, and then say one out of the next group of guys, and we talked about Casey Concepcion, Chris Brazzell from Tennessee, Denzel Boston from Washington, Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. You drafted 2 of those guys. Man, it answers a lot of questions on your offense.
It does. I'm intrigued. I look at all this stuff and it's just I can't wait till we get to the draft, just because I want to see all this stuff out and what happens there.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, let me take up a phone calls. Ryan is in Cape Canaveral. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Meredith and gentlemen, I want to talk about great stuff with Tim. Again, man, I could listen to that guy for hours, man.
Which Tim, May or Healey?
I know. Yeah, it's a couple of them there, man. I bought them first and foremost, but the first one is just, he's a rock star when it comes to his personality. Hey, I digress, dude. I want to chime in on the conversation on the wide receiver. I am all against taking it at number 6. Listen, this is not a Paul Warfield type of draft that we're going to get a Hall of Fame level pick. And again, I'm not saying I want a Hall of Famer. I do want a perennial Pro Bowler level type of player at wide receiver, hypothetically, if he's picked number 6. I'm not saying it's not either Tate or Tyson. I'm merely saying I'm just not entrusting of them. I obviously feel Jeremiah Smith next year is that caliber. I just don't see, an elite wide receiver, a Megatron, type of player coming out. I do feel that these are very solid players. I just, as a Browns fan, we've had our bad scenarios, obviously, when it comes to wide receiver, especially in the second round, Robisky and Little, and just a whole conundrum. Even the guy from Baylor some years back. I mean, there's just been just lackluster outcomes with these wide receivers. I feel very confident when it comes to pick 6 with a left tackle, a quarterback, or a rush defensive end. Those are the 3 components, the most important ones. Unless you get an elite player at these other positions, the only one I see elite these mild positions is Caleb Downs, and that's it. But again, guys, I'm all in on trading out of that pick unless they could find a way to get either the tackle out of Miami or Downs. But
Gotcha.
Hey guys, I'm gonna watch the splashdown here in NASA.
Good luck.
In a couple hours.
Take some pictures. Send them back to us.
You guys have a great day, guys.
Talk to you later. Ryan, our reporter on Aramis 2.
We all want to be Ryan.
He's got a good gig. He's all over the place.
All over.
I have an offensive line question for you. We got to bring that up when we come back. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. If you're on the line, hang on. Hey, everybody. It's Andy. And then once you get to the season, say, you know what, maybe. And then if there's a team that might be a contender, maybe jump in with them. I don't want him to do that. But if I was Joel, I understand why. If he's retired, I'm surprised he hasn't said it yet. He hasn't said it yet.
I hope Andrew Berry has a feel for whether or not he's going to come back. And I would assume that he does, and I would assume that feel is no, he's not. Because I do think Andrew has to make sure he's covered. And they've brought in 3 guys, and then they signed Tevin Jenkins again. So they might be covered, especially after you get out of the draft. And if you brought in Joel, it would, make it even better. But I would assume, Andy, just the fact that we've heard very, very little, that you would assume, doesn't mean it's true, that he's not coming back to the Browns. I would assume he might not play football at all, because if you're a big-time talent like Joel is still, you would think you would have signed with somebody, because teams are moving on and signing other guys. The idea that maybe when somebody gets hurt later, you go in there, that might be a different deal. But
I'd play it like that. If I were him,
Well, teams around the NFL can't sit back and wait. We might be able to get Bitonio. Let's not fill our guard spot, and let's just wait for him. Oh,
and that's why I'm not saying
he's
that.
Not coming here.
Yeah,
then you're in trouble.
Well, I wouldn't play if I'm Joel. I'm playing the game. I'll wait and see until if a guard goes down, then maybe I will go play somewhere else. Why? I mean, if you don't feel like going through all this stuff right now, I'd wait. I've waited for him. Someone's going to lose a guard.
You're making the assumption he doesn't want to go through all this stuff, and if he goes to a new team, he might really want that. Let's put it this way. It's never been a problem for him to show up for work.
I agree. So maybe he's enjoying a little bit of rest, and he's going to take his time. He's still going to figure out, but he's not. We haven't crossed him off the board. Take a couple phone calls here real quick, and then we'll see why we're smarter. Anthony is in Missoula. You at Reds or Stocks? Where are you at?
I'm in neither. It's not that late.
That's right. Well, it's never too
5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Yeah, Mo Burger.
Hey, to Jeff's point about, I wish the Browns wouldn't every year be in the situation where we're drafting for need, which we definitely are, because I am all on board for the Ruben Bain train, man. That guy could crush it for us and for years to come.
Yeah.
But we won't, of course, get him, right?
Well, you could.
Oh, I think it'd be absolutely, what a great pairing it would be.
Anthony, I think there's going to be some defensive talent sitting there at 6 who might make them think, wait a minute. Let's take 2 or 3 wide receivers later, and we'll get our linemen, but we can't pass up this guy.
Oh, God, I would hope so.
Here's another one. Let's not forget the other edge rusher who's here. They just renegotiated his contract, so.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, like I said, my ticket's punched. The Ruben Bain train showed me all year. That guy is outstanding. It'd just be great to match him up with Mason Graham and of course, Miles on the other side. So
love it, Anthony. Love it. Go Grizz. Talk to you later. Thank you. One more 30 seconds with Thomas and Shaker. Go ahead, Thomas.
No, real quick, I just want to say that I am very infatuated with Jordan Tyson. I like him, his toughness. The injury factor is kind of concerning to me. Sure. I do like your idea, Jeff, of drafting 2 receivers. But I think the best thing for them to do at 6 is trade down. Or if Caleb Downs falls to them, I would not be opposed to taking Caleb Downs at 6. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Thomas.
And that goes to the stud defensive player. If somebody's sitting there at 6, Thomas, as we just mentioned with Anthony, man, I'd be hard-pressed not to do that, especially if that defensive player is significantly more highly rated on the Browns board.
That's best available player, right? If you do that.
And, Andy, to be honest, I think that's what good teams do. And I'm hoping our team becomes a good team.
We got to get there. I don't think does Ruben Bain make it to 6? That's another question.
Well, but, Andy, one of those defensive guys is going to make it to 6. One of those big-time guys. The talk now is David Bailey's going to go 2 to the Jets.
I saw that. I did see that.
He's a big-time guy. Caleb Downs, big-time guy.
I mean, you're probably looking at Reese Bailey, Bain. I don't know. It's interesting to see who's going to get picked for the Browns. And it's going to change the way you look. Man, it's fast. I can't wait. I'm so pumped. Can the draft be today?
Nope.
You know what can be today? Moment of the show. Hi, Mare.
Hello. Moment of the show. It came from Tim May, and we were talking about the Masters. So obviously that has to be the moment. And he was talking about why when a golfer wins one Masters, they have a habit of winning more Masters.
Yeah, it explains how Tiger Woods could win his last major was the Masters, because you know what? He knows the course, and he's got a game for that course, et cetera. Ben Crenshaw won it, I covered his first win in '84, and that was the only time I've ever been to the Masters, but totally enjoyed it. Got my money's worth. Plus, of course, I didn't have to pay. I was getting paid to be there, but that's a story for another day. But the bottom line was, then he won it again, 11 years later, when his longtime coach, Harvey Pinnock, passed away.
95.
I mean, you just when you think you've got this figured out. I mean, the guy, if I was rooting for a guy this year, and it's probably hurting him right now, but if I was rooting for one guy this year, it'd be Justin Rose, because he's been really close 3 times, including last year, the whole coronation of Rory McIlroy, but Justin Rose almost beat him, you know. Mm-hmm. It went OT, as the old saying goes. So, yeah, it's just an interesting tournament. It seems really hard to win, but if you win it once, it seems like you can do it again. I mean, it's pretty funny that way.
Very poignant. Tim May Show with Clay Hall was with us at 12:40. Tim Healey, Arizona State Sun Devils play-by-play guy at 1 o'clock. Paul Hines was with us at 11:20. It's time now for Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Smarter Today, courtesy of Tim Healey. A lot of good stuff in there about Jordan Tyson. I have been fascinated by that guy for a long time. Man, I hope he can stay healthy because he's dynamic.
Meredith Kane.
I am smarter because of our conversation about the Guardians, and specifically when Gabriel Arias returns from the injured list, and maybe what happens with Juan Brito, what might happen if Travis Bazzana gets called up. And it feels like year after year, this infield logjam is something that the Guardians tend to deal with pretty regularly.
Jeff Phelps.
I'm going to go with Meredith. Our conversation with Paul Hoynes and kind of shuffling through some of the Guardians right now. It's only 13 games, so there's a lot to still kind of pan out here. But if a couple of these guys emerge and really become big-time players, I can't wait to see more of them. And I think Stephen Vogt might have to tinker with what's worked for him the last 2 years if he actually gets guys who are capable of being starting baseball players in the major leagues.
I am smarter and not smarter today. I am smarter because of our conversation with Paul Hoynes, and I enjoyed that and talking about what the future could be and the way they're going to move the chess pieces down the road if they need it. I am not smarter and disappointed in both of you. That's right, Dan Mennigan, Jeff Phelps, because you would not let me have my hawk call moment with Paul Hoynes. And I am just devastated by that. We'll have to talk about that in the meeting and see what happens after.
You gave it a good shot.
I tried, man.
About a minute and a half of, come on, Hoynesy.
You guys took away my moment. You want to try your mic on? I hear you. Turn your mic on. Your mic is not working, my friend. Wow. What is the problem? I've never seen this before. We have silenced Dan Mennigan.
Our engineers finally come through for us.
That is a way to start the weekend. Hey, everybody, have a great weekend. Please have a safe weekend. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon drive takes you home. Dags.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey.
can take some of the opportunities I'm talking about. He's cheesing over here too. He was great. Tinier than I thought. He was great.
Tinier. The man's like 6 feet tall. He's like 225 pounds.
No, I know.
But you got like 7 pounds on him and 2 inches. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if The Rock walks in the room, I got nothing on him.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy F-Off Friday, Cleveland. Happy Feel Good Friday. Happy, let's get the rest of this junky weather out of Ohio. Weather Friday, a little clunky. We're still working on the branding there, but that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And we salute the supreme leader, because if we didn't, there'd be real consequences. We've got Jake Murray, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing for us today. As always, if you're watching along on YouTube, make sure to go ahead and subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It is free after all. And like our videos, we desperately liked to be liked. No, nay. We love to be liked. We've got Meredith Kane in the 2020s as well today. And let's see, another day, another Browns draft rumor, Gardo's hype, Cavs lose-win dilemma tonight. How we doing, JP?
Hello, how's it going today?
I'm doing great. I'm so jazzed for this weekend.
Really? What do you got going on?
Well, tomorrow I'll be at the Great Lakes Collectors Convention at the Independence Fieldhouse, and we're doing something that I've been wanting to do for a very long time. It's at 10:30. It's a WRRO roundtable with the guys that own the station. That's the station my dad got back into radio at in the mid-'90s. A lot of big names. Dave Denholm, voice of the LAFC. Dan McDowell, who everybody knows here, everybody loves here. His brother still lives here down in Dallas. Just one of the heavyweights. Andy Baskin, way back in the day. I don't know why he's waving at me. I got you. I was going to get your damn name.
Is he invited?
Well, he wasn't there when I was there, so no.
I didn't know if this is an exclusive 90s thing.
But Daryl was there, my buddy AJ Agresta, Mighty Joe, and so we're just going to do a whole send-up of that. I'm very excited for that, and then I'll be walking around. So anybody that wants to come out and say hi, please do. Enjoy the round table. Everybody that's going to be there is going to be a crack-up. You're going to love that, but I always love this event. More importantly, makes me feel, it's just another way. I'd love we got a couple remotes next week. I love feeling connected to everyone.
Yeah, like out and about, yeah.
The only downside of doing the studio part of this every day is you can get a little disconnected, right, from the greater kind of force field here. And so I'm excited to plug back in.
Well, you got to always stay getting out and about with the people. You got to shake hands, get out there.
Yeah, but I really like my property.
I know. The problem is you live too far from downtown. So like any trip that is if it's not work, it seems like a lot of work to actually make it here.
I also think my problem is that I just am such a homebody. Like I really do think there aren't a lot of points of massive difference between Vanessa and I, but there are times where I'm like, I know Vanessa wants to go do 75 things this weekend.
Yeah.
I might have 3 in me this weekend.
Oh, yeah. So, like, last weekend, for instance, like, we stocked up, and all of a sudden, before you know it, it's like, I got zoo on the docket. I'm going to try to play 9 holes, and then we're going to go to dinner with a bunch of friends, and then after, and it was like, and then we threw the Guardians game in there randomly, and it was like, how do I got 7 things. It's a Saturday. I have 7 things. There's no way I can accomplish all this.
Does that at least mean Sunday is completely unbooked? Because I like that. I'll do a hardcore day if the other one is completely left unchecked.
Doesn't work, unfortunately, for myself. But here's what's interesting about how my wife operates. I've noticed a lot of people in Northeast Ohio operate this same way, is that it's like they're good at the hibernating side of things when it's winter, and they're very good about that. And then like my schedule doesn't get overloaded. Like it will be that Saturday's heavy, but then Sunday's a nice, easy, relaxed day. But when it hits the winter and it's 70 degrees, all we're doing is we're just out and about 24/7 for the whole entire weekend.
It's so funny you said this. Vanessa said, it's going to be kind of icky on Saturday, but Sunday, can we go ahead and till my garden?
Yeah, Sunday's going to be awesome. And Saturday's not the greatest day. Sunday's going to be 70s. Should be nice.
I was like, no, I have a sprained ankle. Like the worst thing you can do with a bad ankle is put it into swampy, marshy, freshly tilled land. And and we got a pretty nice tiller that is basically pulls you off the spot constantly.
Sounds like you're just getting out of yard work is what's happening here.
I'm not above it, but this time it actually is a valid reason because it could inflame my ankle issues even more. She's like, do you think I could do it? And in my head, I thought, absolutely not. You're going to hate every second of it. But I said, I'll be there to help you.
Yeah.
We tried to. I didn't want to, because I don't want to be the guy that's like, absolutely not. Like, I don't know your limitations. Sure, why the hell not?
Yeah, so the way this weekend is actually setting up, because Saturday's not as good as Sunday, Saturday's when I actually have to do all the yard work. Because my wife will want to stay in because it's like it'll be 50 degrees, and so she'll go back into her hibernating mode.
Smart.
And then I'll be like, all right, I got to get the yard work done. I got to mow this weekend. I got to weed and feed. There's some things I got to take care of, and so I'll just be out in the cold.
Dave's got to take care of the lawn. Now, we do get to a big piece of news in the NFL that is Cleveland adjacent, but definitely involves the Browns coming up in a couple weeks here, and certainly has involved the Browns over the last year. And that was this update on last year's number 2 pick, potential Cleveland Brown, and now Jacksonville Jaguar Travis Hunter. Courtesy
they expect
NFL
him
Network.
to be a full-time corner, part-time receiver, which when you talk to teams last year, that probably was where they thought the value was and really where they thought the production would lie. So maybe this coming year, we're going to get to see the player that they drafted, that they traded up for last year.
All right. So basically, he's saying that Travis Hunter will be a full-time corner this year. That sound courtesy of NFL Network. We're not I Was Right radio guys. However, I was right. The only thing that surprises me about this turn from Jacksonville, that they turned the unicorn into a hornless horse after one season. Because I had said the whole time, it is not practical. Whether it's a part-time receiver, full-time corner, full-time receiver, part-time corner, it's not practical in today's day NFL. It's not 1970 and sure as hell not 1947.
The autonomy of football doesn't exist anymore.
Yes. Well, especially when we're talking about 2 premier skilled positions where it's not like if he was elite on both sides of the ball, it's going to make him one more damn cent. You're either going to be paid as an elite wide receiver or corner, not both.
Well, so I always thought that he would actually gravitate towards the wide receiver side of things because you tend to make more money if you're an elite wide receiver. Jamar Chase makes $40 million. Justin Jefferson makes $40 million. And so, like, the high end, whereas Denzel Ward makes $25 million a year. Like, the high end, it pays to be a much better wide receiver than it is a corner.
So what's funny about that is that also makes me wonder who made this choice.
Well, it just tells me that he doesn't really have the options out of this because if he legitimately was able to choose and he was going to go follow the money, he'd go wide receiver. Clearly what they found out and what this kind of exposed last year is that he's not nearly the wide receiver that he was projected out to be, but has a chance to be a really good corner.
Yeah, and what's funny about what you just said is that was one of the things people said is he was just starting to find his groove as wide receiver. Then he got hurt. Then they made the Jacoby Myers trade. And then that kind of put the kibosh on Travis Hunter as a wide receiver at all. And it's funny because I understand if you look at this and go, it's too early for Browns fans to take a victory lap on this because it's the Browns. And we only have 1 year of Mason Graham. We only have 1 year. I think Quinshon's the other pick out of this.
Yeah, Quinshon,
Let's be a little bit more. And to hell
Dylan
with that.
Sampson, too, right?
Dylan Sampson, thank you very much. And we've got the 2026 first-round pick, the 24th pick because of this. I say to hell with that. Like, I still think Travis Hunter has a chance to be the best player out of all the draft picks involved, right? Unless Mason Graham takes another worldly kind of jump in the pass rush this year. But I'll still take a high-level starting defensive tackle, medium-level starting running back, a plug-and-play kind of, jet running back, and then another first-round pick over a really nice starting corner, which is all I think Travis Hunter's ever going to be.
Well, so what's nice for Travis Hunter is that he's not living with like a doom and gloom scenario because the franchise, although they needed a big boost in both spots, that's why they were trying to get 2 for 1. They went to the playoffs. They won 11 games. Like, they're in a good spot. If they were in our spot and then we had actually drafted Travis Hunter, the sky would be falling after hearing some of this stuff.
I think what's interesting about this, I'm so glad you said that too, because I haven't seen any criticism for Jacksonville. And James Glenn, and it's because they're coming off a winning season. What did Munkin say? Control the narrative, win. That's how you control the narrative.
Yes, which is, again, also like how to be wealthy, add more money to your bank account.
3 years from now, don't be surprised if the more of these moves and they falter, because I think, like, we talk about Mason Graham, Schlesinger, Quinshon, Fannin, and the impact that those 4 guys had on on Andrew Berry's future. I think there was a lot of trepidation, not from me, but there was a lot of trepidation from a lot of Browns fans about trading down because we remember Julio Jones for Phil Taylor, Owen Marisek, and a lot of nothing. I think a huge thing that saved Andrew Berry's job and allowed him to get the slip on Kevin Stefanski on who takes the blame for the failure of the 2 previous years and even a bit of Deshaun. I think I don't think we've given enough credit to the trade down and how well it's worked out for the Browns as a way of doing. Like the Browns have already taken their victory.
It's last year's draft in and of itself. Like the whole last year's draft, that is what saved Andrew Berry, in my opinion. And that's the thing now. Like as it's funny how it shouldn't take one draft to erase the previous 5 years of not being good at drafting, but you get further away from DePodesta. You start to believe that he's got his hand at being the one that is going to be able to make a lot of these decisions, and like this is what Andrew Berry has going for himself. That's why it's paramount that he hits another awesome draft this year. Like he can really stamp himself down as being some sort of draft guru.
Our buddy Jason Clark hitting us up. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers. Cleveland's premier jewelry store, saying might as well consider the Newsome-Campbell trade as part of the overall trade because losing Campbell and Newsome has to factor into Hunter moving full-time as well. Yes, I think that's a totally fair. Like, I think in terms of Andrew Berry's internal stock in Berea, the trade down looks like such a massive win when 2 of your guys are starters and the other guy is no longer a unicorn and wasn't midseason either.
And we still have an unknown attached to all of this, too, with pick number 24.
And then you have Tyson Campbell and Greg Newsome, how bad Newsome looked in Jacksonville, how good Tyson looked here, and the compounding effect of MJ Emerson not having to overpay him coming off a bounce-back year because you were in a sticky wicket without Tyson Campbell.
Now I want to say something after we've done all the real NFL thoughts and how this relates to everything, and I think we've covered the bases as well as we could have. It's not bad for the Shador's going to be a great quarterback camp. I'm just going to throw that out there. Yeah, you gave a look, right? Well, everyone said, oh, Travis Hunter is the one that made Shador really go at Colorado. He was the one that really made everything shine at Colorado. He won a Heisman. He was the one pulling down all these magnificent catches. It was all him. It was Travis Hunter, not Shador Sanders. Oh, man, 1 season in, already not even a wide receiver. How about that?
I will tell you.
How about that? Turns out Shador maybe can make a wide receiver look pretty good.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
That
should spin.
I had to wait. until I couldn't do it in the early part. I had to wait.
It's been a minute. So you get double props. Yeah. You get multiple. You know what? You get multiple kudos. We turn it into a kudos.
Yes.
1, patience.
Yes.
And that is something that both of us struggle with sometimes. We're so antsy in the pantsy.
Just want to get after it.
And then 2, that's the best spin you've had.
Thank you.
In well over a month. You've had a couple good sneaky ones that have kind of gone under-recognized, if I'm being honest, from my standpoint.
Honest, that was your best. We've really not talked much Shador as of late.
And I don't think we've got enough credit for
it. We never do.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like the other day, somebody was like, oh, your wife's got to be worried about how much you love Shador. And I'm like, he hasn't come up once today.
Yeah.
He hasn't come up in the past week. It's been very, very tiny amount.
More in the bedroom.
Of Shador.
For months.
I mean... You want to spice up your life.
Do you wear the number 2?
No, stop. You're going to go down to the Shadildo route, and I don't want you to do that. Whoa, family show.
I believe it was either Dilder. I think it was the Shadong.
No,
that's gross, what. And by the way, that was Roberto Shenanigans.
All the way around.
With the Shadong, not Nick Wilson. I have no Shadong.
You guys are just not real people sometimes, is what that is.
That's fair.
Yeah, but 1 year later, Travis Hunter just not even really going to be a wide receiver. How about that?
Is it too early to take a victory lap on the Travis Hunter trade, given that he is now a full-time corner and a unicorn no more? He lost his horn. Had to make the joke. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst at 3, usually joins us earlier in the week. This week, join us on a Friday. Bob Rathbun. I'm not saying that right at all. Play-by-play announcer for the Atlanta Hawks.
That's not going to sound like at 4 o'clock.
Sounded like Shadong again.
Still concussed.
For the Atlanta Hawks. Nope, this is all me. This is all my failures. Browns Oars for JP coming up at 6 o'clock as well, but we got a loaded show for you today, 216-474-0092. Is it too early to take a Travis Hunter trade victory lap and the Browns olive branch to their fans potentially in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Make the most.
with Kane.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here. Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes. A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, college football analyst, NFL analyst, one of our true favorite draft guests that we have on throughout the entirety of the draft season. Usually joins us earlier in the week. This week it's a Friday. Can't wait to kind of join him. I have a read on one other spot in the draft that I think is getting some of the effect from the Travis Hunter trade down.
Oh,
so
okay.
If anybody's been paying attention to the Jets at 2, it's been Arvell Reese for as long as I can possibly remember.
The market has completely changed.
Well, and it was 3 big draft guys. I know Albert was on it. I think Daniel Jeremiah, and there's maybe it was Pete.
Pete Schrager. Yeah.
Yeah. So all 3 of them have flipped to David Bailey, Texas Tech edge rusher, at 2.
And the Vegas markets, by the way, have followed suit.
And, well, when those 3 guys.
Yeah.
Now, is there a chance they're all talking to the same guy? Sure. But I just looked at that and I went, oh, this is their last ditch to see who might be willing to move up for David Bailey. Because I think of all the teams that might have an odd front, I think David Bailey might have the highest defensive grade for a lot of teams. I don't know that they're actually going to pull it off. And I do think David Bailey fits their defensive scheme. But I still think it's Arvell Reese.
Okay, so my read on it was much less dishonest than yours. Mine was the idea that I think Aaron Glenn is done after the season, and I think people in the Jets know that, and they're trying to. They're basically telling the people that matter what the plans are, and they're trying to make themselves seem good. It's an exchange of currency that's happening here, and it's all in getting themselves ready for and set up for the idea that this is Glenn's last year.
Now, somebody who agrees with me on this, Ben Albright, who we know has a interesting reputation for some Clevelanders. I've always found him to be a really good dude and really on the up and up, but he still leans Arvell Reese in saying, while everyone's switching to David Bailey, he's not. The funny thing is, I do think Arvell Reese has been, no matter who the GM is, the perfect Arizona pick over the last decade. No one has drafted positionless guys more without making them work out more. Hassan Reddick, who became a much better player after leaving Arizona.
For me, it's Isaiah Simmons.
Isaiah Simmons, certainly.
The Swiss Army knife.
Collins, again, is he an edge rusher? Is he an outside linebacker? There's a couple other cases, but Arvell Reese is one of those dudes where if, like you said, he went to the Jets. Okay, I'm not big on Aaron Glenn, the head coach. I think they got a chance to make it work out. Certainly the Giants, although I still think it's weird that you would take another edge rusher with Burns and Thibodeau and all the other guys they have there.
Yeah.
But Arvell Reese with Harbaugh, I think, has a real chance to be really interesting. He goes to Arizona. It might be the one place that I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. He's not going to be Micah Parsons there. He's going to be Hassan Reddick, and 5 years from now he'll be somewhere really good and be somewhere really good.
I just like the shakeups. I like all the noise because remember this is we're getting in that spot where last year at this time that's when Andrew Berry and the Browns started to go really hard for Travis Hunter, and it was just all just to throw people off. We're in that part of the year where things are happening, people are talking to everyone, but I also just don't believe anybody at all.
I will tell you, at least the Browns, and listen. Does it make doing this show easy? Not necessarily. But I will say, it makes it interesting that Andrew Berry's one of the GMs that likes to keep the cloud heavy and thick. Like, it does keep the NFL draft. Like, this is not a wildly interesting NFL draft. Like, Fernando Mendoza, even as a pick, is somewhat of a, okay. Right? There are a lot of okays. Like, guys who will be good football players, but there aren't a lot of sizzle kind of players here, personality-wise, style-wise. And yet, here in Cleveland, I think whether it's the Caden Proctor stuff, which Jordan Reed came out with today, that he's in play at 6. Who was it the other day? We had some, Mawagnoa or Fano, right? We've had those guys. Even now, like Ben Albright saying Carnell Tate. Like, all right, you're keeping me guessing. That is you're keeping this interested, and that I will give you one feather in your cap, one single kudo there, Andrew Barry.
Someone we've had on the show a couple times, Tage Seth from Sumer Sports. Today he had a whole tweet. He was like, I don't know where the Browns are going to go, and he laid it all out. It's like offensive lineman, do they go wide receiver, positionally offensive lineman, historically works better in the top 10, but this might be their route for wide receiver, and he ended it being like, I'm captivated by the Browns in day one. Like, to kind of speak to what you're saying, like the idea that the Browns keep everything so tight-lipped and they keep it so close to their vest, like it does make for fireworks on that night. It doesn't do much for us leading up to that, but on that night, it makes it a real mystery, and that is kind of fun.
Also doesn't mean they'll get it right, but
no, not at all.
I will say the wide receiver that I've seen most commonly linked to the Cleveland Browns at 6 has been Carnell Tate, as Ben Albright has suggested, as I think
no extra commentary by Albright there either.
Yeah, no, just no
notes needed on that one.
Didn't
just
feel like
Tate,
any explanation. Yeah, but Rich Eisen was on the Rich Eisen Show, aptly named, and talked about why Tate makes sense for the Browns and their fans at 6.
I know you don't draft for the fans, right? But if you can draft for the fans and check a major box and fill a massive need, that's the triple play, right? If the Cleveland Browns take Carnell Tate and tell all those Buckeye nuts in their fan base, we have Carnell Tate now, okay? And their new head coach, Todd Monken, comes from the offensive mindset. You add Carnell Tate to this mix, and you're telling the Browns fans, we know you know this guy, come on out and watch Cleveland Browns football. Don't you think that would get people excited?
Is there like a specific regional diction that comes out with Monken? Is that just what this is? Is it like a Yinzer thing? Is it a Northeast thing? Because like the Shador thing still drives me crazy.
Yeah.
All right, it really does. But I've lessened on it.
People here that can't say Shador's name.
But now Monken, I can't have this. It's very clearly Monken.
Yeah, it's not up for debate.
Like, do we need to have Todd? If you're listening, 216-474-0092. Can you make sure? Are we saying it right?
He's probably been battling this for his whole life. You know what I mean?
Is this like
I don't know.
ETN, HN thing?
I don't think it's that far off. This is more like it might be more like a Tyrod and Tyrod Taylor type thing.
Which I still think Tyrod is just blowing smoke and messing with us.
No, and he did. He basically did. Like it went for like 4 weeks. I remember everyone changed it. We changed it in every update and everything like that. And it was a very official, like 92.3 the stance of like, all right. Tyrod it is, and then like 4 weeks later he came out and was like, yeah, my mom cared about that. I don't really care about that.
It feels like Andy Roth was behind that one.
He was.
Sure that
I remember him telling me specifically. The 92.3 the fan stance on this is we say Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah,
I said we have an official stance now? He said we have an official stance now.
So that was also...
It lasted 4 weeks.
Inside information. I was Charlotte at that point, but I texted Andy like, oh, Tyrod, big stuff, huh? And he replied as if I wasn't being facetious. And he was like, we got to get this right, Nick. And I was like, you don't. It could change again.
It starts there, right? Yeah, it starts there. We have to get some things right. Please try with the pronunciation guide.
But I do think, like, listen, the Browns have occasionally made the wrong pick for the right reason, right? Johnny Manziel was going to sell a bunch of jerseys and sell a bunch of tickets. The problem was he was a bad pick, and there was nothing that was going to change him to be a good pick because he wasn't ready to be an adult. I still don't think he's ready to be an adult. So I understand if you hear what Rich Eisen is saying and saying, like, yeah, no fan service with a number 6 pick. If that's the number one reason why the Browns are interested in Carnell Tate, they are much dumber than anyone thinks. And I don't think they are, by the way.
I mean, I think they've gone out of their way to not cater to the fan. I'm confused as to why now all of a sudden they would cater to the fan.
I think more likely they look at Carnell, they really like him if they pick him at 6. And they just go, oh, but we get that nice like, I think sometimes it is, whether it's the Browns or anybody else, sometimes I think we put the cart before the horse with this stuff. Like, do I think the Browns might see an added value with Carnell because he went to Ohio State? Do I think he would be? If Carnell came here and was just T. Higgins, 1,000 yards a season, just consistently a really good wide receiver, or even better than that, do I think that would help in the same way I think Denzel has helped?
Well, Denzel's the one I keep thinking about. Denzel's from here and then obviously went to Ohio State. He should be like a poster child for people that the fans love. People like Denzel.
Well, he's been injured though. That's the big bugaboo for Cleveland fans.
People like Denzel. They don't love Denzel the same way that they should.
But I don't. But like,
at least you'd think they would with the background.
I still don't think it's like an actionable part of why anyone takes a player. And I do think if the Browns
I
have
don't even
shown
think
us,
it's a tie goes to the runner situation.
You know, I agree 100%. Like, it is hey, that's a really cool, nice thing that helps us, but it has no bearing on the actual decision, even if you do get that nice kiss if you draft him.
Yeah, I would be shocked if the Browns weighed any part of him going to Ohio State into this equation. I mean, outside of like on-field stuff that you have to,
and the fact that Ohio State is the best, one of the 3 best programs in college football, like that has a big thing,
right?
Because
but the actual the fall off of that, or I guess like the come up off of that, is that the idea that somebody out there would be like, well, I love Carnell Tate just because he went to Ohio State. I'm sure that exists, but that's not why the Browns would be doing that.
Now, this being said, because we always have a debate about how much does this matter to Browns fans, I do think the central thesis that Rich is working with is 100% true. And that is, while our situation with Denzel's been a little weird, for me, like I think the guy is consistently one of the best corners in the NFL, and I know that because other wide receivers won't shut up about it in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
We don't, in the same way we don't treat Miles with the exact same luster that maybe he deserves.
Yeah.
Like, it's only a couple percentage points off now, but it's still not exactly where it should be for what he's done in the NFL. Denzel's, I think, even more heightened case of that. But I'll tell you, the only reason a majority of Browns fans, not the only, a big reason the majority of Browns fans are just Tate at 6 no matter what, it's because the guy played at Ohio State. So like the kernel of what he said, even though I don't think it matters on the Browns side, do I think that if he had played at Alabama, and Alabama's also a good wide receiver school, if he had played at UCLA, do I think people are, this is crazy?
He gets the edge over, let's say, Tyson, or even like Lemon, for instance, at USC. Like, he's going to have the edge over those guys. Of course, I mean, he should. He played every single week in front of Ohio State fans. They know what his game is like. They know what he is. They know what he can be. So I think that almost goes back to the safe side of things. If you're a Browns fan, it's like, I know with certainty Carnell Tate's going to be a good NFL player. I don't know that he's going to be the greatest, but I know he's going to be good, and maybe that's what seeps in with Browns fans too.
I will tell you, in watching Carnell play for the last couple of years, in trying to get a handle on what he'll be in the NFL, and trying to gauge what everybody else thinks he's going to be in the NFL, I have no handle. I don't think he'll be a bust. I really don't. He might be a nice number 2. He might, when Chris Olave came out, I didn't think Chris Olave was going to be as good as Chris has been. I love Garrett Wilson.
You did, and I did, but I remember not many people thinking Emeka Egbuka would be the way that he is.
No, that was a little bit of slot too.
We really liked Egbuka, but the idea that he's been as good as he was not a predominant thought.
But I don't know there's been a prospect that I've tried to weigh everybody else's thoughts, my thoughts, how I felt about him in real time, which is different than, if you just are watching stuff after the fact. And I don't know there's been a player that I've been less settled on how I feel about than Carnell, because my hope is that I'm just underselling him a little bit, because I'm trying to offset my Ohio State fandom, and that maybe in that there's room for upside that I don't see.
Here's what I'll tell you might have happened, and I don't know. You can tell me if I'm wrong here, but like Carnell Tate 2 years ago is not the same player he was last year. Yeah. And I feel like this is tough. It's kind of like when you watch Guardians games, and then you're like, I think Angel Martinez is this, and then slowly but surely he morphs into something else, and you're like, I have to readjust on Angel Martinez. And I feel like last year, just not enough people adjusted to like the leaps that Carnell Tate actually took. There was a lot of games last season where he was the best wide receiver on the field. We didn't have that 2 years ago, but there was a lot of that last year. Even like his contested catch rate, he went from like a 53% to 88% last year. Like there were so many things that he just did at a much better level. And so I feel like maybe a lot of people lived with what they first thought of Carnell maybe a couple years ago.
216-474-0092. Is Rich Eisen right that Carnell Tate is the olive branch pick for the Browns to their fans, and one player that JP and I really don't love for the Browns in this draft might have gotten either the best or worst endorsement you're ever going to hear from an NFL analyst? That's in 5 minutes and quick hits on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you. If you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be your list. So here's my challenge. Pull into any Northeast Ohio
Call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back at a Feel Good Friday and an F-Off Friday. Joe DeLeon with us in about 20 minutes here. A lot of Cavs to get to, some Guardians to get to as well. We'll see where else the show takes us, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion has been compared to Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers. The Browns head coach Todd Monken had in Baltimore. Neither you or I are impressed. We like our receivers to receive, but he has been linked to the Browns with a number 24 pick. On the Mina Kimes show, Mina had an interesting comp for the jet fast wide receiver.
Concepcion has fantastic tape against really good corners. He has a very bad drop rate, but the weird thing about his tape, he makes really impressive catches at times. My son's favorite toy in the world is a machine that shoots Hot Wheels cars, and it does a loop-de-loop. He calls it Hot Wheels game, and we just play it for hours. And that's what Casey Concepcion looks like, a Hot Wheels car being shot out of a cannon.
One, those things are awesome. Two, does this make you want Casey Concepcion more or less?
No, that sounds like a lot of sizzle, no steak there is what it sounds like to me.
The sizzle kind of, for a second, I was like, well, I love that toy, first off. Two.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking because I like a toy.
I might.
Is that enough for you?
For worst, yeah.
Okay.
No, not really. But no, it was, I will tell you, of all the things I've heard to Casey Concepcion that might make me look at him in a different way, and again, it's blazing speed. I do that if he can just cut down on the drops by half, even I was going to say half, even 25%. I think he will be an interesting NFL player. I just don't know. I don't know. There's anything you could tell me at this point that would make me change my feelings because he just fills me with a sense of dread.
No, but what I am thinking about is I'm thinking about him trying to play basically an Isaiah Bond-esque role. And really what I'm thinking about is Zay Flowers scoring that touchdown from Lamar in that must-win game against the Steelers to decide who would go and win the AFC North, and how they just kept going back to Zay Flowers, and it just turned into the Zay Flowers show. And that's the type of thing that I'm sure Monken has gotten addicted to. How could he not get addicted to that? And so I always kind of thought that would maybe end up being an Isaiah Bond type thing, but Casey Concepcion could definitely be that. It's just so many drops. 15 drops in the previous 2 years. It's just way too many drops for my taste. All right, we've come up with Reddit's come up with a way to end tanking in the NBA. Are you ready for this? All right. All arena beers start the season at $10 league-wide, okay? Every beer in the league starts at $10 league-wide. For every win, teams can sell beer for plus 35 cents. For every loss, teams must drop the beer price by 20 cents. If this were in place, the Wizards would have to pay fans 10 cents every time they ordered a beer based off of the record so far.
I mean, I think it feels more punitive to teams, given how important and how much beer sells. Really,
yeah. Imagine your team starting to lose, and then you're not taking it so badly because you're like, I guess I'm paying $3 for a beer. This isn't the worst thing I've ever seen.
Would you think that would actually encourage ticket sales though? Because that also might, if ticket sales for cheaper beer. Also, there's a public safety thing.
There's a 10-cent beer night thing that could happen.
We kind of need some guardrails on this. But at the same point, if it's punitive enough to get the NBA team's attentions, I don't hate it.
I mean, maybe we do this all across the board. Maybe we make it not just for beer. Maybe this also becomes food sales as well. And so, the price of hot dogs go down by a certain amount. And basically, if you have a bad enough team, you're just giving away the concession items. And that's what the owners have to then kind of just eat the cost of it.
In fairness.
Makes a better and more enjoyable experience for everybody involved.
Some arena food is just above prison food.
Yeah, but not at the Cavs Stadium. Cavs are
when I was at the Hornets, it was really rough.
Cavs are really
they
good
got
options.
It fixed, but it was the first 2 years I was down there.
They've got Swenson's there now. What are we talking about?
Well, no, I'm talking about at the Spectrum Center. The first 2 years I wouldn't eat there because I was afraid of getting food poisoning or getting a moldy dog or something like that.
That's gross.
They changed it. They had they're getting high marks now from the NBA, but. Yeah. There are some organizations that really skimp there while then outrageously charging people.
Yeah, I think we've gone too far in the day and age of stadium food, where they try to get extremely cute with a lot of it, and I just don't know that everything is supposed to be served under a hot lamp to then be given to the consumers and ate at like a baseball game, for instance.
Disagree. Are you talking about like the mega, the 3 patties and the bacon and the eggs and all that on a burger,
It's just
like that
not,
kind of thing?
It's just not. I'm a traditionalist on this. Like baseball games, why do hot dogs work at a baseball game? Because they're easy to carry to your seat, and they don't take much effort or work, and then you can just easily dispose of them, and that's it. You have these food items that are like 7 layers large. These nachos that are legitimately, it's like all sorts of different meats and pork and cheese and all this other stuff, and the process of it is just they're just being lit up by a hot lamp. Like it's not. We've gone too far.
JP, I like a world of gray. All right. You want to live in a black and white world. This is what we do with hot dogs. This is what we do with burgers. I want variety. I want a little bit of kinkiness in my food. Okay. And I will tell you, hot dogs, the thing that I've learned from baseball, and a great place in Columbus called Dirty Frank's. Everyone who's been to Columbus will know what I'm talking about this one. Hot dogs are stunningly versatile.
That's why they're at a baseball game all the time.
Well,
Like
yeah,
you
but
can
what I mean
do
by
a lot
versatile,
with them.
that's exactly.
They're easy to carry. They're
And they're
like
easy to
that's,
screw, or they're hard to screw
that's
up.
what makes this work. The problem I'm having right now with some of these baseball items at these different parks is that like this was not meant to be ate at a baseball game. This is not in the convenience of your lap. Is not how you're supposed to eat the 7-layer nacho thing that's happening. And you're making a mess out of everything. And on top of it, they're just not ready to serve. They're not ready to equip to serve some of these really elaborate dishes that they're trying to offer up on a night in, night out basis. Again, they're sitting under these hot lamps. They're trying to make sure that you get like a braised short rib with a wine reduction sauce, and it's like, oh, what are you doing? This is a baseball game. This isn't. You're not going for Top Chef here. It's a baseball game.
Listen, I bet you Edison and Tesla didn't think to themselves, one day people will use this to watch illicit material. But here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Here we are. Innovation.
Before you know it,
that's what America and baseball are about.
You got people like Mac just spilling all over people in front of you at stadiums and just causing all sorts of havoc. That's what you have.
Matt, not Mac. Yeah. Matt.
I don't know.
We know the truth.
We still don't
there.
know.
Yeah.
We don't know really what happened. I just know an old man got his favorite Cavs leather jacket ruined is all I heard.
And God forbid we think about what Mac does with electricity. That's a single man, lives with his mom. Got that incognito tab on fleek. Come on now.
Blame Matt Thomas.
For the usage of...
No, for the...
I just did.
No,
that was an awful one. Dumped it. Dumped it. I didn't until you said, did you dump it? Then I dumped it. Dumped it. No, thank you.
Your hand was migrating towards the dump button.
Stick and
said
move.
Shadong earlier in the show.
I looked to everyone, too. When I said it, I looked to everyone for the marital aid. We looked towards everyone. Yeah, no. That did not come out right. That was me protecting you, Mac, is what that was.
That's what that was.
That was me protecting
Thank you, JP. I appreciate it.
Just
that
dive
wasn't
on
a total cover your
Just
ass
dive
move.
on that.
Because you sounded like the ass clown. It was Mac.
We fumbled the delivery on that.
Just like Casey Concepcion. Drops.
You're up. You've been
Oh,
up
is it
for
me
like
up?
3 minutes.
Yes, I have.
Hello.
The WNBA and NBA Board of Governors officially approved expansion teams in Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia yesterday evening. Cleveland will be the first team to launch their franchise of the 3 cities in 2028. How certain are you that this version of Cleveland WNBA will be successful?
I don't know. I truthfully do not know. I don't know if it's going to end up being like, Monsters games, which are great for anyone that goes in person and ends up being a great time and a fun way to have just a night out and cheap beverages and cheap everything, or if it's going to be something that is like every single night just packed wall to wall. I don't know. But I know last year did not help the WNBA in a lot of ways with Caitlin Clark's injury. So is the WNBA going to go as Caitlin Clark goes, or is it going to be its own surviving, thriving thing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I like that you're saying unsure because I'm also unsure. I like that Dan's behind it. I think that's great because I think Dan's a very acute financial mind, and I think he'll have some ways to kind of make this work. I also like that it's more events downtown, and I think there's space for that here. I do think there's part of me with like Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers and some of these players that have been drafted. It's like, oh no, did you miss your chance to get franchise cornerstones. You know, like that is I know that every couple of years we get new people, but like as of right now, there's one Caitlin Clark in terms of the interest multiplier in the NBA. 2028 feels a very long way away for that.
It just really felt like the league just goes as Caitlin Clark goes, and that's okay. You can do a lot with that. Ask golf with Tiger Woods. You can do it and build a lot on that. But last year when she was out, it went away for a lot of people.
I do think it'd be great if Dan's first act was to sign Caitlin Clark to like a hyper massive deal. He just brought in the NBA LeBron. You got to go full Ballmer here.
Yeah,
you got to promise like through a tree company. It is the Forest City after all. You got to promise through like a tree company that she gets these. You know, she actually making $35 million outside of here because she's just worth it, right?
Sure.
Caitlin Clark, Cleveland. A lot of C's there. Tri-C, baby.
Triple Tri-C.
Yeah, many people are saying it.
Good connection by you. Good brain connection by you.
That concussion hasn't touched anyone, okay?
You can't say the 4 o'clock guest name, but you connected.
Bob Rathbun.
You connected.
Nailed it.
Sure. You connected Triple C, Tri-C with Caitlin Clark in Cleveland.
See somebody else in Cleveland do it better.
I want to study your brain at some point because there's a lot happening. There's a lot happening in certain areas, and then other areas I don't know what happens.
There's just a little monkey playing cymbals.
It's be like I don't believe it. We have so much activity on one side, and then the other side it's like nothing happening.
I believe what you're describing is a stroke.
It's just unplugged.
Sir, this part of your area, tremendous. This part is dead. This part, no work. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, talks about the Browns' olive branch in the draft, what trade downs might make sense, and thoughts on an NFL draft lottery in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive, working to get Joe DeLeon here. We do have some Masters talk, although maybe not the Masters talk you're looking for coming up. We got Bob Rathbun coming up here, play-by-play announcer for the Atlanta Hawks. At 4, we'll talk Cavs-Hawks Part 2 and a hypothetical first-round matchup. We did check in with the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat there. We got Tony Z, Chaser, K-Slade, Guns N' Roses 87, the amazing Mr. Hype, or Mr. Hyde, excuse me. So many different darn people in there. So shout out to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. It sounds like they're being civilized today.
Did Corn Julio, does he not show up anymore?
He did. He actually, it was a little playful. Oh, by the way, Pay J, give me a compliment too. Appreciate that.
What is this for?
I think something about it. I already forgot it. It was a Phil Collins air solo.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was because that's how my brain. Again, that it must have been registered in a bad part of my brain.
All right. Should you rank them as far as people you like and don't like?
No.
Oh, I have been told, by the way, so I don't really visit the chat at all. Yeah. I have been told that people are very confused by my water bottles on the chat. And I don't know why they think alcohol's in one of them, I guess is what I was told. Whatever. All right, here's the thing. So this one, the colorful one was
zesty one.
That was the zesty one.
As some have said in the chat, I have seen them say it's zesty.
I told my wife I wanted an Owala water bottle. That's what I wanted, right?
Yeah.
And this is what you got. I didn't ask for this color. It just happens to be the color that I got. This has hot water with tea in it to help out my voice. That's
wink,
the difference
wink.
there.
Well, that's the alcohol.
Well, you can't see what's in it. And this is just water. I'm trying to drink more water these days.
No, that's good.
That's all that is. It's got like the ounces on the side of it. Yes, it came from a hospital because it came from a hospital. But it's got like the ounces on the side and everything like that. And then we clear that up that way.
So that one is very clearly brown liquor,
This one
and that one is clearly
easily
vodka.
Be any type of liquor you wanted it to be, but I'm telling you guys, it's not. You don't have to believe me, but it could be.
I know people who have drank on air.
Yeah.
Right?
I have to. One of the things, my first internship in life, the midday host at the station, it's Score in Chicago. Midday host, I legitimately saw him take airplane bottles and then leave. He was like, he drank them and then left the restroom all right in front of me.
Hacksaw apparently used to get plastered. Now he's sober. We love that. California sober, but sober. We love that. But he actually used to get plastered during the show. Yeah. And by the way, it's not great that I couldn't tell. And I was his
How did
best
you not
friend.
know?
Because he's unhinged no matter.
He just came up with the Transformer on his own. Is that how that works?
Some say he did his best work and I can't remember it.
Well, is that a scary part for Hacksaw? Is he like, oh, I'm at my best when I am just completely wasted?
No, because he almost died from alcoholism.
Well, that's not great.
But hey, we pulled the nose up. Very proud of my guy. But
that sounds like it really was an everyday thing for Hacksaw.
But I do know, and I don't understand people who can drink or like pop a gummy and do a show. I'm very terrified, guys. I don't have a lot of filter as it is. If you added any sort of chemical to this chemistry, it would screw off the alchemy. I'd be fired in 3 weeks.
So I do think I become I love jokes. I just go for it, and then I think I'm very fun while drunk. But my brain, Nick, just goes to absolute mush.
Yeah.
Like my recall on anything, I have zero recall when I'm drinking. I have zero, like the idea of like, oh, I could just pull up this game or this play or this happened or this happened. When wasted, I got none of that.
So what you're saying is there's a lot of alcohol in both of those right there.
I just, which one's the whiskey? It's obvious, is it not, guys?
It's the one that's hidden, and then that's vodka.
Yeah.
Right? It's double up there. You got to balance it out there.
Can you
However,
imagine if this was straight vodka?
No. Although, it's that Eastern European thing. I can't pound a lot of vodka. Tequila makes my clothes fall off. We don't like that. Now, all this being said.
Depends who's around.
No, not really. Everyone gets to see it. My chest. Come on, guys. Come on. It's a family show. Barcade, woman! Except for the last, 3 minutes. With that, the latest on the Browns draft, maybe Caden Proctor in for the Browns in that number 6 spot there to talk about that and so much more. The A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, college football analyst, NFL analyst. He's a multi-hyphenate. He is Joe DeLeon, and he joins us now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe, welcome to the show, Joe.
How you guys doing?
We're doing all right here. I mean, we did just do a segment on how neither of us could do this show lit, and I know for a fact that people have done radio around me or with me while being either drunk or high, because, again, it's radio. That's why some people get into this. Could you deliver the quality content you do while even slightly buzzed?
I don't know if I could do it as good as I do. I caught the tail end of your guys' discussion. I don't think my recall would be as good or I'd be as smooth. But I've done shows not drunk before, but 3 or 4 in. It's possible. I think it makes it a little more lucid. That's the one upside of it.
I just don't know how you do the draft stuff and then also do because you have recall on so many different players. You probably know every draft how many players you think you scout and then figure out 300.
Over 250, probably somewhere in that range. But that's to the point where that's the downside of it. You're not going to be able to pull information quickly. You're not going to be able to speak coherently. But the one thing you get out of that is you end up being more entertaining. You're not going to let loose a little bit more, which is good and bad. But I've done shows like that. They're usually not my best shows.
So in Charlotte, I used to do a bit called the 30 Shades of the NFL Draft because I always thought that draft write-up sounded a little sexual with some of the terms and some of the descriptions. And so we'd have smooth jazz in the background and we would talk real seductive like. I feel like that's how drunk Nick Wilson would deliver every bit of analysis. Be like, he's a wide receiver. Now, that being said, Joe, let's get to the report of the day. Jordan Reed says the Browns really like Caden Proctor, that he's in play at 6. How big of a surprise would it be for you if Proctor was the pick at 6?
It would actually be quite shocking, I think, for the fact that he's been one prospect just generally since the beginning of the college football season has been controversial to discuss. But I think that after the season played out, and after he had a pretty disappointing year, I think a lot of people came to the conclusion that this is a prospect that is developmental, that needs a lot of work, and currently is not really suitable for a team that wants an immediate impact at offensive line. And I think the biggest problem with him is mischaracterized for me. I see him as a guard. He reminds me, and this is not a good comparison, obviously, he reminds me of Evan Neal. Evan Neal was this big, gigantic, hulking presence at Alabama who could do ridiculously high box jumps, and everybody was just so blown away with who he was physically. But everybody forewent the fact that he couldn't change direction. It was brutal when he had space around him, so they plugged him in at right tackle for the Giants, and he got completely smoked. He couldn't keep up with guys. The minute that you had to have a mirror against a quicker rusher, he was getting beat, and it happened all the time. So then after his confidence died, they tried to move him into guard, and there was no fixing him at that point. And I think that with Caden Proctor, he has a lot of the same issues. He is a really good athlete. He has a ridiculously high amount of muscle mass. I think that his body fat percentage is ridiculously low per Bruce Feldman had written that in his Feldman's Freaks List. Speaking of writing fan fiction, it's called the Freaks List, but I digress. Caden Proctor just does not have that mobility for him to play tackle. So I don't think that's worth the 6th overall pick, especially a guy that you don't even know for certain can play guard or not.
It also just kind of feels very similar to Jed Wills in some ways. And we know Andrew Berry fell in love with Jed Wills once. Do you see any similarities between the two or anything? It's not a straight shot, obviously. That's not what I'm trying to say. But you get what I'm going at?
Yeah, I think that the one bit here, the difference of the two of them, I understand what you're saying, that it's a little risky, but Jedrick Wills, I think, showed to have a pretty early impact, and his problems more was just a gradual regression and availability issues. I think with Proctor, you're drafting him for the upside, but the problem that comes away from that is if you're a team like the Browns that have offensive line issues and you're trying to fix the floor of the unit, why are you taking a swing on a kid who is, again, developmental, is incredibly raw, had probably the lowest floor out of any of the offensive linemen that have been discussed in the first 50 picks? It's just, are you willing to take the swing on the fact that he actually does have the highest ceiling?
Joe, of all the players that could hypothetically be there at 6 for the Browns, regardless of position, regardless of Browns' need, name me the player that, if they're there at 6, you would consider the safest pick for the Browns at 6.
I know it might sound odd to say because of the players that they brought in free agency, but if we're just talking about prospect that would help elevate things, it would be Francis Maui-Noah. And when you said the safest pick, that is exactly who I think of immediately for any team that's just trying to improve their offensive line, because he has the highest floor of any of the guys that have been brought up in the top 10 picks, especially of the offensive linemen. I think he's so steady. I think that he, with a lot of reps underneath his belt, having played early at Miami, is physical, brings a presence, elevates the guys around him. He might not end up becoming the best player in terms of like long-term career that, is a multi-time all-pro guy and has like the ridiculously high ceiling, but you're trying to establish consistency. And now we know is that prospect to me that epitomizes consistency. But I understand that with going and getting Titus Howard, where do you end up trying to slot him in? I even suggested this for the Giants' sake, where they brought back Jermaine Illuminor. I think it would be absolutely worth the Giants drafting Maui-Noah, playing him at guard, and then in the near future, when you think that you want to make that transition, moving him out to tackle. So I keep coming back to any team that wants to improve their offensive line. Spencer Fano is a bit of a risk because you don't fully know where he's going to succeed the best positionally. Monroe Freeling still does need a little bit of work despite being a really good athlete and being the only pure left tackle. I think that Maui-Noah has every bit of capability to be a mainstay on the team's offensive line for the next 10 years.
Joe, it feels like the safe side of Carnell Tate is kind of what's got him past Tyson and past Lemon, who have both kind of stepped on it, is the right way to put this, in coming to their draft evaluations, whether it's injuries or in Lemon's case, not doing the interviews the right way. Feels like Carnell Tate is just catapulted to the top by just being normal about everything. Sell us on what exactly Tate does that should be worthy of being 6 overall.
Yeah, I think that that's a really good way of putting him too, for being the safest of the top receivers, because for Tyson, he's dealing with all those injuries that he's had an injury practically every single year of his career. So you don't really know how long you're going to have him for. You don't know how available he'll be, despite maybe having, at least for me, the highest ceiling. And Lemon's not the best athlete, and he's a slot-specific player. How high are you going to draft a slot-specific player? With Tate, his worst version of him is a really good wide receiver too. Do you really want to draft at 6th overall? It's a complicated question. It's one that I have answered with not really. But if you're looking for security, consistency, I think that he has what it takes to be a 900-yard plus receiver in an offense. Maybe isn't the most dynamic player that, if, say, every other option on your team is unavailable and he's the guy that you have to rely on for a long stretch of a season, he might not completely take over and dominate. But if you have a number one guy in your offense, he will succeed in one-on-one situations. He is going to be able to win deep over the middle of the field because he's a really good deep route runner. He's going to be able to make contested catches deep over the middle of the field like he did all the time at Ohio State. But I think that we've got really good context for where he would fit. And again, what that floor is, with the fact that he was sharing targets with Jeremiah Smith. When Jeremiah Smith got open, he was getting the football and he was dominating. But when Jeremiah Smith was getting a lot of extra attention, Julian Sayin knew where he could turn to a guy that was one-on-one over the middle of the field and was going to come down with that ball no matter where he threw it. So that's where the safeness, I think, comes into play. There might be more of an upside in the projection for Jordan Tyson, who I believe has what it takes to be a consistent Pro Bowler, but Tate at least has that reliability of understanding that you can get a consistent player week in and week out.
Specific to Tyson, we know he's scheduled a workout for teams coming up in 7 days, about 6 days before the draft. That seems like some damage control there. There's a lot of talk about the Jordan Tyson fall. The Eagles have been linked to him down to 23. Where do you think he ends up getting drafted, talent versus maybe the injury paranoia here?
Part of me wonders if, and this is very speculative, but based on how things have kind of moved the past couple of weeks, the injury stuff keeps getting brought up more. He schedules this workout. how ready is he really to go for this workout? As you said, is this damage control to where now he's recovered enough to go out onto the field and to show what he still has in the tank? Part of me kind of wonders, is this going to be the Will Johnson of the draft? It's not Jermon McCoy, because Jermon McCoy actually tested at his pro day and looked really good at his pro day and calmed all those questions of what his recovery was like. Will Johnson last year, everybody, despite not finishing the year with injuries, still was projected to go somewhere in the first round, completely falls out of the first round, and the Arizona Cardinals end up benefiting from that. Does that end up being the case with Tyson? We've learned that with ambiguity leads teams to shying away from drafting prospects. It's as simple as that. Historically, it happens every single year. There's one dude that we all think, man, his tape is really good, but his health is in question and he has not been available. I'd be curious to see what comes out of this workout, because that'll be the biggest answer for all these questions.
All right, we got about 45 seconds here. I think I've come around to this idea. What's your thoughts on if the NFL implemented a draft lottery similar to what baseball's done and similar to what the NBA has done?
I think that the draft lottery doesn't really work with the NFL, because as much as we might acknowledge the teams tank, tanking's not as bad as it is in baseball. Tanking's not as bad as it is in the NBA. I mean, especially for the fact that you, for the most part across the board, have teams trying to be competitive up until certain points when they realize that they're checked out. So I don't think the draft lottery would work as well at the NFL level.
All right, Joe, we appreciate you, buddy. Great stuff as always. About 2 more hits before the NFL draft, so we're going to savor all the flavor. We appreciate you, bud.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me.
Joe DeLeon, not hammered, also of A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. You had to be here for the beginning of the interview to understand that joke. Realize it now. Did Joe a little dirty there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline? We'll react to what he had to say about Caden Proctor and the Browns at 6 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
installation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you can get them with zero interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. Save big with Window Nation's The More You Buy, the More You Save sale. Visit windownation.com now.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Missed a moment in our show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
It would actually be quite shocking, I think, for the fact that he's been one prospect just generally since the beginning of the college football season has been controversial to discuss. But I think that after the season played out and after he had a pretty disappointing year, I think a lot of people came to the conclusion that this is a prospect that is developmental, that needs a lot of work, and currently is not really suitable for a team that wants an immediate impact at offensive line. He is a really good athlete. Caden Proctor just does not have that mobility for him to play tackle. So I don't think that's worth the 6th overall pick, especially a guy that you don't even know for certain can play guard or not.
That is Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, joining us in the previous segment. Great stuff with Joe. And obviously we asked him about Caden Proctor because Jordan Reed of ESPN says that he knows the Browns really like Caden Proctor and that he's in play at 6. I do want to bring to attention now the Jeremy Fowler post from about an hour ago that might scare me more than the fact that Caden Proctor seems like a fatter Jed Wills. This is from an anonymous AFC exec on Caden Proctor. He should be a top 5 pick. He can be so good. Ready for the ... If he wants to be. I think I might officially be out on Caden Proctor because of one quote and one quote alone.
Yeah. Alabama guys that don't really seem like they want to try that hard.
Yeah.
We've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. The scary part about this, though, is that Andrew Berry fell in love with Jed Wills for a reason to begin with, right? If he was convinced, I don't know that Andrew Berry has necessarily learned his lesson. I hope he has.
Did he give him the old Sultan Vinnies? Is that why? Hopefully it's like a Vrabel Rossini reason.
Think about it. It's kind of like it's like dating, right? Everyone's got a type. I feel like Andrew Berry's type right now. Alabama big guys that don't really love football that much.
All right, so it's interesting you say that because I look at how Baltimore has built their offensive line, and they really like fatties. Daniel Falalele is just a big old honker, right?
Who's got the skinniest offensive line is what I want to know now.
It used to be Denver for a really long time.
They have one of the best offensive lines in the sport right now.
When they used to, when they would have the light zone with like Tom Nalen and Schlereth and, oh my gosh, after Tony Jones, they had a left tackle that was like 280 pounds, something like that. That was a sidecar. But I'm really fascinated to know in Baltimore who liked fatties. Was it the front office that just favored, big hog mollies in the trenches?
Or was it Monken?
And maybe Warhop went along with it.
Yeah.
Or is Warhop into fatties? Now remember, Warhop was here when they drafted Alex Smith. Decidedly not a fatty. Warhop was here with Joe Thomas, even though he didn't draft Joe. Joe really took another level to Warhop. Decidedly not a fatty, although he was a big dude, because they all are. But I
was trying to figure out who are the tiny guys.
I was trying to find who are they didn't really have anybody that was like fat under Warhop. Even Pink is a big guy, but Pink wasn't fat. He wasn't seen as like
Travis Jones is 340.
Isn't Travis Jones on the defensive side of the ball?
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong side. I'm trying to pull up PFF. Yeah.
He is the big man.
Well, I actually pulled up the wrong Jones, too, because it's Emory Jones is the one I was going for. And that's a big man, but he's not 340, 350. Rosengarten is 300 on the money. They're actually, hold on.
300?
Yeah, Rosengarten's 300. Emory Jones is 315. Stanley's obviously, he's going to be big, but he's 315 in total. He's 6'6", 315.
I want to see the scale.
I'm not buying
this.
And then Linderbaum is only 305. Obviously, he's not there anymore, but that was what he was last year playing for them. I'm seeing a lot of now. Falele, you're right. That guy's 380. That's a massive dude. That kind of goes to what you're saying. But everyone else is, I don't got a guy over 315 here, Nick.
So what you're saying is we need more fatties in Baltimore.
I think they can get fatter. They got a lot of room to get fatter.
Sounds like Caden Proctor's the perfect guy for them.
Based off of this, Warhop liked him rather skinny, all things considered.
Hey, everyone's got a type, as you said.
I guess that's what it is now.
Mac?
Alex Mack was even 310, and I think that was the first year that Warhop was on Cleveland's staff when he joined back in 2009.
Man, I remember the debates.
They're pushing to get Rosengarten to 300 here. He's 300 on the money.
I remember that the debates about Melvin Fowler and Jeff Fain, two centers in a row, who basically once, I think it was not with Arians, when Romeo got here, he's like, nah, not big enough for the AFC North, and then Fain went on to have a really nice career, and so did Melvin Fowler, by the way. It ended up being a really nice center/guard with Buffalo and a couple other places.
Ended up trading for Hank Fraley right about that time too.
We did like Hank Fraley. If we're on the topic of hog mollies who had no business being as good, he is the center equivalent of Kelly Gregg. I got to give a Baltimore guy credit there. Was a Cincinnati pick. Kelly Gregg was like 5'11", 325, 335, and he was just immovable. Because he was short, stout, and just could not be moved. And then they had Siragusa, who's like 6'5", 360.
So on this, though, maybe Warhop learned his lesson. Because they went skinny.
So he swore off fatties.
They went skinny. He swore off the fatties, and now he needs to bring fat back.
Well, he's got a host here in town, me. I got a host here in town who will help him.
Is that right?
Yeah, I will. I'll bring fat back, baby.
Are you going to help them in like learning how to eat more, or actually be on the line yourself?
I'll go in with just a basket full of like Reese's eggs, and just like, here's how you power through a diabetic coma.
Yeah, like this is what you need to eat to get this up. We can do this, guys.
So it's funny. I don't think, unlike Joe, I don't think this would be shocking, because it wouldn't surprise me if there's no offensive lineman. I think they can actually shock me by taking at 6. They could take Ioane at 6, and I don't know that I would be shocked by it. Surprised, but not shocked.
I mean, in many mocks, he's top 12. You know what I mean? Like, that's not – it'd be surprising because he's on the inside, but it wouldn't be the most surprising thing. The Proctor thing would surprise me.
Now, we also have to address, while we're talking offensive line for the Browns, are we considering this a report from Lima? There's always
not a report from Lima.
There's always a tough spot to be in here.
This is him just trying to connect dots. This is not a report.
Because we got a lot of love for – I know we go back and forth with Lima, but Lima is – we love and respect Lima here, but he is the slippery wizard. He has gotten people to say things about Justin Tucker that weren't entirely true. He has gotten people before. I don't want to be God on this, but he did a Brian Windhorst-esque tweet about an hour and a half ago today. It was basically about Myles Garrett and whether he's unhappy. Those first 3 lines we're not going to relitigate because we have something with Ken saying something on the show that we'll get to later. But the last
and
line,
that one I think actually might be some news, and that we can credit Lima with.
The last line is getting some traction here, and people are picking it up as a report, which always concerns me with Lima. Lima tweeting out as the last part here, Browns quietly, and then in parentheses, secretly, question mark, bring pass rusher David Bailey in on a top 30 visit. I just haven't seen anybody else say it, which also makes me a little...
Okay, I didn't see that part of that. I don't keep track of the top 30 visits maybe the way that I should, I guess. I haven't seen it publicly reported anywhere that he's been in.
Can we just say, if this is true, and everything that Lima might report, half the time he's being serious, the other half the time he's just being cheeky, and you don't know which half it is until several weeks later. So I'm offering that up as the
he says quietly and then does in quotations like the secretly thing, which means I don't know what it means with him. I never know what it means with him.
It's like that Doug Farrar gift the other day.
Never know what
just
it means.
Explain it to me like I'm an idiot because I am an idiot.
Do you actually know that he came in or do you not know?
Yeah.
Did somebody at a restaurant tell you they saw David Bailey and this is why you're now putting this out there? That's typically how it works.
This is how, or maybe like a Chipotle, this is how Lima gets away with a lot of stuff, which again, we love.
You saw him in like a Cleveland bathhouse and then all of a sudden, here we are.
Is David Bailey schwitzing in Cleveland?
I knew he would. That's part of the point.
Once you schwitz in Cleveland, you don't schwitz anywhere else.
Half the connections a man makes is from schwitzes.
That's true. I've been saying that for a while. You've been saying it for even longer.
Everyone knows that. Common knowledge.
Here's the thing. If the Browns drafted David Bailey, one, I would actually be excited. I think David Bailey's a really interesting draft prospect. And I think Reuben Bain is a more immediate fit with what Jim Schwartz did. I think the Browns can tell us all we want that they're going to keep the same system. I'll believe it when I see it. Teams say things a lot to I don't want to say shy or shield themselves from panic in the middle of the season. They'll let the defense do the talking. I think there might be some of that. I think Rutenberg probably is going to change some of the defense a little bit.
So I don't know the fit thing for Bailey on where they're going. But what I will tell you is I think David Bailey is one of the 5 best prospects in this draft. I don't know that he's a blue blood, or a blue chipper, but I think he's right under it if he isn't a blue chipper. I also wouldn't take that immediately to mean they're trading Miles.
Oh, so if they drafted Bailey, you wouldn't immediately think that on draft night?
No.
I would bet 95% of people listening to this would think that, and they would just go with that.
And I get it. And I think it's a conversation we have to have. There's a part of me that goes, it makes a lot of sense. When's the best time to find a quarterback, your next quarterback? When you have one. When's the best time to find the heir apparent to Myles Garrett? It's not 3 years after he leaves.
No, he's getting up there. You don't want to be Dallas. Dallas trades Micah Parsons and then tries to spend the next year getting anybody and everybody to try to be their new edge because they don't have one, and then they're trying to basically just cobble everything together.
And so, and here's the other part. I think there's only a couple positions that works like that. I think quarterback is one. I think edge rusher. And if you can time up number 1 wide receivers, if you've got the right quarterback, those are the 3 spots where, because you can play them opposite of the great player, and then you just get a double benefit for a couple of years. Now, the reason I like Lima putting this out there and the internet running crazy about it is I do think it puts a little extra leverage on Dallas, who I think wants to move up. Because I think Bailey fits them better than any other prospect they have.
That Nick, to me, makes the most sense. That idea right there is they're trying to almost tempt Dallas to, or one of these other teams that would have to come up for, whether it's Reese, Bailey, or Bain, and to be like, no, we could just as easily take him. We might have Myles Garrett not here anymore. You got to sweeten that pot just a little bit. Make it worth our while to not have a replacement for Myles Garrett.
Now, in the vast pantheon of universal possibilities at 6, I think David Bailey, and maybe Bain to some degree, although I understand the concerns there. But I think David Bailey should be a guy that I hope Browns fans are ready to be excited if that is the guy at 6. 216-474-0092. Lima has and I'm going to say this in parentheses, report on David Bailey and being part of a Browns top 30 visit, secretly, quietly, maybe, whatever that means. 1, do you buy it? 2, what would your reaction be if they went in on David Bailey with a number 6 pick and ESPN ruining the Masters in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bob Rathman coming up in just about 20 minutes there. 15 minutes. The man does affordable cameos, which I found out today.
Oh, yeah? How affordable?
$25.
That's pretty nice.
That's like for a guy who's like the voice of the Hawks for a long time. It's pretty cool. If I would ever, I won't do cameos because I'm not anywhere famous enough for it, and I don't think I ever will be.
Guy that was in your spot before you did cameos.
I mean, he had the job for 10 years.
Still has done cameos, I believe.
I've only been here 4 years. I don't feel like I've earned that yet.
He was more than $25 too.
I was gonna say I would do it for more than $25.
I think his number was like 40 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I would be in the 40. I'd like to be in the 50 spot. 50 spot for
Is that right?
90 seconds of work sounds like the right amount for me.
I just live off cameos if you could.
Now, the problem is, because I do think, do people want the show version of me or do people want the real version of me?
I think they want the show version. They want the guy they hear on the radio every day. That's what they want.
Because I do see a lot of people on Cameo, and they're like, no, you're going to get the real me. It's like, nobody wants the real Smokey Robinson.
No, you want the person that you know, or at least the person that you think you know. And that's the fun version.
But it did give us Chinooka. It did give us that at the very least.
Happy Chinooka.
Always and forever. So again, Bob joining us in about 15 minutes here. But I will tell you, this is somebody needs to do this. I don't consider you one of these people, by the way, although you might agree with them.
I don't know. I don't know the take.
To golf people out there, golf loyalists, golf purists, this is why the rest of us hate you. Or at the very least, this is why all of us think you have a stick up your ass. The reaction to ESPN putting celebrities like Jason Kelce on the par 3 contest, Kevin Hart was part of the bit, and there were other names that I'm now forgetting now that
Kevin
we're on
Hart
air.
was awkward with it all.
Yeah, of course.
Jason Kelce was awkward with it all.
But the point is,
he's like sports Bert Kreischer.
When people get pissed about this, it's like, okay, all ESPN's really trying to do is bring more eyeballs to the event. And you might think, well, it's the Masters. We don't need more eyeballs. It's 2026. Everybody needs more eyeballs. College Game Day, a staple of ESPN coverage. Put Pat McAfee on to get more eyeballs on College Game Day. It's called cross-pollination, and it's actually good for the sport. I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm not saying it's good content either.
Yeah, you hated when Netflix did opening day for baseball.
Yep.
They Netflixed the whole entire thing. You railed against it.
I'm not saying that I love it. What I am saying is people saying that ESPN is ruining the Masters coverage, this is why everybody else thinks you're a-holes.
So they're not ruining it, obviously. And it was only the par 3 contest. It's not as if Jason Kelce's out there on the 12th breaking down shots and trying to make all this work.
I want that. I want him doing a long bong. What's the 2-story, the double decker? I want that.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
I want that.
No. There's decorum that needs to exist within the Masters. This is the part that you're missing on this.
It's 2026. We're all whores here. Let's get in line.
We're not all whores. There's decorum that exists within the Masters.
You're saying golfers? I don't have a little live golf tour to tell everybody likes a little dancing for their money?
There's a whole part of this that has to exist within the Masters and the production around the Masters. And so
Which is fake.
That's where golf... Of course it's fake. Of course it is.
Okay, as long as we agree it's an artifice, that's fine.
Well, the whole entire thing with the Masters is that. But that is part of the... I'm not even call it the appeal, but that is a part of what makes the Masters is the idea that they put in bird sounds to make it sound like these birds are actually chirping when that's not true.
That's weird.
They paint the grass, legitimately paint the grass to make it look the green that it needs to look like.
You don't paint the grass, you smoke it.
They paint it.
And then smoke it?
No, there's no smoking going on.
I just want to make sure.
This is part of the decorum that you're missing. This is why you would be escorted out of the Masters.
This is why Jason Kelce fits my Masters.
You'd go to the Masters. They'd be like, "Sir, you can't talk on your cell phone here. This is not what's allowed." And then you'd tell them no, and then they'd kick you out.
I think I'd say it in more colorful ways.
Yeah, so there's a weird. Pleasantville 1950s part of this that exists within the Masters. But part of what makes the Masters is that everyone has to play by their rules, and you have to get on board with what it is. And what it is not Kevin Hart and Jason Kelce.
But if it helps, or at least attempts to help grow the coverage of the game, why can't, I've had to do this. I've had to give in to things as a baseball fan.
Grow the game at the Waste Management Open.
For.
That's the thing. Grow the game at the Waste Management Open. Grow the game at a different event. Grow the game.
But the
Masters,
growth there is minimal.
Keep the Masters what the Masters is.
But growth there is minimal. How many? Yes, people go and get drunk at the Waste Management.
That's also the fun part about the Masters.
Isn't a major where you can get the most impact of growing the game of golf?
I don't know how many more people you think are going to watch because Jason Kelce speaks wacky.
The
that's
NFL's
not really
the
a
single
thing.
greatest pull of any, outside of Taylor Swift, who's also a great pull for people. Which, by the way, I wouldn't hate if Taylor Swift was at the Masters either. The NFL, they do this because it works. They don't do this because some weird executive has got a Kevin Hart kink. They do it because it works.
It's the par 3 tournament. It's not as if with or without Jason Kelce, you're not getting a bunch of people to tune in and watch. That's not Jason Kelce and Kevin Hart aren't making the par 3 tournament what it is. Meanwhile, the people that want the par 3 tournament to exist within the Masters confines that everything else for the weekend does and stays with the theme of what the weekend is. That matters more. That matters more than even if Jason Kelce, which I don't even think he is, worth, I don't know, let's say 500,000 more people to watch the par 3 contest.
I'm actually so glad you said this because I actually think that to me is what this really is. I think it's all a trial balloon to see what you can induce into. And here's the thing. I think they're right. All right? I think if you're really a golf fan, if you really want golf to grow, they're in tatters after the Live Tour stuff. It's not in a great spot.
They're not
where
in
it
tatters
has
after
been.
Live. What are you talking about? It's as successful as it's ever been.
Yeah, it's as
Rory
cheap
McIlroy
as it's ever been.
is credited with saving the PGA Tour, and then the renaissance that has happened.
It's watered down. It is watered down because
it's watered down, but you're not taking in the PGA the way that a lot of the people that we're talking about that takes in the par 3 are.
Yeah, because you could do anything. You could kill the top 100 golfers, and those people would still say it's the greatest golf's ever been.
No, from the financials and from what the TV revenue has been in the past 3 years, it's never been better.
You know, it'd be better, even better. And how do you do that?
Okay.
More celebrities across the rest of your
They
tournament.
don't need it. They don't need it. For the Masters, they just don't need it.
But what
the Masters isn't built on celebrities.
It's good enough? What sport do we say it's good enough? Please, no more. I don't want to be more successful. That's the least American attitude for a bunch of people who want it to be 1950s on and off the court.
I don't know that Jason Kelce makes it more successful. It ruins the idea of what the event is even about to begin with. And when you start ruining what the event is, you do turn it into a carny show. You turn it into a little bit of a farce of what it typically is. And what it typically is and has been is one of the greatest golf tournaments to ever exist. But it is the creme de la creme. It's kind of like in many ways you're like, oh, we'll dress it up and make it this and do all that. It's like, For a lot of different events, sure. I don't care what golf does. For the Masters, I want the Masters to be the Masters. That is their World Series. That is their Super Bowl. That is their NBA Finals. It's existed in what is as close to golf perfection as golfers can see. We don't need Kevin Hart to dress it up.
The people who like the Masters are already watching the Masters. You need to get the people who don't watch the Masters or haven't watched the Masters in 10 years.
They don't need that. That's not
insane.
what they need.
Every sport wants growth. Just golf is like, you know what? I'm content where we are. You know what that is?
Jason Kelce isn't going to raise up. First off, it's the par 3 tournament. This isn't even the actual Masters.
That's why I'm saying you have to put it on the rest of the tournament.
No.
Yes.
The Masters gets the ratings for the Masters is like 7 times more than any other PGA Tour event.
Oh,
they're not going to all of a sudden mess with it.
Is that the?
It's 13.
Is that the goal?
I think it's 13 million for Masters Sundays. In years past, it's been closer to 15 to 17 million.
Is that the goal?
And that's for a golf tournament.
Wouldn't you want people to watch more on Thursday and Friday?
You think Kevin Hart does that? I think Kevin Hart disrupts it. Is what happens there. I don't think Kevin Hart gets more people to watch it.
I don't think you know until you try.
I think I know. I think Kevin Hart would turn it into a sideshow. It'd turn it into a clown show. That's not what the Masters is.
That's what every sport event is. It's an event. It's entertainment, not a bunch of staunch old white guys getting up in their undies about all this.
I think we have a different idea of entertainment. If you think like Kevin Hart's going to be the difference of what makes and like, what do you want? Kevin Hart to interview?
Listen, I'm not a big Kevin Hart fan of his talent. But do you think
Bryson DeChambeau?
You think Kevin Hart doesn't move the needle? There's a reason why the guy's in 17 movies a year.
I think it's a miss. I think sometimes the sport has to stay the sport. The sport has to stay what it does and has been for so many years.
There's a lot of people that use that thoughts in the 1970s for who could and couldn't be in the club.
I just don't mess with
just
success.
So you know.
I don't mess with success on this. They've had success on this.
You're touting a line that's been used for a lot of problematic reasons to keep people out in previous years.
There's a decorum attached to the Masters that exists. There's how this is done.
Motion for
yes, that's why you're not invited to the Masters. That's why the Masters doesn't want your thoughts on this. That's why the Masters doesn't care about your ideas on this, because you would turn it into Six Flags, and that's not what the Masters is.
Could be. Is ESPN ruining the Masters? Bob Rathbun coming up in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got the lead coming up at 5 o'clock. We got Browns Oars for the offseason coming up at 6 o'clock. Come up with what I consider to be 6 doozies, and we'll see where JP weighs in and feels about those. Now, I got 2 things. One, the YouTube chat is aggressively debating hair loss and solving hair loss.
That's not good for us.
And it's not great, but it is on par. Best comment I've seen on it is I am Tony Z saying that the guy who cures it or the person who cures it will be a trillionaire overnight. Agreed. Second, my hand gesture that I made at the end of that last segment, I thought was off camera.
I
was very wrong.
Okay.
It was very on camera.
And if only people don't go back and look and see what I did. Oh, no.
Ratings. I don't know.
I don't know.
However, Cavs-Hawks play again tonight. This is setting up a first-round matchup, we think, depending on the next 2 games for us, and I think the next 2 games for Boston or New York as well, to talk some Hawks basketball. We talk a little cameos here on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is the play-by-play announcer for the Atlanta Hawks. Bob Rathbun right here with us right now. Bob, welcome to the show.
Thank you, guys. Good to be with you.
Well, it's great to have you here. I guess we're having the conversation. Should the Cavs lose? My partner's having the Cavs should lose tonight conversation. I am not. He wants to lock in the Hawks round 1 and maybe the Pistons round 2. How are you guys looking at this from the Atlanta side of things? This Cavs-Hawks matchup tonight.
It wouldn't matter if we were playing the Cavs, the Guardians, the Browns. It wouldn't matter. They want to win. This club hadn't been to the playoffs in 4 years, and they desperately want to get back. And they know with a win tonight, they are in. And they will also clinch the Southeast Division Championship with a win tonight. So they are very hungry to take care of business. That division title, as you guys know, is the ultimate tiebreaker in a multi-team tie. And as tight as it may be going into Sunday, that's sort of a good thing to have in your back pocket. So, yes, they want to win desperately.
Yeah, so we're all rooting for the same thing here, Bob. Me, you, the Hawks. We all want a big win tonight.
But not Nick Wilson.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you, though, because this Atlanta team has been very different since Trae Young. What has exactly transpired, and how encouraging is it for the long term?
To begin with, the defense has been on point. I think we're number 2 since the All-Star break in defensive efficiency, which could never happen with Trae. And that's not his fault. I mean, he's not going to get any bigger. And anytime you needed a bucket, you just put him in a pick and roll, and that was that. You don't have that option against the Hawks any longer with Nikhil and Dyson Daniels, 2 very good defensive guards. And I think that's probably where it starts. Don't get me wrong, guys. We've played great since the All-Star break. The 86 Celtics, we ain't. But I think the defensive pressure out front is really what has turned this around, because both guys have just given it their all. And that sort of masks a little bit of the lack of size at other spots. So I think that's number 1. I think number 2, the fact that they've been a very good offensive team in terms of sharing the basketball. We've led the league in assists all season long. And even when Trae was here, we led the league in assists. So I think a team that's bigger and greater than the sum of its parts is what has been the pathway to success. But none of this could have happened if Trae was still here. We just have completely 180 changed the way we play.
So there's been a lot of talk about the death of the small guard, and specifically the death of the small point guard in the NBA. We had it with Darius Garland, the many conversations. Do you think, is that all it is, or were there other parts of the Trae Young experience that maybe held the Hawks back?
Yeah, the game has changed. There's no question for the Garlands and the John Morants, the Trae Youngs. There's no question. It is a different ball game. But the other factor that never gets talked about is how the officiating has changed. Guys, when we went to the Eastern Finals with Trey a few years ago, that was a hands-off policy defensively. We won 3 road games in Philadelphia, okay? And Ben Simmons, it led to his basically retirement because he couldn't guard, he couldn't touch him. And Trey roasted him. But then, as you guys know, the league made the decision seemingly overnight in midseason a couple of years ago that we're not going to play that way anymore. And you can allow a lot more physicality. Well, I think that takes guys like Trey right out of the mix. When you can body him and push him around and a lot more contact, that makes it a lot more difficult on Trey because his advantage was to be able to create in that pick and roll at the top. And that was a lot of that was taken away from him. So I think those two things that every team now seemingly has 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" out front, and it's a much more physical game than it was when Trey was in his heyday. I think those are probably the two biggest factors in leading to the demise of the small guard.
I think Jalen Johnson's incredible. How did this happen? I mean, 20th overall pick. He's been in the league now for years. How did he get to a spot where all of a sudden it feels like it's not overnight? I get that, but it feels like overnight he's become one of the better players in the NBA.
I think a lot of the credit goes to Quinn Snyder, our head coach. I think he believed in him. They put him in a program to get him better. Spent a lot of time in the G League. Sort of had to swallow hard and go down there and really work on his game. And he was down there for a year plus before he came back. But I think with the coaching change, Quinn saw what you guys see now, and that is sort of a point-forward rendition of this guy. 8 assists a game is pretty good. He's one of those guys that can take the ball off the glass defensively and bring it up 94 feet, make a play. That's kind of rare. So I think those are the things that Quinn saw, and he wanted to build around that. And what gave them, I think, hope to make it work was when Trey got hurt. He missed 2 months in October with his knee injury this year, and that sort of was the launching point for Jalen to take over the offense. So I think we may have seen more of it if he had played all of last year. He went out with the injury and played less than half of the games. But I think this year we're sort of getting the full version of what Jalen has become.
Bob, I'm just. How do you guys feel? I know you got Neek to your right every game, or to your left, depending on how you guys line up there. You got Dominique Wilkins, one of the true greatest NBA players ever that you work with. How do you guys see the Cavs matching up with the Hawks in a round one series?
Well, first of all, carrying him for 15 years, my back is killing me.
Well, the good news is you do it well.
Well, thank you. We have a lot of fun. He's a joy and a delight. He's been a friend forever. I actually called one of his games when he was in high school, believe it or not.
Oh.
But I don't think we've acted, and I'm not being rude at all, but we haven't really thought much about the Cavs because we don't know who we're playing. We've lost the tiebreaker to Toronto. So if we finish even, we get the Knicks. We'll finish in the 6th seed. And we got to win to stay out of the play-in. And we can still finish anywhere from 5th to 8th. So we haven't really focused on the opponent quite yet. I think we got a little taste of it the other night. And you did not see, Jalen had a poor game. And CJ didn't shoot it well. But they know, no matter who they have, it is going to be a challenge. The size factor is going to be something the Hawks have to deal with, and that's what losing their backup center really hurt, Jock Landale. You would have to really be studying the Hawks and be a basketball aficionado to understand, a journeyman backup center, but he really did fill a role for us that we just didn't have. We did pick up Tony Bradley, and I think you'll see him if we do meet next week. You'll see a lot more Tony Bradley because we got to have somebody to get on the glass. Mobley had 19 boards the other night, and that's kind of the way it goes for us. We really do have problems. Onyeka's undersized at 5, and rebounding is going to be a challenge. So no matter who we play, we're going to be a decided underdog, and they know that.
What do you make of this Cavs team? We've had a lot of ups and downs this season. With the acquisition of Harden, where do you think the Cavs actually sit in the East?
Oh, good question. I just got my eyes on them together like you all did on Wednesday night, and I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out in the playoffs with Harden and Mitch, because we know that Mr. Harden has a rather checkered past when it comes to playoff success. And Donovan Mitchell is one of the absolute studs in the playoffs. You know, he's one of these rare superstars whose scoring average increases in the postseason, not decreases. And he's a fantastic scorer in the regular season. So how that's going to work, is it going to be a my turn, your turn? How do you involve the bigs? It's going to be interesting to see. This is why Kenny, I think, played them as much together as they could the other night. And May on Sunday when you all play Washington, just to get a little better feel of how this is going to work. What do y'all think?
So we were talking about this the other day. I really like the formula in the first Atlanta game, which is a lot of Evan Mobley early and then Donovan closing. And then, I think James Harden as the periodic closer, but not the 50-50 closer split with Donovan. I think that's like my best hope for how this could work out. JP?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited. I think this version of Harden, I think it's different than the previous versions, and I think a lot of Cavs fans are really appreciating not only his vision, but his passing ability and how extremely rare it really is.
Interesting. Yeah, because, his playoff history is not resplendent, should we say.
Mm-hmm. I like that word. I don't like the truth of it, but I like the word. I do want to ask you about this because I know you're also the voice of the dream who just traded for the great Angel Reese. I think that's going to be an interesting draw for Atlanta. But you've been around that program since the very beginning of it. We're getting a team back in 2028. We used to have a team called the Cleveland Rockers back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
What are the do's and don'ts with NBA expansion teams to make sure that you really give that team a chance with the fans and kind of brand building early on?
Oh, boy, you got to get a front office that's got their act together. This has become a worldwide game, much like the NBA. These ladies are amazing, and I think whoever is in charge of player personnel and the drafting and the free agency and all the rest, be wise in the expansion draft. There'll be a lot of great players that teams can't keep, and you can get good rather quickly if you follow the Golden State roadmap, the Valkyries. I think it's a great time. You got a couple of years to watch and look and check out the college stars. You're going to get an opportunity to get good right away. Unlike the NBA, I think an expansion team can get to be pretty good in a relatively short amount of time if you've got the right people in place in the front office.
Bob, we don't just appreciate the fact you're a gentleman and you have dulcet tones. I did check out your cameo earlier today. $25 per cameo for a man with your resume.
Bargain in the NBA.
I'm telling you right now, you're thinking about the people out there feeling the economic crunch. You're doing a hell of a job out there. I know people with less of a resume charging $100. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, Bob. It's like when your Falcons have like those $3 hot dogs. You're like, you could charge 5 times this. It's just a great deal for everyone involved.
Yeah, a man of the people. That's what I want to be.
Well, that's great. I think we agree with that. We co-sign that. Bob, I'm sure we'll bug you if we do get that 4 versus 5 coming up, and we appreciate you.
Yeah, I think tonight we'll kind of know, right? I mean, if the Raptors, how many straight have they lost to the Knicks? It's a bunch. I think maybe 9 straight.
I was going to go 72, but I think you're right.
And if they stumble, then if the Hawks win tonight, then they can clinch 5th, and we will see each other. Mm-hmm. So we're going to find out. I mean, we're as anxious as anybody. But, again, they just want to win. They don't care if they're playing, Coweta County down here. They just want to win the game so they can punch their ticket and get in, because this is, fellas, I'm telling you, this is one of the most amazing post-All-Star break turnarounds in NBA history. From where we were with 7 new guys, trading the 2 players you built the franchise around in Trey and Porzingis for this year, to jettison them both and completely remake your season and win. This has never happened before in the NBA. So they're quite excited, and they're anxious to get to the game tonight.
Well, we're excited to hopefully talk to you down the road. We appreciate you, sir.
Well, thank you, guys. It's a pleasure being with you.
The dulcet tones of Bob Rathbun there, play-by-play announcer for the Atlanta Hawks on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We will react to what Bob had to say and talking about whether you're watching for tonight for a loss in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
turning saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
It wouldn't matter if we were playing the Cavs, the Guardians, the Browns. It wouldn't matter. They want to win. This club hadn't been to the playoffs in 4 years, and they desperately want to get back. And they know with a win tonight, they are in. And they will also clinch the Southeast Division Championship with a win tonight. So they are very hungry to take care of business. That division title, as you guys know, is the ultimate tiebreaker in a multi-team tie. And as tight as it may be going into Sunday, that's sort of a good thing to have in your back pocket. So, yes, they want to win desperately.
Bob Rathbun there, the Atlanta Hawks play-by-play announcer. No, it's not Brockmire. The voice the similarities between him and Hank Azaria's baseball announcing character.
Yeah,
I kept hearing it throughout the entire thing, and it only distracted me a little bit, but it did distract me some.
I didn't hear it until you mentioned it.
Yeah,
and now it's the only thing I hear.
In fairness,
only thing I hear.
Azaria ruined announcers for me for the rest of time.
Just ruined them.
Well, yeah, because there is at some point somebody starts to say, well, this is how I talk. And then that's just how they talk at every facet of life.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like if you move to the South and then all of a sudden you start having a Southern drawl. Like if you just want to, you can talk whatever way you want to talk if you want it bad enough.
Well, but I listen, I have my on-air voice, which is projected with energy.
Yeah.
It's not really that much different than my voice.
No.
Right? It's just so the idea that somebody will walk around and they're constantly talking like this, I wonder how you get to that point and do it unironically. Or you do it where you don't realize.
I think it just morphs at some point, right?
It's crazy.
Because it's not the first one we've ever heard.
You've got a very good radio voice, but you don't have. There's not on-air JP and off-air JP.
No, there isn't. No,
and it's you don't have an affectation to it. The person who does it the most on this show is Mac. Mac, when he picks up the phone, does a. Hey, it's Mac Robinson from 92.3 The Fan. Like he
As
goes
if he's on
into
the air?
He does. You do. You can't even deny it.
I don't deny it. It's more of like the salesperson voice, basically. Just trying to be nice.
I hear you. The salesperson doesn't bring out the bass in the voice. You bring out the bass in the voice. Hey, it's Mac Robinson there from 90. Okay, I'm doing a little English
on it. You sound like the person that's you're talking to on the other end is like the only person that can offer you a radio job in the world. It's like an audition almost, and then that's kind of how, at least that's how I hear it.
I will tell you, we have a few people at the station now, and we've had a few people at the station that do the radio guy voice all the time, and it's
who? What do we got?
I couldn't tell you off the. It's one of them's Carnell.
Okay, good.
Now,
I knew you were going to say it. You had to say it.
Now, in fairness, I've never heard him break.
No, he's trying to be a play-by-play guy as well. That's his main deal.
But John Vicari, who we've had on, sounds like a very natural-sounding person.
What's funny is Fanta does not sound like a play-by-play guy.
Cam Manna. Well, although he did occasionally get into it, although he also said Utah once as well. But you're right about Fanta, by the way.
Yeah, he doesn't sound he doesn't have that Brockmire way about himself. And when you hear him do a game, though, it sounds exactly like it should, and that's got to be the main goal.
Now, I thought it was interesting tonight. I think you're going to get your wish. I think the Cavs, if all things were real, they'd rather not win this game. The Hawks really,
Hawks need to win this game.
To me, this is the version of the Knicks and Celtics, meaning one team really wants to win it. One would like to win it, but they understand they don't need to win it, and they're not going to go all out to win it. I think that's tonight's game, too.
I mean, it's setting it up. It's like it seems pretty obvious. The Hawks really want to win this one. They have to secure their spot so they make sure that they're not in the play-in game, and the Cavs are resting players, including Donovan Mitchell.
Do you know what? Also, the other thing, we'll play it here in a second, but Mac's doing his radio voice there.
By the way, this will not count in the history of how we talk about the end of the season and all of this. This will not count in regards to them trying to jockey and position a certain way. If they let one game kind of go in the way of their favor,
you mean taunt the basketball gods? Is that what I'm bring that back?
This is not like, a couple years ago, it was like, oh, they did this to try to get on the Magic, and then they took the Magic to 7 games, and it's like, why did you guys do that? I don't think this qualifies as that, because they've won 10 out of their last 12. Despite my best efforts, they did not play as if they were trying to lose any of these games, and so I I don't want to look at this like 3 years from now and be like, and you jockeyed to go ahead and take on the Pistons in the second round. Like, no, I don't think that's what this was.
All right. There was something Bob said that did unlock an obvious thought that I should have had previous, that I think is that once we say it, if you haven't thought it, it's going to be like an aha moment. But I'm going to permit myself a little further dalliance in the radio voice, play-by-play guy voice kind of deal here, because on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline, the man with the dulcet tones himself, who we totally called out, Matt Corrali, joining us right now.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Matt, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Oh, shut up for a second, Matt. You sound less like you're a play-by-play guy and more like your nose is stuffed.
I think that's what most play-by-play guys sound like. Casey Kasem always sound a little nasally for me.
Gosh.
Matt, you're here all the time. Why are you calling right now?
Well, here's the thing. I'm just, driving around. I happen to hear about this conversation that's going on, and I just want to say one thing. I have broke multiple times on your guys' show. Because I think JP brought it up that I don't break. When you sit next to Nick Wilson doing updates, you're bound for a good break like twice a month. So I just wanted to clear the air on that conversation because, frankly, that's a false narrative, and I will not stand for it. But, hey, you know what? It's been a great show so far. Great listen.
I agree.
And, hey, long-time listener, first-time caller, nearly flubbed it up there.
Wait, just Nick Wilson or Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin?
Good question.
Oh, it's Nick.
Well, what's the ooh for?
Well, JP is funny, but in terms of like saying something right before I go, Nick is like a weird master at that, and that always just kind of throws me for a loop, and I'm always good for like a good laugh during an update.
So what we were actually talking about there, Matt Corrali, on the Make It Right Call Right hotline.
Less stuffy.
4:30, 24 seconds here.
I got in your head with the stuffy nose coming.
I'm trying to diversify.
I like this. Well, now you sound like... Now you sound like
it's a weird southern twang.
Just
in there.
like
southern twang.
Just hold up there now, soon doggy. What the hell I'm doing. So my point, Matt, was not that you don't
girlfriend
break.
are you about to steal and then have a 12-pack and then ride in the shotgun?
Don't you worry about it, baby.
Just take this pickup truck as far as it'll take me.
I'm McConaughey. Fat McConaughey here. All right, no. My point was I've never heard your radio voice break into a nut. So what I'm saying is, if it's fake, you're staying in character very, very well.
I gotcha. I mean, I think it's more like one and the same, but yeah, it's never.
That's what I'd say.
It's really changed. So, hey, I'll hang up and listen.
All right. Thank you. All right there. Matt Corrali there, baby doll, on the Make It Right. Call Kyle right. You're the ass man.
That was local DJ.
Yeah, I have jumped around.
Yeah,
I will admit it.
A lot, yeah.
But not Bob Rathbun. And that man stays right in the pocket.
Okay.
All right, so I do want to get to something.
You just wanted to do voices. That's what this segment was, right?
I believe it is called an F-Off Friday.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I went to Matt Corrali on the hotline
yeah.
at the 428.
I was shocked, by the way. I really thought we were just going to hang him on there for as long as we possibly could.
No, I almost took another shot. No, I wouldn't do that. But Bob Rathbun, who just joined us.
Don't worry,
at
6:20, Mac is going to pull out impressions that Nick will do out of a hat, and then we'll just watch him go one by one.
No, that's his old board up.
Shot at Hacksaw?
Whoa.
No,
shot
not a
at
shot.
Hacksaw.
That's his bag.
Whoa.
I'm not the impressions guy.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
Although I do like a transformer.
He's an inspirational story.
That's right. That's a recovering alcoholic.
Ooh. Mac apparently taking shots at recovering addicts in 2026.
Wow.
Thought we were better than that.
Expected more.
All right.
He's speechless.
Throw me into a corner and expect me to figure a way out of it. Okay.
It's called radio.
You don't have to. All right.
So Bob Rathbun.
All right. Now that I think it almost got mean. When
JP and I both almost call you a B on air, I think it's time to get back to Bob Rathbun there.
Shut up.
And his take on.
Wait, how is it JP and I both almost calling him a B?
It was both of us, clearly. But him talking about the Cavs and Hawks and wanting to see the Cavs in the first round.
I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out in the playoffs with Harden and Mitch, because we know that Mr. Harden has a rather checkered past when it comes to playoff success. And Donovan Mitchell is one of the absolute studs in the playoffs. You know, he's one of these rare superstars whose scoring average increases in the postseason, not decreases. And he's a fantastic scorer in the regular season. So how that's going to work, is it going to be a my turn, your turn? How do you involve the bigs? It's going to be interesting to see. This is why Kenny, I think, played them as much together as they could the other night, and May on Sunday when you all play Washington, just to get a little better feel of how this is going to work.
We can't take it serious. That's the problem.
Now, this has got to work.
We just can't do it.
Yeah, but we're turning him into Foghorn Leghorn, which we should stay away. As far as I do, no, not doing it. So what the obvious thought that unlocked, that for some reason I just haven't had, because I've been so hyper-focused on how we view everybody else.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about how everybody else views the Cavs. I think it's pretty obvious. Like, the Hawks are
just happy to be here is what it sounds like.
Well, they are, but they got this overnight success thing, and it sounds like other teams are looking around and saying, well, I don't want any part of the Knicks in the first round. It makes sense they wouldn't want any part of the Celtics in the first round. It sounds like other teams are eyeing up the Cavs as not necessarily an easy out, but as a vulnerable team going into the first round. And that should be obvious if you have critiques of this.
I didn't get that impression at all. I got the impression that Atlanta was first off, just happy to be here. But second, if you saw when we watched Wednesday, like if I was Atlanta, I'd be scared of what this Cavs team is, because of the idea that Evan Mobley could just eat at any given point. Now, maybe they would transfer that and just be like, all right, if Evan Mobley was able to do that, Karl Anthony Towns probably could do that as well. Like they're worried about size, and that's gonna translate for a lot of the teams I guess we talk about.
So I think from the matchup standpoint, there's a reason why the Hawks should fear this. But I think what Kendrick Perkins said the other day, that everybody scoffed at, or maybe not everybody scoffed at, but some people scoffed at about the Cavs soft label. I think people still remember that the Cavs got bounced by Indiana last year. I think people still remember the Orlando series. I think people still remember the Boston series 2 years ago, gentlemanly swept. And I do think people look at this and go, the Cavs haven't gotten out of the second round with this core, and James Harden, it is fair to say by now, after hearing Bob talk, again, that's a guy in an NBA arena every night, that the James Harden stuff is overblown to some degree. But it's apparent that they don't respect James Harden, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of fear. Like, he asked us, what do you expect?
If we asked him about the Knicks, I'm sure he'd rail off all sorts of problems the Knicks have been having in the past month of basketball, though. Like, I don't think this is a Cavs exclusive thing. I bet if we asked him about the Pistons, he would rail off all sorts of problems that they have as well. And
I think if we asked him about the Knicks, he'd talk about them being in the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
I guess maybe we should have him on so we can ask him what he thinks about the Knicks.
Can we get Bob back on the hotline here?
The Knicks have been a real problem in getting everything together in the past month or so, and so like I just think it kind of just speaks to how flawed a lot of these teams actually are, and how every team is going to have something you can pick on. And that's kind of where my vibe with it was that Bob just seemed like he was happy to be there. Didn't really matter who they played, because it's all just a success after Trey anyway.
I think it makes a lot of sense that this is where the playoff narratives about the Cavs have other teams, I don't want to say frothing at the mouth, but let's say frothing at the mouth to play the Cavs, as opposed to the Knicks, who have maybe not gotten where they want to in the playoffs, but certainly don't have the playoff disappointments of the Cavs. And certainly compared to the Knicks, who I think everybody look at and say that's the real one seed in the Eastern Conference. I don't dare know how anyone thinks about the Detroit Pistons, because I haven't heard enough people talk about the Pistons. They're the quietest one seed to ever be talked about since the Atlanta Hawks about 12 years ago. But I think it makes sense that other teams would look at this and go, this is our chance to upset the apple cart, because we look at Cleveland we look at the Cavs specifically as a team of a bunch of not postseason kind of players.
Yeah, it's interesting that was your takeaway on it, because I just kind of got this like, hey, we've had this turnaround, we're growing this team, they deserve a lot of credit, and we're just trying to make sure we don't end up in the play-in, because the play-in is the big part of this. They just need to avoid a play-in and actually get a series.
Is the objective to lose tonight to the Atlanta Hawks? And a lot of good things to celebrate with the Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.